Second, I'm getting everything together here. All right. I have, in fact, got the first portion of it going. Gotta tell everyone I'm streaming. I need to set the bot up to just do that for me. But, you know, I'll get there at some point. I keep working on game stuff, so it's just I haven't really got there, but, you know. For launch Discord, too. Hard to tell Discord that I'm live if Discord's not even up, right? Saying. That one there. One here, I guess I'll still link the YouTube one, even though I don't really care as much, but I kind of do, sort of. Do I? Guess I'm slowly getting people on it, but YouTube does not help. Does not want me to succeed. Fair. It has no reason to want me to succeed. Reason to want me to succeed. Oh. Accidentally clicked the mute on that like a smart person. Excellent, excellent. And that's good. That's good. Now I see the restream chat and I will be golden. Oh, I fret music too. All kinds of things I need to do today. I'm very much well organized, as you can tell. Hey Mike, how's it going? Hey Bard. Yeah, pretty much stream time. I was very excited to get back to working on things. I don't even know what I do with when I'm not streaming anymore. I look forward to each new stream. So, pretty much good things are going on. That's what's up. Yeah. What's up with you? Oh, do you, Mike? Nice, nice. The most important question is, how many waifus does it have? Everything else, you know, I guess it matters, but you gotta ask the important questions first. Then you can worry about anything else, whatever. What did you, Bird? Nice, what did you model? Important questions must be asked. At least one waifu, Mike? I guess it'll do. I don't know. Just one waifu? Feels almost wrong to only have one. But I guess. Just put a whole bunch of bites in this area. Oh yeah, that's right. This is the only room I haven't fixed this on. Of course. Silly me. I'm gonna need to I believe it needs to be like a 35 was the number? Yeah, pretty much. Hey, JG. Aha, it's like I know. The spies have informed me well. They have to inform me when people have coffee or anything like that, so I can start my stream just then. Also when people end streams too, so I can snag raids and things like that. Other people, they invest in advertising, I invest in spies. Who only spy on things for streams. Gotta put that caveat in just so you know I don't get like... I'm thinking it's really spies. You never know these days. Them's a lot of dumb out there, so it's very possible someone thinks that. Nah, man. My spies are useful for one thing. Well, two things. They find waifus as well. This is the last room that I have to do this with. Over the weekend, I did a whole bunch of optimization thingies, and then I went to this room and realized one of the characters was like falling through the world every time I went in here, and that's because the character was always spawned in, but it loaded faster than the thing she was standing on. But now it's not a problem, so I can just add her to this system. So by the end tonight, it should be completely playable from start to finish, including the painting world from the starting screen. That's what I'm aiming for. I don't know about injecting story yet, but apparently I'm fighting a boss, but the boss is literally just placing these. I can get behind that. It's the boss music. Let's see. I think I solved my city problem too, where you couldn't see the city out the window when you left the place, or when you went out the window to go do things, or anything like that. But I learned how to use multiple grids for the H-load. Not only from a tutorial so much as just deducing how that's how it worked. I was like, oh, okay. H-load tutorials are kind of worthless, honestly. They're all trying to explain a bunch of weird things that have nothing to do with the name. I'm like, man, I just need to know how to set this up. I don't care. I don't need the complete theory behind an H-load. I get it. It doesn't take like that long to explain. I don't need 2 hours explanation like Epic wanted to do. It's like, man, it'll take like 5 minutes to set up. I just need to know the basics. No? No, full thing, huh? Alright. And full thing it was. Oh god. I'll never quite figure out why Epic needs a 2-hour stream to explain everything. It's like, but... Can I have a short stream that summarizes, or just a starting thing that summarize? No? Okay. Okay. I should just only use Stitch Bites in this one. I guess it's more interesting if there's a couple extra weird enemies. Yeah, whatever. I won't be lazy. Oops, don't move the whole room. I had something like, I don't know, around 900 actors that were unsorted. Maybe a little more than that. And some of them had been sorted for, since the project, like since, I don't know, a few months into the project. And what I found is I had things like geometry collections all over the map that did nothing. So if I was wondering why certain pots were falling over, it's because they were sitting on an invisible geometry collection. Particles that were stuck in walls, because at one point at the 5th floor, this was actually the 2nd floor of the building, and everything got shrunk down, so a bunch of stuff around the outside was stuck in walls. So they were just running the whole time, just nerfing performance, because it's like, good plan. The best plan. Invisible meshes. Duplicate meshes on top of each other. Like, it was so much wrong with this entire setup. It was just like, I think the game might run a little better once I fix this. This was also, I could put them in the various, in the different H-load grids, because it's a lot easier to have them in grids when you have them sorted into each directory of where they're at. So the city has its own grid, and the Whimsy Wonders building has its own grid too, that loads a lot less of it. Whereas the city one's basically just loaded completely. So it leads to this scenario where if you're standing on top of the building, the things on top of this building are actually part of the Whimsy Wonders grids. They wouldn't really load, so you'll see it right here. That's like way off the thing. That's okay. I'm gonna reduce the city size a bit, I think, though. You can't see that far, so there's a bunch of stuff that just doesn't need to be there. Oh, that's right. I have to have the other game mode. I was going to record a playthrough of the thing, but by the time I got every weird thing fixed, it was so late in the morning that I just said, no, I'm good. Okay, you see, the corner of this doesn't actually load because it's part of the Whimsy Wonders, but the whole city out here is still loading just fine. Granted, I have the whole city loading, including stuff up in the sky. And I don't know if I really need that, because I think it does nerf the FPS a little bit. Not a huge amount, as you can see. My FPS has gone to much, much better than it was, but... a little less good when you're falling that kind of distance, but... still, yeah, so it lets the city load without the bulk of the game loading, because the city is... It's almost nothing by comparison. I think it's like 4,579 total actors, and the city is 495 of them. So it's not that big of a deal overall, but I probably don't need to have some of these loading. Like some of these balloons way up in the air, I probably don't need to load. It's probably unnecessary to have this balloon way out here load, you know, I mean... It's cool when you kind of sweep over the city when you're showing people the game. But realistically, I could probably knock away these blocks back here and just have an exit that's pipes out this way, which is probably what I'll do. So probably a bit of a restructure in the thing there, just so that the areas that Poppet can see are a little more limited. Because I really don't need to have quite as much stuff. She can see pretty far, actually. Especially if you're like down here, should be able to see all the way out to there, so. What might happen is I might actually put like a wall around these things and then just like a black thing through this so that it's, you know, just looks like it goes into darkness. Just enough so you have a cool city around you, but not so much as you can see way off in the distance, because also it looks less good because he's not really finished. Yes, important things have been done this day. Any more biteys I need to replace? That's a bitey. Actually, I might do voodoo dolls for the other ones here just to mix it up a little. I have a lot of biteys. It just kind of worked out when I was placing them. I just kind of lazily place and don't actually put as much thought into as I probably could. Two more there as well. Oops. Yeah, but the amount of optimization that can just be done is just... it's wild. Things that should have been done ages ago and just weren't. Well, that's not true. I mean, like, in reality, I don't think you should optimize until you've got a bunch of stuff done, because you might just make a bunch of changes and have wasted all that time optimizing. Kind of like when I drastically changed the whole game from a dilapidated warehouse that was 2 stories tall out in the middle of nowhere to a non-dilapidated warehouse in the city. That kind of drastically changed things a little. So, you know, I'd wasted a bunch of time optimizing that. I guess to be fair, I did do some optimization. I have many regrets on that optimization. Many regrets. Yes. I can go over here. I'll paste one right here. Now I have 2 of them. Nice. Delete these 2 losers. These are incredibly heavy, so removing the NPCs and making them only spawn when necessary. Pretty huge increase in FPS off that. It's possible I should make a point of making the rooms load a little farther outside of their actual space, so this way they'll be loaded when you get in there. But they also have a little spawn-in effect, so I don't know if it matters that much. It's probably fine. We're on 9. About there. Paste this one in like a champ. Slightly faster way of doing it. I discovered it after having to do the rest of the ones on yesterday when I was just doing what I thought were the last ones. Unfortunately, they were not. But I thought they were. I was so excited for a moment there. 2 more biteys. I might put those biteys in. I don't know. We'll see. Not even enemies up here. Well, there should be. That's no fun. Imagine empty rooms with nothing to do. Or. Mm. Like 4 left to do. Well, 5 if you count Annie's on. The main reason I was even, well, actually not the main reason, but a big reason why I was doing this, and she was just falling through the world. Or at least I'm assuming that's what happened, because every time I get to this room, she would just be not there. It's like, I see. It'd be so much nicer if I didn't have to actually drag all this crap around, but whatever. It's really not that hard of a maze. It's possible it might get a bit of a glow up later. Job 1, though, make it work. Job 2, make it better. I believe there was a couple biteys somewhere around here. Got that room. Now you're in an area inside that room. This one. Need to improve the AI a bunch too. Need to spend some quality time with Vu and make her not, you know, stupid. I mean, Patrick can use some work too. I might even give him a block. I don't know. I don't really have block in the game yet, but maybe it should be a thing. Metroidvanias don't usually have blocks, though. Usually they just rely on things being damaged sponges. Having invincibility frames or just moving out of the way. So I'm a little reticent to give block into the game because, you know, I don't think it necessarily needs it. Just dodge, smile. What? That's the wrong one. Hey, bird. Morning to you as well. I guess technically for me it's still evening though. It's almost 11 p.m. here. Morning will be here soon though. Gotta see if this fixes the character falling through the world. Kind of important that she doesn't do that. Just saying. Like the last room I have to do this for. I did so many optimizations over the weekend. So many. Hopefully by the end of today I'll be able to play the game from the start screen to the end of the demo. Well, including the painting world. I'm not to work on the start screen because it's like bare bones and just, you know, something I threw together, I don't know, 5 months ago. It works. I'll give it that. The save system works. The load system works. More frames, yes. Yes, all the frames. With the city loaded, no less, too. I might tweak that a little more because most of the time you don't really need to send the city. But even with the city loaded, it's still pretty high up there. Well, it drops a little. I might need to not load the city. We'll see. But I want to see if this loads first before I mess with that. But I mean, I had so many, like, geometry meshes that weren't even there. Particles that were stuck in walls and just weird things that just should not have been. And it's like, okay, cool. There she is. She should face the other direction. Oh, I gotta click the room thingy to be able to reface her any direction. But yeah, it's now that I understand more about the H load, and I organized everything into the directory so I could have the city in its own H load and easily, you know, change it around. It'll take her a second to spawn in, because she's the last on the spawn order. There she is. What about your hat? Okay. She can spawn in slowly because it doesn't really matter. But the main difference now... Remember when you used to jump out this window or something like that? Oh, let's see if I can land here. And, you know, there'd be no city. Now there is a city. While still maintaining most of the frames. I'm definitely going to shrink it a bit because I don't think you need to be able to look up that high to see everything. Maybe you do, I don't know. But basically I have two H-loads now, and the one on the inside, that's not the H-load, has a loading range of, you know, 6,400. The other one just has this ridiculous loading range of everything. And I could probably reduce this quite a bit, but there's only 497 assets that make up the city. And there is, you know, 4,570 actors that make up the map. So most of everything is inside this building. Which is why its load is, you know, infinitely smaller. So removing all those things from the map is also because those were all in the H load as well. Yeah. Oh no, I just actually had this one loaded all the time. It's its own grid. I just took them out of the original grid. Because this grid operates just the stuff that's in the city grid. And I went through and set all these things that are in the city thing here on their details to the city grids, their runtime grid. And so that means that on here they're affected by this loading range. So if I change this loading range, now to say like, you know, 1,000,000 or something, I'll go stand on top of the building. Yeah, I was just learning this weekend about it, and it's been interesting. It's really apparent if you stand on top of this building, because the Whimsy Wonders building is part of the H-load. So you can see these little spinning things here. And you'll notice that if I run over the side here far enough, it'll load that one, which is off. But you'll see the city is still loaded. That thing that was part of the building just loaded right now, you see? So that they're on two different load things. You're not going to be running around up here anyway, so it doesn't make a super big difference, but you can see all the way out there for those, so that's the difference. And 1,000,000 is probably fine. I probably didn't even need to be this far. Mostly it just covers a lot of really far away things that need to load. I'm probably going to reduce this one a fair amount, but you can see I can just keep reducing it. Like say it's only 100,000. I jump up here. It's actually really easy to set up. Because if you have an open world map, you already have it in the H-load thingy, so you don't have to do anything special. And now you'll see that the buildings off in the distance don't really load. My frames pick up a little. Also less things in the sky load too, because they're too far away. So. Yeah. But it's super easy to set up too. You just go to the world settings, the runtime settings, and where it says grids, you just add a +1 to the array. Name that second grid whatever you like. I just call it city grid because that's what's in there. Main grid's the normal one that they all default to. Set the cell sizes that you want. Then select whatever assets you want it to be in on the runtime grid. Put the name of the grid. You're done. That's it. That's all you got to do. I don't know why Epic needed to have a 2-hour video explaining this. I'm just like, it's easy. Obviously, you're gonna, like, if you have something in that longer load grid, then it's always going to be loaded. So there's probably a happy medium here on how much I really want loaded. So I'm probably going to restructure the city to, like, maybe when I'm zooming around, I'll leave some of these other buildings and just not have them load. But I'm probably going to restructure so Poppet can't see very far down these, because if I block this off, say, like right here, I don't need to load all the way out there, which is probably a good idea. I could just have each block have these things as little gateways to the next blocks and not have it be a big thing. So, in my quest for optimization, that'll be something that happens. Oh, I'm sure there's some nuances. Most of them are just them being long-winded, though. It's just like... Actually, I can pretty much sum up every Epic stream I've ever seen. There's one guy who speaks broken English. That's the guy that knows everything in the stream. 100%. That is the guy who knows all about the engine. And there'll be 5 other people who will be basically worthless. And they'll all defer to that guy, but then they'll have discussions about stuff that doesn't matter. Yes. I'm just like, could you find some way to make that guy more intelligible? Because the rest of you people are wasting my time and I can barely understand him. Thankfully, my training from many videos of listening to a thick Indian accent explain things to me have helped me translate Epic streams as well. I'm just like, oh, okay, that's what he means. Pretty much, Zombie, pretty much. It's just like, right. I realize it's largely just to be a diverse group of people on the stream, but pick a diverse group of people who actually know about the engine, please. Or tell them to shut up. I want to hear about the guy who knows. That's why it would only take, like, 10 minutes for the stream, but they're going to talk for like 2 hours and 50 minutes about nothing and let that guy barely talk. That's how it's going to work. Dollar, perform previous dollar for sure. She can understand him. There you go. See, after a while, you watch enough of these things, pretty soon, you get used to that thick Indian accent, because a lot of tutorial videos of that or people from England. Almost every video I watch is one of these 2 accents. It's like, That's fair. And the other bad part is that guy usually is, like, live streaming from somewhere in India, and his cam sucks. You're looking at the screen of what he's doing, you can't even see what he's doing because his cam sucks, because they couldn't afford that. But everybody else who was totally worthless for that stream has the most crystal clear cam ever. You're just like, I need to see his screen. He's the one talking about something of value here. Not you people. You people could just be cardboard cutouts for all I care. As a result, I really don't watch Epic streams. I'm just... They're so worthless. The only valuable person, you can't understand what they're saying, you can't see what they're doing, and it's like... You people have no idea why I'm here to do. Like, I'm literally here to learn this. I find, some YouTuber who's got a succinct tutorial to show me, and that's all I do. It's like, yeah, okay. No problem. Alright, so we're going to restructure this city a bit, because this is stupid. I don't want them to be able to see this far down. I recognize the issue of loading now. I'm going to basically restrict it so that every one of the gates will always be one of these things going to another area. I'll put a wall behind it, so this way it looks like, it's just a gate through the wall. That's actually I find is the way I learn speech and list for letters and their association sounds, but a lot of the languages focus on words, so parts of those words are lose emphasis on the phonetic sound. Effectively, I probably can't learn most things in language. Yeah, it's pretty fair. I mean, you know, they definitely have different pronunciations. They just, different letters are more pronounced than others, or when they try to speak English, it's often difficult because they try to speak it, pronouncing it as though it was their language, which is weird. Pretty much Bird. The amount of outsourcing that went on for all the people who do the useful stuff at Epic is very high. I think they could maybe go through and fire a handful of those people that they currently have and replace them with, I don't know, better webcams for the people who are actually doing the coding. I'm just asking, just better webcams for those people. Like seriously, just it can't be that expensive. I mean, India's right by China. They were probably manufactured in China anyway. Seriously, just order them a better webcam. That's all I'm asking. You don't even have to fire the other people. I mean, if you can afford a webcam, just, you know, just buy him one. He deserves it. He's doing all the work. No? Damn. This should actually just be one of the regular... Actually, I'm not doing it this way. That's stupid. One second. Ugh, yeah, it's... Their streams suck. They really do. I wish they were better. I do. Sadly, not how it's going to be. Okay, well, you see, I didn't really want 1,000. I was joking. I really was. We'll start with 100 and go from there. And 100. And 10. 10's like the same number, right? Okay, so the one we're actually looking for is not that one. I've done this a while ago. Rather than trying to make the buildings absolutely perfect, I just figured I'd have a wall behind them and then just cut holes in these for these various things here. And then just have these like gateways going through it. So this way I just establish everywhere in the city has these gateways connecting everything, and it just makes my life a lot easier. Oh wait. Because it's really hard to select every single side, I'm just going to go ahead and redo that, but with the instant brick. Yeah. I'm doing. Those people keeping track, the city is huge. Like, really huge. Like, really huge. Oh no, it's just so you can see something while you're running around. Maybe in later games, like, I mean, obviously in the other games I'll scale the city very differently than this way. I'm not gonna make this tall. Because the simple reality is it's not fun to explore it. You might think it's fun to explore it, but because, well, let me just run Poppet around here and you can see how fun it is for Poppet to run around here. Okay, like, there's no need to explain it. There's simply me, I'll just do it. And you'll see why it isn't fun to run around as Poppet in this city. Alright, we're gonna go over that building over there. Oh, it's a curb. Nice. Poppet's pretty small, by the way. Boing, I'm on the curb. Yay, we're getting there. All right. Am I going to make it before I go insane? Probably not. Man, what a great city. I'm so glad I'm exploring this place. Damn. So cool. Thanks, Bart. Yeah, you definitely see what I mean, but like, it's just, it sounds cool until you realize it's really awful, because I'm going to go ahead and equip the thing so I can make it the rest of the way. Because Poppet really is so tiny, everything's scaled to that it just takes her a bajillion years to get to the pub here. And by the end, she's going to want to drink because it's a long trip. Like, I'm still not there yet. GTA Poppet? Maybe. I considered having driving mechanics. We're almost there, guys. How was my epic journey to the pub? Oh my god. We're almost there. We're getting there. Doing it. This is awesome. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, the pub is closed. That's a bummer. Well, I guess I better run back to the warehouse now. I'm not going to run all the way back to the warehouse, but definitely you can see how awful this truly is. Because there's just nothing to do. It's just big, long stretches of literal nothing, and it's like, man, this is the most fun I've ever had. Or a blimp would be good. It's sort of. Let me show you why flying isn't very fun either. I'm just gonna go ahead and disable the whole sanity issue thing right now, just so we can fly around as the blimp, you know, for fun. Because why not? This is actually what taught me that limitation is actually what makes fun. Because if you can simply fly everywhere, well, getting there isn't very interesting at all. Alright, the sun is active. So as long as the sun is active, I will not suffer sanity problems. Alright, let's go flying, everyone. Woohoo! Yeah. Well, I think everyone likes the idea of flying until they do it. And it's like, oh, this is boring. Yeah. Yeah, it's really boring. It's really not fun. You know what's a more fun mechanic? Reversing gravity so you're constantly falling up and down. Flying is just basically walking, but in 4D. Oh, sorry, 3D. It's every direction you want. Let's get the chariot active. Alright, everyone, we're taking off. Near. Alright. I don't even know where we're going. Near. Maybe to the top of the buildings. Oh yeah, look at it go. Man, maybe I should set the speed higher. Maybe double the speed. Would that be fun? I don't know. So cool. Got all the stuff there is to do. We can get up there? Yeah. Awesome. We're getting there. We're not even going to try to fly to one of those balloons. Those things are so much higher than you think there. Well, that one's probably I could reach at some point. In fact, I'm going to fly up to it. First, we're going to stop by this glorious thing. It's not that glorious. It's actually stuck in the thing and looks terrible, but from a distance, you can't tell that. The steam pressure's gone crazy. Don't go in there. It's probably bad. All right, we're going to the balloon, everyone. Near. We're getting there. Ah, yeah. There's some good FPS out here. Almost to the balloon, everyone. Okay. Yeah. Alright, we made it, everyone. Oh, no one's flying it. That's a bummer. Alright, well, you can see it's there. Of course, the Whimsy Wonders building won't load because it's mostly part of the grid. Some of that's apparently not part of the right grid. That's interesting to note. Trying to fix that. But still, isn't that cool? We flew all the way up here. Yeah, okay, well, we gotta fly back down now. Actually, I'm just gonna... Actually, it's messed up, so she's not gonna do it right, but I'm still just gonna fall back down so you can watch how long it takes for her to fall. Just pay attention to her hair because it's like, Setsu's invisible, it's backwards. Okay, everyone. Hit a car. Impressed by this Gale? Yeah. Oh, I measured everything to it. You know, I was like, I gotta make her look tiny, but the joke is that Poppet is not tiny at all. Poppet is a normal sized character. It's just the rest of the world is giant. Because I tried the opposite, and Yui didn't like that. Yui doesn't like at those tiny little scales. Yui starts to fall apart. It really does. It can't. The camera doesn't work right. Things. It's just. It's a mess. Like. You can try it yourself. Just shrink your character down to like, you know, a fraction of its size and then run around a level and see how it plays out for you and see all the problems it causes, and it starts to be weird. So, to avoid that, I just made everything giant. Kind of sucks because I could actually just copy paste things from other areas into this area if I didn't need them to be giant, but when you giant size a bunch of things, they don't all have the same scale, so it will mess things up. So to counter that, I put things in blueprints, and as a blueprint, you can scale the whole thing. But if you put all these pieces separate and scale it, it will not do what you think it's going to do. Not at all. But you can pull everything into a blueprint, though, so it's pretty easy. I mean, you could just select a bunch of crap. Not that. I don't know how you can really calculate it versus the real thing there. Poppet's actual mesh is scaled at 0.8 of whatever normal is. So she's not actually particularly tall. She's, I believe I had her as like 5'4", maybe 5'5". I have to look at my notes. Hey Matt, how's it going? We were just discussing how everyone would absolutely love to travel around this city and it would be the most fun ever. Fun. Oh, the city that this is in, it was commented, like, you know, asked if we could explore the city, and I was explaining why it is absolutely the least fun thing in the world to explore this city because of how of scale. Actually, I will give you an example of the scale so you can see how horrible this is. We're gonna run from the gate to the building and why this is not even remotely fun. It helps you really see how small Poppet is. Alright everyone, the epic journey has begun. Yeah. Everyone else has seen this, they understand how truly painful this is. That's right. The city's huge. Poppet's pretty tiny in relation to the rest of the city, so the distance traveled is huge and there's just nothing to do most of the distance. Like, you're basically just pushing a direction and watching. It's like half the game demos I see for people where they just literally include an empty forest and nothing to do in it but run around. Kind of like that. She's just gonna run and slowly get there. She already feels really fast in comparison to the other toys. I made her intentionally pretty quick since there's no block. It's a Metroidvania. When did you ever get to block a Metroidvania? It's over. Oh, that's a curb, by the way, for scale. Imagine having to dodge cars. Poppet Frogger, it could be a thing, I suppose. Poppet's little. No, curbs are about a foot tall. Maybe 10 inches. Well, Poppet's about 10 inches tall, whatever that translates to in, you know, centimeters. There are rats that are taller than Poppet. That is true. Like New York, sewer rats are bigger than Poppet. Alright. We're almost to the building, everyone. Boing. Boing. Okay. You almost got there. They do like pizza. It's true. And they raise turtles. Apparently this has no collision. Oh, I guess it does. Alright. Tag. The building's it. Cool. That's a good question. Would Poppet like pizza? I mean, I imagine she would. I've never thought about what her favorite food would be. I wrote a lot of things for her, but I never thought about that. Doesn't drink. She has a stray Maine Coon cat that she found named Nemo. She actually does it when she was a human. If there's a second game and you make it back to her, like, you know, apartment where she lives at, I'll make Nemo a character. Yeah, does it? Well, that's fair. I mean, Papa could take the pet turtle from here, the one that she throws in the water. I could have like an NPC turtle that you could sit there and take back with you. That could be a thing. I don't know. It won't be in the demo either way. Flavor profiles? I suppose that matters. I'd probably pay more attention to their favorite foods, except for that everyone in this game is a toy. Just so they don't eat. So it's like... Oh yeah. I have little side stories and everything like that for the characters to base their lives on, so they have side stories that aren't inside this, that aren't part of the game, that I draw off of. Yeah. Well, the Tea Party thing fits the Alice in Wonderland thing. Which... I mean, this game has a lot of the themes of Alice in Wonderland in a way. A very dark, screwed up Alice in Wonderland, but sure. Yeah. Well, when Charlotte died, she was like 14, so... She's still pretty young and everything like that, and she gets given all these toys to play with. Basically her companions, since she can't really have many companions as a ghost girl. Pretty much, yeah. I will make the third Alice game that we didn't get. Only my game will be probably nowhere near as amazing as the one they probably would have made was, because I saw their game dev doc and that thing was awesome. I would kill for that kind of artwork. But, yeah. That's another story. Another time. Oh yeah, I was going to restructure the city a bit. Because I figured out how to do 2 different loading grids. So the city was always loaded, but I realized I didn't want to load all the way down this way because it just didn't seem necessary. So my plan was actually to block off these areas so that the you can't really see out beyond them, and this way I don't have to worry as much about it. Just move all these buildings down and then just have, like, you know, holes in these but have blackness there, and these will be the gates between the areas. Yeah, EA did. They had something like a, what, 256 page game dev talk full of all kinds of crazy custom art and everything like that. A big Patreon backing and everything. And they kept trying to get EA to greenlight it, and EA wouldn't let them. And the reason why they have to have EA greenlight it is EA owns the rights. So you can blame EA 100% for it not being a thing. Yeah, let's see. Alice, it's called Alice Asylum. You can get the Game Design Bible for free off their Patreon. And you could just see it and scroll through it. It's amazing. It made me change my entire concept of what a Game Dev Bible was. That and what Thomas Brush told me about it. Like, as a result, I have like a 70-page Game Dev Bible. Most of the stuff's not accurate anymore because I did some changes along the way, but a lot of it is accurate. And it definitely changed up a lot of things for me on how everything was done. I was like, yeah. It really helps to get your game figured out. If your project's going to be huge, you really want to try to do everything you can to organize if you can do it. I think I'm just going to make a wall about this big. I'm just going to blockade off these things like that. I don't even think they'll make the docks visible. I just want to restructure so that there's just walls behind things. I guess I could put the wall back here or something. I was considering having a cutscene in this place, but I don't know if I'm going to do that. Because, well, I'm sorry to hear that. That your internet's terrible. But yeah, if I did a cutscene for this game, I would take the map and put it in a different project, because I really don't want to put the main Poppet's human model in here, because it's heavy. I mean, it's not heavier than Poppet for the most part, but with Poppet, I mean, I'm using her for everything, and with the other I'm not, so it's like, probably unnecessary. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely gonna, oh, we're gonna get rid of that nap mesh. Or is there a nap mesh? No. Yeah. So in reality, it should probably be something like this. I didn't even need staircases out here. All adjacent surfaces. Click it again, but this time with feeling. All adjacent surfaces. Use these so you can scale the material. Yeah. Could have Chinese sharks in here, oh my god. Yeah, probably something like this would be fine. And I just limit the city to... How far do I limit it back? I mean, if I want to be smart, I'd probably limit it right here, just straight across, right? Because I don't really want to have, I don't want to show all this if I don't have to, I don't think. I guess I could, though. I don't want to show anything beyond this building. These buildings back here are wholly unnecessary. It's basically a lot of stuff that has to be loaded for very little reason. So I'd prefer not to do that. But I could do this. Not sure this will work out very well, though, because of the size of it. Of course, they can't really see it go into those buildings anyway, so does it even matter? It really helps to organize. Let's say I did this and just crunched it a bit. Also, I want to push it back behind these buildings. What I could also do is just delete this building and move this one forward. You can't really see that, though. I could do this. Shove it over to the side a bit. It'd work okay, probably. There's this gate over here that's in the way. That is true. Of course, I don't know if I need that dock gate anyway. Right. Optional, I could put it just beyond this area here. I put in all these lights and everything like that, and like power lines and everything like that, but for what reason? I think I was originally thinking that maybe you were going to wander along the street or something, but I just don't see why you would do that. After all, if I did have Poppet run around as a human, I'd have to rescale the whole thing to fit the fact that she's, you know, basically giant sized for that, which would be kind of weird. Option, I could do this. Maybe that's the right idea. And I get the whole like thing here. Not that Poppet will be able to even see this, but I'd move this back. Never mind, I have the city gate right here. I can just select them all. That's why you put them in little folders like this. So I'll do that. I don't even need to cut a hole in this. I could actually just put a darkness there. Honestly, it looks like it has darkness already, so I could just do that. And just run with it and skip this whole back city here, which is not a bad idea. And I just do the same thing right here. I don't think she can even see this one over here, so I don't need to worry about it. I need to put one right here as well. And I'll make like each city block is like that, but then I'll still be able to look out over this and see over the wall and see more stuff, like there's more city out there. So, yeah. Seems good to me. I was gonna use this as world map music for like one of the first games I was ever making. The game got canned, but it was intended to be used that way. I didn't put this in its own little directory, did I? Mistakes were made. Oof. Got my deep tissue massage today. It was relaxing enough. I always feel way better after the fact, though. Usually sore for a couple days. Alright, so do this. I actually need to uncut a hole in this wall. I guess I don't have to, but probably gonna want to. Move these to a directory. City gate 4? Oh, city gate. Oh, did I have anything in it? Just delete this one, actually. Or just click delete too, for that matter. If I wasn't trying to make this place like all more memory efficient, I'd probably make a huge city, but is it freeze? A steep learning curve? I mean, I guess Unreal's kind of a steep learning curve. I guess when I initially started, the thing you gotta remember with Unreal is don't try to learn everything. You don't need a lot of stuff. Go ahead and ignore all the new crap that Epic is always releasing because you don't need it to make your game anyway. Just focus on the basics and you should have a much easier time. Also, there's just a lot of systems that aren't even meant for game dev. So that kind of makes it harder than it needs to be as well. I'm probably gonna do this, and then I can just blockade off all the things there so you can't really see beyond them, and then I won't really care as much. I'll still have to put a few trees here, right? But I can go ahead and get rid of all this trash because I'm not going to worry about it. So it can just all go bye-bye. You can't see it anyway. Oh, I forgot that there's two different things here. Oh, that's nice legendaries here. I mean, you know, for being this engine that everyone thinks is like this AAA monster that nobody can really use, it's actually weirdly pretty easy to use. Like, I would definitely have found it to be significantly easier than Unity was or something like that. Just like, oh my god, why would anyone use this? I was somewhat unimpressed with learning that one. This, however, I was off to the races in short order. I'm just going to duplicate a bunch of trees, I guess. I could randomize them more. But my plan is just to do this. So they're going over there, it looks somewhat normal. I don't care about behind the building because Poppet can't see that. I can't decide if I really want to see the ocean. I think the answer is not really. But I mostly just want to make the entire area that you can see look cool. You know? Not amazing, just cool enough. Oh god, you want him to start with a save system? Man, don't say that so loud. They might actually think you're serious. Oh god. A save system was... Honestly, I think people should start with a pre-made where it does like half the crap for them and then build off that. But man, that saving was definitely a thing that I spent a lot of time messing with. That was... Oh god, I still have to add a bunch of things back to my save system because I added a bunch of new stuff to the game since then. It's just nightmarish. Very nightmarish. To my knowledge, if it's a blueprint, it adds to it. But someone was showing me that it didn't add to it if it wasn't a blueprint. I don't know. It seems kind of... Pretty much every time you add something to a scene, it's going to be that much harder to render. I don't really care if it's an instance of one thing or not. It's still one more thing that it has to display on the screen, and just because it's loaded the mesh doesn't mean it isn't displaying the mesh twice, you know? So to make up for that, I use an H-load system that makes it a little easier, so I don't have to worry as much about that. In the world settings, I have the grids, you know, two different grids that dictate how often something is even loaded. Yeah. I about pulled my hair out when I did the save system. Jesus. It was rough. It was so rough. I don't know if I want this building where it is. I don't think I like it. I'll grab a small one of you or something, or maybe I'll just grab one of these ones. This one's actually probably fine because it just blockades just enough that I don't have to really figure anything out. It almost looks like it belongs as part of that building. We'll -12 it so it reverses its direction. Perfect. And this way, it looks like I have a whole other set of buildings here. That's kind of part of it. Sorta. Make sure we do this. Just cram this over here. Sure, yeah, if you want to do the system there, the way it works to make a new system is you go to your runtime settings, click +1 on the grids here, find your new grid, name it whatever you like, you know, just new grid, whatever. You can call it, doesn't have to be called a grid, I just call that. Make the cell size, which is the sections, the size of each section it loads, and then the loading range is the full, like, total amount it loads in every direction, basically. And it just loads it in the cell sizes. It divides the loading range up by that. So, which is why the main one that operates all the stuff in the building here is set really low, but the city one is set disgustingly high because, well, the city's largely not much of a problem. Even then, I'm going to shrink the city one down because I realize that I just don't think Poppet needs to see like this balloon way out here. I'm just going to go ahead and delete that. Or this one out here, you know, I mean, that's so far out there that it's like beyond Poppet's ability to even see. So a lot of these, it's just like, why is that even there? Oh, sure thing. Yeah, and the other thing you need to note, if I want to add this to that grid, you go to the details, right? And you find, I believe it's world partition. Yeah, under world partition, put whatever grid you want there. Save it, and then when you're done with all that, just tell it to build the H loads. It'll work even if you don't build the H loads, but it'll work better if you build the H loads. That's it. That's all. I combed through so much stuff for them to basically tell me this thing that took like no time whatsoever. I'm just like, you guys do realize that this was like super unnecessary, all this extra crap you just told me, right? No, you didn't care? Okay. Just checking. I don't even need this building, honestly. I'll grab this building and move it up. My plan is just to make everything visible for her to see, like, and have it be somewhat cool. And beyond that, I don't super care. No, you. Like, I'll leave some of these buildings out here so it looks like there's a city out here. But beyond that, I don't really care. I'll make more custom stuff too as well. The secret is you make the ones out in the distance bigger, so this way they can't, you know, see them. You also put them off the ground. But this whole dock system I don't even need. I'm not sure if I wanted to be able to see through the gate things or not, but I mean, let's say, where was she? Like, let's say she's standing over here. She will see this area, so I mean, does it really? I'm just trying to think of every angle she'll be able to see from. Camera set really high. It's yeah, you don't really need a. Yeah, she can see that way, and I think it looks better to have all that crap anyway than it does to have some big thing out here where you couldn't see anything. Let's realistically look. At some point she'll probably go outside one of these windows, so we'll have her stand right here. And they just have darkness and those things like that, so now it looks like there's a gate there for her to go through. And I can just name it whatever I want. I think that just looks better to me than having basically the city beyond it that's like, you know, not that great. Because it's not even loading. And I can put a couple buildings just behind this so it looks like there's stuff. And she's never going to see that far out. Unless I'm doing a zoom in at the time. But if I'm doing a zoom in, I'd probably make a different map for the zoom in and not have this as a zoom in thingy. You know? Like, I just put this stuff behind like this, move it up some. It ain't even look that great because you can't even see beyond anywhere. So just drop it here. It'll look like a city. All these weird tables don't need to be here. Right? I mean, it's just a bunch of crap. It's just like, but why? I could put some on the streets over there, but I don't know. This stuff just seemed wholly unnecessary. After all, if I'm going to have stuff like that, I want it up here. So Poppet can see it out there as opposed to those things, but I don't really care about that stuff. Well, actually, wait a minute. I take back what I said. Instead of doing that, why don't I just move this, you know, setup of the chairs over to here instead? Make my city look better. Right? Right in front of the pub, no less? Seems like a good idea to me. Street tables and chairs. I've quickly learned you should never group things and you should always just put them in folders. The problem with grouping things is it's a weird actor that does bizarre things that just don't work out very well for you, whereas folders do nothing. Like, they stop nothing. You can just use them to your heart's content. They're just perfect. Yeah, now you can set those there, and now there's like an extra thing to look at over there. I'll make my city much nicer by just compressing it, honestly. And then I'll just put a bunch of crap out there, so this whole back section here could just be redone to be not crap. It's possible I might make this wall a little shorter, potentially, or both walls shorter. You can't really see the ocean. That's... But you could barely see the ocean anyway through those. Like, it didn't really seem that cool. The only way you could really see the ocean is up here. If I reduce the wall a bit, you would still not be able to see the ocean. Okay, that sucks. How tall is this thing? Don't really know. This is slightly taller than that wall, so we'll use that as the measurement. I'd want to remove this over here anyway, so I'll probably be shrinking it quite a bit, but I definitely think this is about where I want the wall to be. Oops. Undo. Control Z not working so well, so we'll do it this way. It's gotta do this way here. Copy the height off this one so they're matching. Migrate it over. Because I don't care anything about the other direction of the city, I only care about this direction. So that should be good. I'll just embellish this block, especially anything nearby what Poppet could actually see. Because, you know. having a bunch of details all the way across the thing behind buildings that Poppet would never see seems a little bizarre. Not gonna lie, it's a little bizarre. Like a million power lines back here that just don't need to exist. Or fire hydrants. And those fire hydrants could be, I don't know, up here. Just in random locations. You know? It's little things. I'll grab all these cars and move them up too, for that matter. I forgot the tables. Nice. Wait, were there tables already there? No. Yeah. They might want those. Gotta embellish the game as much as I can. I do want to put some way to view the ocean, though. I need to figure something out on that one. What I could do is simply have no buildings over there. That's true. The strat. Well, here's the optional thing here. Oh, but if I do that, I need to have the ability to see farther out, right? Because I could actually have no wall here. If I have no wall, then there's like an ocean out there, so that would be kind of a neat view. Maybe better than this, honestly, right? It's not a bad idea. Let's say I just selected everything here real fast. Call this the might remove. And then move this to the might remove. Lock gate 2. And move this to the might remove. Not saying I will, but now in order to test this, I can simply just select them all and click delete. The downside is that the ocean isn't that close. Right? So I'm gonna have all this empty space here. I feel how I view that. But it would be kind of nice to look out here and see the ocean, right? Would that be cooler than having a steampunk city? Because you have the city this way. It's not a bad looking section of the city though, is the problem. Whatever, let's test. Worst thing that happens is I just, you know, add it all back. So, those gears could be removed too. You can't really tell with those in the way. Either way, these will at least be sorted afterwards, so if I want to move them all, it'll be a lot easier in the future. Oh, create directory here. Portside trees. And then move this to the might remove. How much do I value looking at the ocean is my question. So I could do that. And then I'd have access to the ocean to do things, and I could put ships there if I wanted. That would be kind of cool to have ships, I'm not gonna lie. I'm leaning towards no. The ocean is neat, but my problem now is that I have to design a whole bunch of stuff and put boats in there and things like that and basically build a whole harbor. And it would be a lot of extra work for a place that Poppet's never going. It would just be when she's out here looking that she could see this crap. That doesn't seem very good. Yeah, I'm leaning towards no. I think that's neat looking. I really do. I don't think the water is that neat looking. So I'm gonna stick with no. Just having a whole city here seems much neater to me. Kind of unfortunate, but again, it's like it looks cool for everything else, but does it look that cool for, you know, the player who's never going to see any of it? So it's why am I even looking at it? Like this weird floor thing, I don't need any of this crap. Oh, it's listed as street prop, static mesh. That's obnoxious. Well, screw this. This is obviously unnecessary. Not even that cool looking, so, you know. Why am I loading in stuff that isn't even cool looking? The Poppet literally can't even see. Sometimes art me gets a little carried away. It happens. You don't worry about it. I mean, you can if you want. These aren't even connected. They're just poorly set up in general. I guess I didn't care because it was super far away. Here's a throwback to the when I had the dilapidated warehouse. I was like, well, I'll just keep it in case I want to use it later. I did not wish to use it later. Instead, I would like to use it never. May leave the dock stuff out here for now. This no longer even goes the full way. Well, the wall's wider than that, so I don't know why I'm not just making it go the full way. I suspect if I make a game in Shadow Dark itself, the city, it's like I will have to divide it up like this anyway, because I doubt I'll be able to optimize a full city particularly well. Like the city itself, yeah, that's fine, but just imagine all the NPCs and things going on in it. I'm only one person, you know? As it is, the amount of effort going into this one building is already incredible. Of course, the building is the whole game, so puts things in perspective. All these things here and the building is the whole game. This doesn't even push against the wall. It's bizarre. I could actually move it up there. I don't even need this crap. I'm not going to use it. I'm not going to... You're not walking through anywhere. There's even water over here for no reason. Waste the resources. I don't need that crap. It's like this. I don't need this crap either. Alright, I don't want Pop to be able to see through it, so I'm gonna copy this wall over here. Leave the other one. Which doesn't even fit, by the way. It's just this giant mess that I made. Do this so you can't see through. Possibly I want to have the ability to go through there. I don't know. I'll think about it. Or have a look through there. But I mean, I can always add holes into that wall whenever I get bored. It doesn't have to do it now. Oh, that's right. I cheated and just made a whole area here instead of having a little road to go through there. That's fine. These roads were like, pre-set up and I just combined them into a single mesh. So I just, put them all together, but they were like broken into little sections, but they don't have an end cap anywhere. It's bizarre. Like many times when you buy all the stuff from Laertes, their stuff is not very modal. Like everything's kind of crammed together, so you kind of sucks, but that's okay. Well, let's get more resources from over here, because again, I really don't know why I'm wasting all these resources on a place that you cannot see. I mean, I know why it was originally that way, but I think we can all agree it'd be much cooler if the cars were, I don't know, on the street over here or something. So Poppet could see them. So she could feel even more tiny, because the cars are huge. And she's just like a little tyke. Maybe they go over here, who knows. Obviously, gonna have to reposition them a bit because of the fact that they were set up for a much longer street. Some random benches. Not even sure if you can see them, but that's okay. You might be able to, and better to decorate the area you can see than the area you can't. Bunch of lights I don't care about. With the missive stuff, no less. Perfect. I don't need that one. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna swap all these out so that they are not as visible, and just start pulling the buildings closer so this way it looks like the city's huge. without really needing to display as much. I feel like, say, Poppet can't exactly see that far anyway. The stuff way out here is just unnecessary. She literally can't see that from any angle. The stuff higher up in the sky she might be able to see, but that thing out there is like, you can just see its numbers are incredibly far out there. And I just don't see why I'm doing that. Cancel. Just remember, she's way down here. I should be able to kind of see some things, but even then, those are super far out there, so... This is assuming she's standing on top of the building. From on top of the building itself, she can only see in those directions. She's never going to be on top of the building. I don't know any reason she would be. Oh, it's the ultradynamic weather thing? Sure. So what might happen is Eliza might get pulled in much closer, realizing just how ridiculously big this is. Why not pull them in so that she can kind of see them? Stuff like this is just grossly far out there. I can put some on this direction too, so... Like a million blimps in this area for some reason. I can delete a couple of them, I think. All of it making it look good for Poppet, not look good for zooming on the screen. I need to just bring some of these in. I can move this off to the side too. Like, this is kind of lame looking, so why not get rid of it? And instead grab this fine thing here. And just move it over, because you can't see it, so I want something you can actually see. Okay, this should improve here. I might make some more custom buildings at some point too, but I don't know how much I care about that. I just need to give the semblance of a city around it. It doesn't have to be a perfect city. This really can Poppet see it? Yeah, okay, that's cool. If not, whatever. Ram these back against the wall. Oh, I see. Well, that's kind of a problem. Nerf the size a little bit. Obviously, I was going to make my own city, like remake it instead of borrowing some concept buildings. I would make all the sides viable on these buildings. But I mostly lifted them out of the concept thinking and only made a handful of myself because, again, it just has to look like a city, and you're not going to spend much time around it, so you don't got to make it too unique, because you ain't going to see it. So what's the point? Potentially I could just turn this sideways if I wanted to. I think this just goes beyond the wall though, right? Maybe even beyond this wall. One more thing for her to see. Little crap like this doesn't have any purpose because it's too small. Not a bad looking building, but I don't think she can even see down that direction from any point. Maybe she could. She sorta could. That means I do have to put a gate there. Or she could see it, so that's a problem. There's a whole room back here too that I could have that probably looks better. When I designed this, I just didn't think about how it would look for Poppet. And I think that kind of shows, you know? I really just didn't put the thought into it that I could have. Now we're going to play, you know, a little bit of flipping things around and stuff like that so it looks a little nicer. Let's get rid of this building. It doesn't have the same aesthetic, right? It's just this really bright colored thing. And the other's just kind of not. I know I was having such a hard time moving it. I was like, huh. Didn't notice these gears were there, but oops. All right. More things that rotate for no reason. A long time ago I did. I think I regret doing that now. Hey, Rostafunk Jr. A mystical flying spaghetti monster has appeared. I think you've just described half the materials I've seen. You're just like, what happened? I don't understand. It should never have been like this. I think it's just a giant thing that didn't need to be loaded. Like, it would just load a small amount of them. Instead, it's loading this huge thing it didn't need to load. Like, you don't really take advantage of the H load terribly well, like the whole, like, the distance loading thing particularly well by turning it into a giant mesh. Essentially, the argument is the more things it has to load, the worse it is on the CPU. But people's CPUs are usually disgustingly powerful. The bottleneck is almost always the GPU. So combining it like that puts a way bigger strain on the GPU, but you gain CPU. But I haven't really found much reason to put strain on, you know, the GPU. It already has problems. The Unreal Engine will eat GPUs for breakfast. You really don't want additional strain on it if you can, you know, hopefully avoid it. But, you know, this is a tiny building. Why is there a tiny building here? Pretty much Rasta. It's definitely, some of the materials I've seen are just abominations. Let me see, there was like a hair material that was just like, why would you do this? Blah, 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 where is it? Characters, advanced female customization. Wait, where's the, never mind, it's actually just the hair right here. The hair master thingy. 3060? Good enough. I got a 3060 as one of my graphics cards. It gets the job done. Is this the one? Oh yes. Behold this thing of beauty. Truly the most organized of all materials I have ever seen. I have no idea how anybody would have a hard time finding anything in this material at all. It's probably fine. I'm sure it's here somewhere. I guess. Maybe. Hopefully. Oh, there's still more down there. Cool. Neat. Good job. This is great, everyone. At least they were nice enough to comment this as AO, whatever that means. Missive at least makes sense. Flames? Cool. They didn't bother to comment this. It's like, nah, it'll be fine. That's right. Definitely, but I could use more nodes. And then the little bit of crap I added at the top, because I was like, okay, well, I just don't want it to be in this. I give up. Oh yeah, but it's bad. Like, I mean, anyone who sets their thing up like this should feel bad about having set it up like this. This is, someone needs to learn how to organize. Like, this is indicative of a, you know, a underlying problem that they're probably like a hoarder at home or something like that, and they think this is normal. Like, but I can't really fault them too bad because it was a free asset, so I didn't make changes to it. Nope. All I did was open it. So yeah, it's I mean, it's like on the level of what would be unforgivable bad. Like, it is terrible. And it should never be like that. You should organize your stuff. That's just dumb and shouldn't be ridiculous like that. But just because it's worth doesn't make that one okay, is what I'm really saying. Like, it's like, That's like saying, oh yeah, this person's a, you know, a killer, but they only killed one person. This person killed 10. It's fine. It's like, I don't know. It's like, it's just a nonsensical thing. Like, it's just this. They need to. I mean, like I said, it was a free asset, so I can't fault them too hard. Well, okay, I got it for free because Epic paid them money, so I guess I can fault them a little. Because Epic did pay them money to make it free for the month. Thankfully, I basically never edit people's materials, so I don't super care, but it's weird. They could do better. I gotta put a couple more over here, and maybe one of these. I don't really care too many. This one's now parked on there. This must be a taxi cab driver. Well done. Parks on the sidewalk. Perfect. Exactly where they should. Yeah, I'm moving so slow, and in reality I'm not, but I guess the city's just that big. Let's get rid of all this garbage. We're not loading all that crap. What are these? Tiny streetlights. Why are there tiny streetlights? Hell if I know. They don't even match the city. A mimic type of monster. I mean, I haven't really seen a specific video for it, but I imagine you would have, well, assuming you don't have a thing that actually, a character that can somehow transition into one of those, you probably have a static mesh, and when they get close enough to it, you swap the static mesh for an animated version of the mesh, play the animation of it turning from one thing to the other, and then just have it move after them. I mean, it's just like a simple illusion trick that I do for like static meshes and everything like that I want to break. Like I'll have the static mesh sitting there, like the fake version of it, and then I'll when you collide with it, I'll swap them real fast. The main reason for that is the static mesh doesn't necessarily have to have like gravity on it or be moved around like that, but the geometry collections tend to shatter when they're hit, even by walking into them. So I imagine you just do something very similar to that, right? Okay, so what part of that is you having a problem with? I mean, where are you at on it? What do you need to know? I can't say I've made a mimic, but I'm pretty certain I can come up with how to do it. Over time, you can just kind of suss out how to do a lot of things in this engine. Just having done a lot of things in this engine. Yeah, I don't need any of this crap. This is just unnecessary. Like this extra stuff out here? Nah, man. I mean, all this cool stuff? No. What I actually want to have are bigger buildings back here, right? Because by having bigger buildings, it makes the city look much larger. I'm gonna pull these in so this way Poppet can see them without having to have some huge loading range. One of the hardest problems I'm having right now is I need to learn how to change the camera in a way that works for a jump scare. I want it to target the thing that's jump scaring him. Technically, I could just put something in front of the computer. I could put it directly in front of the player on like a UI thing, but I kind of wanted to zoom in on the model. So mostly I just need to learn how to swap between the two. Swap between two cameras. There's the whole kill the player afterwards, so like it's the timing. It's not like it's gonna be that hard. It's probably pretty easy actually, in all honesty. But I didn't look it up yet, and it's a command I don't quite understand yet. I also kind of started working on optimizing instead, so there's that. Yeah, so let's just pull everything closer so it looks like this place is huge, as opposed to things that are so far up Poppet cannot see them. I'm just going to delete that one. It's way in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, we focus on this more. Jesus, look at the craziness that was going on there. Look at this distance, what it's doing. All the little like splines. Yeah, there's a lot of problems with splines in 5.5. A lot. That's way better looking now, because now you look around and everywhere you look there'll be stuff to look at. Oops. Okay. Now you just gotta add a bunch of stuff in each of those little places, so it's interesting. There was actually some cool free mimics on there too that was looking at, but I can't really find a use for most of them since I don't have living things, and they're always like they turn into some half-living monster. If it was like a doll mimic, it'd be super awesome. But no, they gotta be all normal. Whatever. Ruin my day, why don't you? Yeah, this wall's so dark, I don't even need to actually change it. I can just leave it as it is, probably. But I might put a thing in front of it. All things considered. Adjacent surfaces. I didn't really need these docks, honestly. This thing can go away too. Less is more, yo. Like this crap here. This could actually get moved over here if I want. I don't know what for, though. Just something to embellish for no reason. Wait, did I miss part of this? No. A little embellishment's not terrible. Thanks for the follow, Rasta. Well, I mean, you could have a... Like, does the door open itself? I mean, like, you know how to set up a door, first of all, because I think a tutorial on how to make a door, or I can show you how to make a door, is what you do first. And then, as soon as the player opens it, or they're within range or like that, you play the animation of the worm thing coming out. You don't even have to actually have like a full animation thing for it. Just play an animation of the model coming out, and then play like a jump scare or whatever effect you have to kill the player. Okay. So like after the open command, then you just have it play the animation of the worm thing coming out of it, right? You have an animation of a worm that's, you know, attacking. You can also make a full animation thing for it if you want like a full animation grid, but I don't think you need to. How do I do it for Charlotte? Because I have a thing where she comes out of the smoke, and that's basically no different than what you're trying to do, except for instead of a door, I just have smoke. How do you do on this one? Well, I just added her on here. Right. Well, I did that too. Set morph target. Does she even have an animation? I guess I did give her an animation thing. You can just drag a skeletal mesh right onto the thing like it's an actor. I mean, it's just an actor anyway, right? And then position the skeletal mesh as you see fit. That's what I did here. I have a skeletal mesh on here and her hair, which is separate. And all I do is, you know, I check if the actor has a tag. This is just a trap collision there. Set the visibility on this character, and then I rotated the character just in case the player moves some weird way. This is just to make her appear and disappear. You don't need that. Yeah. I just play the montage. You need that part there. Play a montage in the skeletal mesh. And then whatever to damage him. So really that's all you need to do is just play the montage in the skeletal mesh. And just strap the worm right onto this. Alright, strap the worm right on there. Whoa. You can even have, like say you have a door, you can actually have like a black cube behind the door and have the worm come out of the black cube. So this way it looks like the door, it's coming out of the darkness. So like, let's see, I'll bring up a door. So like behind the door you can be like, okay, well I'm just going to go ahead and add a cube, right? And we'll make it black, whatever version of black I need. It doesn't really matter. I'm not going to keep it. We'll use Mike Black. Sure, that's not very black, is it? Yeah, it's black enough. Yeah, and you just make sure the cube is like the same size as the door, or behind the door. And then you put the mesh inside of that. So this way it's just coming out of the darkness. Right behind the door there, and strap a skeletal mesh to that. After your animation open, have him play the man montage of it attacking, and then whatever death effect you want. Obviously, I'm not going to add a cube to those, but you know. Oh, sure thing. I mean, if I have any problems with it. Most of it's just going to be timing to make it look good. The actual effect itself shouldn't be that hard to set up, though. That's the thing about UE. It doesn't take long to set a lot of stuff up. To make it look good, on the other hand, well, now that can often take some time, but if you just want to make it there, it's easy. I'm just going to grab a few more things and put them up on the hills and stuff so it looks like there's even more crap. And that should give it the feeling of there being a big city. With what Poppet can see. And like, you know, probably not less actors, but it probably looks way better for her. I mean, to be fair, even up here, she can't really see that far. It's possible I want those walls to be slightly lower. Oh, I don't know. I mean, again, Poppet can't really see half this crap anyway, so it's like a bit unnecessary. And obviously the city itself, because she's only going to see like, well, up here she wouldn't even see that. She's only going to be down the pipes. Like the highest you'd be would be in that garden area, but I got teleported somewhere. Fair enough. But otherwise, she's mostly only ever going to be probably see about this high. Assuming I'm even going to let her go out there. So probably this height is the real highest point she'll see. Which means I really don't need to worry too much about a lot of this crap. It just needs to look good in these 4 directions, and that's pretty much it. Are you? I mean, pretty certain the hardest type of game would be an MMO. If you're making that, ouch. I'll say ouch. If you're not making that, it could always be worse. You could be making an MMO. That's right. I'm pretty certain it's with a giant squeaky toy hammer, by the way. There are no greater ways to break walls. Well, that's actually incorrect. Sometimes blowing into bits is pretty fun, too. The Empress can do that, too. Well, that shouldn't be too bad by comparison to some of the things. But multiplayers... I don't know a whole lot about the netcode stuff, so I'm told it's difficult. And I believe them. I really do. I would be surprised if it wasn't difficult. I don't think this needs to be there. I think I'm just going to have that there. Just the whole, the menu system for it, the save system for it, and like the whole player controller system is going to be so much harder. Well, I mean, there's PCG stuff. You could try to random that. I'm told you can do it during runtime now. It's probably what you would go for. I tried the PCG graphs back when they first came out, but they were so unoptimized then, and it's not very good if you want levels that are more unique, because random levels are not particularly unique. They often feel basically the same. I used to be really big into randomization until I started really playing out the levels. I was like, I don't get the amount of different levels I think I do. Like, it doesn't play very different. I think this should be pretty good. Yeah, I definitely found it to be a problem. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. Yeah, second. Pretty much, Bard. Yeah, it's a real labor of love making games. I think you should always do it just because you love doing it, not because you expect to make money on it, because a lot of people ain't making any money on this. Or less than a minimum wage job. But if you just love doing it, then... Like, I do it as a hobby. I don't really get paid money to do it yet. Don't get me wrong, if someone paid me money to do it, I wouldn't say no, but... For the, you know, thousands of hours I spent on game dev, you gotta really love it. Granted, you know, I started as a hobbyist, so that does kind of... change the perspective on it. I mean, I came into it just as a, this is fun. As opposed to, you know, other people who come into it going, I gotta make a bunch of money. Nah. Nah, I wouldn't do that. Hopefully this game makes money, though. But this is... I've been in this for so many years at this point. I did take that 2-year break for health reasons. But... I started, what, 2019? Took a 2-year break somewhere in between there and then now. So I've been playing with it for about 3 years. And to say that I probably dropped at least 2,000 to 3,000 hours in learning game dev and just building games and things. An embarrassing amount in RPG Maker, so, you know, you can laugh at me for that one. It's what you should. It would be deserved. That's a good idea, Rasta. You're your #1 tester, so if you don't love your game, why are you making it? I mean, unless you work for EA or something, in which case, sure, whatever, but... That's an okay low distance. I can see enough of the city. Obviously, the Whimsy Wonders building doesn't follow suit with it, but I don't care about the building itself. I might get rid of the little spinny tops on it because it's just more pointless motion that isn't doing anything. This whole top area is pretty unnecessary. There you go, Jade. It's definitely a good idea to, you know, just... I mean... If you come into it with a mindset of it's fun and something you just want to do, you'll learn a whole bunch because, you know, you're not doing it because you have to, you're doing it because you want to. And, you know, in time, you might actually make games off it to make you money, but... You know, if you wanted to go from 0 to hero in the engine, it's going to take a bit. Because you got to learn, and then you still got to make your game. Guys, don't quit your day job. Never quit your day job in the game dev world. Until you've made it. Once you've made it, go ahead and quit whatever you like. But I would tell you how to make it in the game dev world, but since I haven't made it in the game dev world, I don't really think I can offer sage advice at that point. I might get rid of those little spinny tops. I don't think I need them. You can't even see them from any conceivable area unless, like... They didn't even look good. That's the problem. Like, if they looked good, we could talk about it, but... I think I'd rather just have some pipes or something on the building. But anything you can't see as the player... Like, you can see these gears because you'll be out here. Like, you'll see all this crap. But you're never going up here. I guess it's possible you could see the spinning tops there, but I'm going to design this area way later anyway, so I don't super care. If it's an area at all, it might not be. Oh, okay. Well, I'm happy to inspire. I'm hoping that my journey encourages other people to do the same. Though I do like to keep people a little grounded. But I do like it when people dream too. So, you know, I think you should dream big, but plan for reality. There you go. There you go, Bird. I mean, like, I pretty much wander to people's channels all the time and just see what's going on, and, you know, just cool, just to see what they got going. It's like, nice. Let me build the H-loads on this here, and then I'm going to run around a bit. Actually, I'm just going to build everything to save time. Just in case I need to build something else. I don't know what I need to build, but sure. Oh, nice. Got you back into Blender. Don't worry, Rasta. Game dev has a way of grounding you over time. I mean, it's good to dream big. My earliest projects, I dreamed of some stories that I eventually abandoned because I realized at the end of the day, I wasn't capable of making them happen. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you know, when I jumped in, I was just some noob who just started RPG Maker. I thought I could make some ridiculous epics. And what I wanted was clearly beyond my skill set. Is it beyond my skill set now? Probably not. But I have a project that's, I think, a better setup for keeping the scope much more contained. But I mean, a backrooms game isn't like, that's not the most outlandish thing I've heard. That doesn't even sound that particularly outlandish. A randomly generated backrooms game seems very doable. It's usually when people tell me about their massively multiplayer online games, I'm like, how many people are on your team? That's fair. I mean, it's good to be stubborn. When you're a game dev, you better be stubborn, because there's definitely going to be a lot of points where you're going to need it. Plenty of things are just like, oh. Nobody loves everything in the game dev world. I love most things. There are a few things I'm just like... Usually it's testing sound files for the right one for each area. Oh, it takes so long. After a while, my ears ring from all the noises. Well, with randomly things, like, I could see that being replayable, and it really depends on how much story. I mean, if it's a multiplayer game, chances are it's not going to be that heavy on story, right? I mean, it's kind of hard to keep a narrative together if everybody's at different parts doing different things. So you're probably better off with just like random lore in places like that, and maybe the occasional like start of the level cutscene or something. Well, there is some 3D modeling stuff. There is a model section, though my knowledge of it is terrible. But there is a whole model section that lets you do a bunch of things. And so I need to look into it at some point. Especially things like deforming things, and if there's anything to remove extra vertices and things. Pretty much, Jay. There have been a few times where I've been very unhappy with how things were going. Actually, about almost like a week ago, I think, there was a stream where I stopped after about 6 hours, and I was really upset with my game's performance that night. I was just like, this is not acceptable, because it was crap. It was going down to like 7 to 12 FPS at some points. I realized later that it was me trying out that weird fluid water, like the Niagara fluids, and that was really what was killing it the worst. But that set me down a path of optimization that's been going on since. That's just how annoyed I was. That's fair, Rasta. Yeah, I mean, my plan for like Blender is I just hope that Epic crams Blender inside of Unreal so I don't have to learn Blender. They keep adding new features. They have all this modeling tools. We're working on it. Eventually, we'll have Blender. Or good enough Blender for me, you know. I don't need full-on Blender. I'm more than happy to make use of things that already exist and just tune them. I think I need to... What else am I going to change here? I guess I need enemies in a few more rooms. And an upgrade system needs to be better done on the painting world too. Blah 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 painting world. I gotta remember to double check everything's in the H load too. Yeah, but there have definitely been some things there. Daz models in Unreal Engine have definitely made me hate my life on plenty of occasions. I'm going to need to replace her model because when I optimize the hair or something like that, it doesn't work with the cloth physics. It turns into these weird looping strand thingies. It's just a mess. So I was just like, all right, well, I'll redo her later. Goodness knows when you first import, you know, her particularly, like, everything is super off on her model. It's terrible. Daz has been a real headache. Now I don't import the hair attached. I do the hair separately, so I don't have to keep importing the models. I put the clothing on them because, well, women's clothing is difficult to keep on them. It doesn't, they're so rounded and everything like that. It just, you'll end up with way too many things peeking through. It's just, it's difficult. I think here is going to be like where there's a level you go back to. There's a lobby that everything ties to. That's fair. Huh. I mean, I imagine the story will probably be not the biggest for some kind of game like that, unless you have some real way to make people follow a narrative. It seems kind of not super necessary. Oh, I'm gonna have to have this character spawn in randomly things. Well, we'll start by having her spawn in her building. Right. Sure. Blah, 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 blah. Like, you know, in my game here, I'm not looking for some huge story either, because I know for a fact that there's not going to be a lot of space for it. And I'm not going to pretend like there is either. Oh, I didn't load up Annie first. Yeah. Usually backroom stuff is all about discovering new weird things. Like, it's SCP stuff. So SCP stuff is often about the curiosity of the unknown. Or a lot of times it's just simple objects that are made strange. So in an SCP thing, if you have been wandering like the back rooms for all that time, and you come into a, everything is just like empty hallways, and then you come to a room with a chair sitting in the middle of it. Well, now that's a curiosity, because you've established a world where things are so weird and off that suddenly a chair that wasn't, where nowhere else is a chair, the chair means something, right? People get all curious. Where everywhere else, if you just had a chair in a room, nobody would give a crap. You can often tell a lot of, stories that way and like that, or pique people's curiosity as they try to figure out what each of the little things does. Like I saw it when I played through Control, where like there was a refrigerator in a room, and it's like they had all these cameras and everything monitoring the refrigerator, and I'm like, okay, well now I need to know what the refrigerator does, because why do they need to monitor the refrigerator 24/7? I do. I should have put it up already. I'm just dumb, I guess. There you go. Should probably pin that to the top. I have a bot. So I'm a cheater. I'm a dirty cheater. I guess I'll post that on YouTube as well. So I appreciate the effort. I need to program the bot more. It's set up only for Twitch. Like I say, I don't even know why I stream on YouTube anymore, because the simple reality is that I barely have any views on it. And it just limits what I can do, but I also get the occasional person from it, so it's kind of, I don't know. It never gains traction. Like on Twitch, I have people who watch, and that's cool, but on YouTube, it's never got there. Gotta check the NPC on this one for this building system here. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Like this, I'd be better off just making videos for it. It's possible I might just ditch it. Yeah, pretty much, Bard. I just don't have a lot of free time for it, is the problem, because between regular work and this, I already don't have a lot of any extra time. I don't even get the work done, the regular work done all that well anymore. So it's like... Exactly, Jay. Like, that's the thing. A few people got pulled in, but, like, let's see, where are we at now? There's, like, 10 people currently watching on here with the... There have been like 33 people who swung by the stream. YouTube is currently at 0 viewers and 16 people have looked at it. And over the course of the night, it will probably have hit a few hundred on Twitch, and YouTube will be lucky to hit like 50. And not, like, it'll be like 1 to 2 people watching at best. I'm pretty much rusty. I need to do that too. I haven't done anything since I used RPG Maker. Otherwise, I just have the live broadcast of this, and it's like, not the most useful. Not the most useful at all. But, I'll figure it out. The Twitch thing caught me by surprise. It really did. I did not expect the amount of support this wonderful community provides. I had no idea. I expected it to be just like YouTube, where I thought everyone hated my project. That's what happened. I just thought everyone hated it. Streamed for YouTube on YouTube for like a year. I had plenty of time to go, this ain't working. But I just kept going anyway. Yeah, pretty much, Rust. When I first started, before the health problems on there, like, they were trying to push streamers, so I got a lot more traffic, and then I came back after like a 2-year hiatus of just the health problems, and they had changed their evil ways, apparently. Pretty much, Bard. Like, I estimate, like, from what I've heard, well, first off, the game dev space doesn't pay good money for ads on YouTube. I've been told it was like Bite Me Games was saying that per 1,000 views, you get about $2. Whereas if you're in finance, it's like $14 per 1,000. And that's because game devs have no money, so the ads are pretty worthless by comparison. Whereas on Twitch, I think you get paid about 4 times the amount, for all intents and purposes, would be my guess. Rough guess, because, could go a lot of ways. Depends if you just streamed game dev. Yeah, the crazy goals on YouTube, like, even with all the viewers I have on Twitch right now, I still wouldn't have enough hours to get monetized on YouTube if I could take all the hours from Twitch and put it on YouTube. Isn't that great? Oh yeah, like, it's dumb. But I mean, even people are like, oh, I got 1,000 watch hours, and like, actually I got 4,000 watch hours and like, 1,000 subs. They show me their check for $30. You'd have not too bad of money at all on, Twitch if you had that. It's probably a lot more than 4x the amount, in all honesty. In the game dev space, oh, maybe I can make an educated guess on what I think you would get for that. Not including whatever subs, because that doesn't count. Do I have some way to check my total watch hours? Or check my hours streamed? Engagement. Let me math something out real fast here. Old calculator. Oh, wait. I think you'd make about $150 on Twitch. It's probably about 5x if you had the same amount. Not with subs. I don't make that, by the way. I don't not even have 4,000 watch hours on Twitch. Like 4,000 hours in a 30-day span. Oh. I'm saying I estimate if you had 4,000 watch hours on Twitch in a month, you would probably make about $150 in the game dev space. Not including subs. Subs pay way better. Ads do not pay very well. But if you had that, you'd probably make that. It's pure guesswork, though. I mean, time of day can make a difference. Who's watching you can make a difference too. I mean, if someone from like a third world country is watching you, they're not worth as much as say someone from the US. I mean, it's just how it is. So if someone from like, you know, well, Western Europe, the US, Japan, maybe Australia, they're probably all higher paying, I imagine. If they're watching from Russia, you probably don't get anything because they have to use like, well, actually they probably VPN from somewhere, so you probably get something. China's not really supposed to watch Twitch, so you don't really get to factor them in. I don't know, it would depend on how valuable your currency is for, like how valuable you are for ads would be my guess. This is all calculations based entirely upon me having to guess from what little information they give me. But I have been at a sub, and that sub gave me 26 cents. And I appreciate wholeheartedly that they subbed to me just because they're supporting me, and that's awesome. But then I've also had a sub give $3.40, so you can definitely tell that the area difference does matter. Either way, I'm just happy people are, you know, supporting me, and that's awesome. It's so cool. I mean, I can't believe anyone's even paying, you know, to watch me work on something that I love doing. Amazing, but I like to be pretty honest about things too, and what you could expect if you got into the streaming world yourself. I think everyone should try streaming. It's fun. 9,000 watch hours in 3 years. There you go. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Oh, 45 hours to 3 to 5 viewers, every with 1 to 2 for each chance. Yeah, when you stream makes a big difference. I definitely don't get paid very well per hour. My stream time isn't very good for that. So, like, the time of year can make a difference too. But let's see. What was like the worst offender for just how little I get? Because I mean, it varies. Let's see, Wednesday I streamed 11 hours and 5 minutes. On Wednesday I made, that was $4. So that was not amazing, but still better. Okay, so on Thursday I only streamed 5 hours and 54 minutes. On Thursday I made 47 cents. Yeah, that's a better time. Oh yeah. But definitely, I think that we a lot of the late night hours really don't pay very well. So I like a really bad time if you want to try to make money. But it's also the only hours I can stream. So there's that. Because I have a regular job too, so I can't stream during that because, well, I have a regular job. But yeah, I mean, any money is amazing because, like I say, it just goes towards the game, makes it better. But I like to be honest with people. I definitely think that it makes a big difference on the time of day, though. Like, I would much rather be able to stream during prime time if I could. But I also have to work, so I can't do that. Let's see. I have to add an additional spawn onto these things if they're going to do it. Do I have this? If true, is the painting world true? I need to make another event called Spawn Extra. That's true. I'm terrible about that. I really am. It's because I mean, I still have to work the regular job, you know, basically I have a separate business that I run. And I'm still trying to work in this game and I guess slowly build my streaming up and everything too. So a lot of days are real long. And I'm terrible about it because on the weekend, what did I do? I was sitting there trying to find ways to optimize the game. I could have probably just streamed that too. A lot of it was me researching stuff, so it was not particularly the best. So I definitely need to figure out a better strategy for that. Well, if I can ever release this game, maybe I'll have enough cash that I can ditch the other job and just work on games, right? No, I have plans to release it. On building. And spawn actor of class. Spawn actor from class. I want an actor here, but building. Yeah, I probably should I don't know, like the streaming thing caught me so off guard on it actually doing well and everything, because I wasn't only planning on streaming like, 4 hours a night, like 5 nights a week kind of thing. That was my original schedule, and just like on YouTube, and I wasn't even going to be all that strict about it. But then I got so much support so fast on here, I was like, well, if that's the case, then I guess I'm going to stream, because even if, it doesn't make me a lot of money streaming itself, it just builds people up who are interested in the thing that I'm doing, which is already worth its weight in gold in my book, because, I mean, it's just... anyone who's excited about what I'm doing is just so cool. Gift a sub is when you pay for a sub for someone else. I've done it one time. I had someone who wanted to be a mod. I let her be a mod, and I don't think she's ever been back since. It's like, cool. Happens. But yeah. What I usually hope for is that like people take their Amazon Prime, their free Twitch thing, and they use that on me, because that's already, like, if you're not already using it on someone, it's like a free sub, and then you give some of Bezos's money to me. You can do it for any of your favorite streamers. It doesn't gotta be me, but that's usually what I'm hoping for, because then it costs you nothing extra if you have an Amazon Prime. If you don't got an Amazon Prime, then I understand. Yeah. I can try to tell you some of the things about what the buttons do. I've been learning as I go. There's plenty of things in the back end of Twitch where I'm just like, what does this do? Other people are like, you haven't set this up yet? I'm like, I didn't know that even existed. Bits are small amounts of money you can pay in order to do something. They're basically roughly a penny a piece, I think, what they are. They're like a little Twitch currency that can be used to buy things. And, I mean, I've never used them myself, but I have people give me a few bits, not many, like, I think like 10 or something, but still, it's cool to get them. I get excited by things. Async load. Oh. First off. Oh. Oh, thanks for the follow, Toxitica. Speaking of things I need to do for this, I need to make all my alerts like custom for my game. It's on the list. Yeah, it's definitely on the list. Cast actor. Hopefully characters are part of actor, but if it isn't, it isn't. Whatever. I know what you can do with that. And then as actor... Oh, I'm dumb. It's okay. I'm often pretty dumb, so it's fine. This needs to be a soft class reference. No, don't do it that way. Now change it. I don't want to watch it scan through every blueprint in there just to discover that it was only in that one spot. Get it, and convert to validated. What I was trying to do was spawn an object that already, a reference to an object that exists, but there is no object that exists, so I have to async load the class. And then cast actor. Right, and then from there I can take the actor and drop it in. This is so that it doesn't have the reference to the building. So, because, you know, I don't want, when like Annie spawned in the regular world, I don't want her to have her entire building reference here. Oh, Annie is spawn transform. Sure. Building transform. Oh, I don't need to do that. And then wrote this to a variable just in case. Building reference, I guess. Sure. I'm pretty certain there's a destroyed already, right? Do I have an undestroyed? We're loading for a second there. Can we go to it? We do this here. System event. Despawn building. Is it valid? We'll find out. If valid, I guess we'll just destroy actoring it. It's possible I'm going to want to do more, but I don't 100% know yet, so. Okay, so I probably need it destroyed. There's just destroy actor everywhere, but I don't really have it on destroyed. I just don't think so. Event destroyed, yeah. Slight delay just so it finishes. Like a second or something, it's fine. And then destroy actor. This way, everywhere I put destroyed actor, it'll do this. Thus despawn the building. I didn't have to do quite this much extra here, but if they don't have a building, it's not that much extra effort on it to do that. It'll just test to see if it has that, and if it does, it does that. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. Yeah, GD Bard. So, like, what the plan is, like, this is part of the system I was talking about, but I wasn't really showing it off. When you rescue toys, you throw them into the painting world, they spawn a little building in here when you come back. So, I want this building to spawn here when you rescue Annie. So what she does is she checks, way too fast for camera. She checks to see if you have unlocked her like that. And if you don't, she destroys herself. So I just leave her on the map and that's how I do it. Now, hopefully, she will then, you know, build it to spawn like that. I guess this is part of her building, so I'm gonna probably want to add this to that building in a second. But what I'm gonna do is test it by saying if she actually has it. I don't think I even have her yet. Oh. Not that game mode. Because there's like 2 points in the thing where you can rescue 2 different shopkeepers, basically. And the shopkeepers are supposed to spawn stuff in. And currently in the demo, you can play from the title onward through the demo, I'm pretty certain. But the buildings are just already spawned, and that's kind of lame. I don't have her unlocked, sure. Oh. Wait. Undo cut. I need the location of this. I was just trying to get everything set up for the actual, the demo to be perfect. So on here I can go to this, and now because I set up this code for the building here, what I'm going to do is when she jumps in here, I need to put this on here. I run spawn building if she's available. Spawn building here. Right? And then it'll check if she has a building. If she does, cool. It'll do something, otherwise it'll ignore it. And despawns the same way. If it has a valid reference, when she goes to be destroyed, it despawns the building. It will. Otherwise, just destroys the actor and moves on. So with that in place, I go to her and I find the building information here. And the building transform I'm going to want is the one I just copied here. Well, I just copied the location. The building reference is just going to be... I'm going to not individually change it. Oh, never mind, that's not what I want. This is the thing that we changed here. This is where I'm going to have Annie's arms. Sure. It's the right size, right, too? Like, I didn't make it special size, right? That's the right size. This needs to all be added to the blueprint, honestly, so... I'll probably just redo it to be a little bit different, but that's okay. I don't super care right now. As long as this part's gone, I can test it just fine. Alright, so with this ready... I go save this here. I'm going to jump maps to the other one. Actually, I could just add my having her. Yeah, whatever. I'll just go back to the this one. Hell yeah, the hat's awesome. I decided I would give the little Annie dolls a bit of lore. Like, they're all fighting for that hat, and whoever gets the hat runs the shop. No, really do I. So Annie's on just absolutely hates you because she's literally just an enemy, but she has the hat, so she runs the shop. But just because you rescue them doesn't mean they aren't crazy. It just means that she's cursed to run the shop. I'll put little hints to the lore and things like that, just dumb little crap. Then it's not going to be deep, because why would it be deep? I mean, it's just dumb lore to go with the weird thing. I mean, the shopkeeper might be more interesting than some, but just having them all battle to the death for the hat's awesome. She'll take a moment to spawn because she's the last on the spawn order. There she is. Oh, that's right, I don't have a sanity problem because I put permanent lighting on. Can't be lifted, huh? Okay. What's the thing there? Can be lifted. Can be saved. Yes, didn't trigger, but I don't care. That should be all I need to pick her up. Yeah, there's this whole system I made for that, and it works, except for it just doesn't spawn the buildings. Yeah, but there's a lot of little dumb crap that isn't in there, like the story stuff's not in there yet. There's, you know, the shop system's not really perfect yet. It'll take a little bit of time to get there. So, you know, there's no, like, tutorials explaining how to do things in the game. You just kind of do your thing and that's it. So, there's lots of, like, quality of life things that are missing. But overall, you could play the game all the way through for the most... Well, you could play the demo all the way through. Up to beating Voodoo. Actually, you can literally rescue Mini Pop, and you can also get Oliver's key. Oops, I put her head away. So you can do a couple events beyond the demo, but not much. There's no cool effect for rescuing them at the moment. You just throw them through the thing. Well, she spawned, but she didn't spawn her building. It's okay. But I mean, I already have the like I have the, actually I guess I'm on the wrong map. I have the system to upgrade the weapons as well. I decided that I was just going to upgrade the stats of the weapons when you paid for them there, and then I was going to lock away the extra abilities for weapons in the various goodie boxes that are just floating about. These boxes here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a thing on them that explains where you can find the key with some sort of a clue thing. And so I'll give you like each of the first abilities for the thing, and then you'll have to hunt down the others if you want cool extras. Basically more keys. Admittedly, most of the keys aren't currently in it, but... So like if you happen to go to the storage room, there's like a key in here too. Hidden back here. And this gives you the full super ability. If you take that key and you go all the way over to like this room here, it opens this box. In which case you get full super thingy. Assets I plan on buying next. I'm doing my fab wish list, basically. That'll tell you exactly what I was thinking of buying. Alright, so my current wish list of maybe things I had them separated in no Black Friday sale because I was trying to pick. What's going to be next? Oh yeah, my fab wish list. Well, this never went on sale. I kind of wanted the Cyber Steampunk Museum, but I don't think I'm gonna. I might not end up getting it. I made a bunch of other stuff already. Probably not making that one there. But I need some sort of sound effects thing there. I really like this Beyond Wonderland music, which is. I really gotta wait for a sale because she charges like $90 for it when it's not on sale, but only like 20 something when it's on sale. So let's wait for that. Steampunk character collection will be useful for when I get to the city stuff. This Halloween music was pretty cool too. But yeah, it's gonna be those things. There's some cool steampunky mech things. Stuff that will really help out the city stuff that I haven't got to yet. These are also steampunk squids and things like that for when I get to the water areas and things. I could actually show you some of the cool things I think would be interesting. I'll just bring up Fab and show off some stuff that I'm interested in. I don't know why I clicked that, not necessary, but let me bring up the Fab wish list here. We could probably listen to the Beyond Wonderland music and see if it actually, you know what? Let's do that. Because you know what I want to know? I want to know if it's got copyright problems. And I might as well put it on a YouTube stream because I'll find out real quick if it's got copyright issues. Hopefully it doesn't, because I won't buy it if it does, but it sounds awesome. And you can listen to the whole thing. So we're going to listen to that while I do this because it's just really cool. And I have some ideas for where I would use it. Yeah, look at that. Look, yeah, right. What in the world? I'm pretty certain her SoundCloud just has it, so it's fine. It's got so many tracks. I'm looking at things like these for the city. They're kind of cool. I can crank up the music a little bit too. No, it's already pretty loud. So, not all the tracks are going to be useful, but still. Whale Submarine, where are you at? I mean, that's not at the top. You'd think Whale Submarine would find it. Terminal engine? Nope. Maybe it's gone. Okay, so nice space bar. Nope. Oh, that one's not appearing on the thing anymore. Well, I didn't like it anyway. I also want stuff for when I eventually make the other games in the city. Because I'll have toys of the various things like that. Like I wanted these guys. For the more mechanical area. Buying them in a pack is way better though. So, yeah. Steampunk Scorpion? Hell yeah. I'm not sure I want this one, but I have it on my radar. It was just called the Toys Pack, just for a lot of weird toys. It depends on how toy-like I make the place. But I might want to make it where it's a little more macabre than that. Yeah, exactly. They do have a very dwarven automaton feel. There's a Halloween horror music pack. We'll listen to that afterwards and see if it's copyrighted as well. I don't know why I have this one on the list. It looks terrible. So that one shouldn't be on the list. Like, it's fine looking, but it wouldn't match the game. So I don't know why that's on there. We're gonna skip the Steampunk SFX because whatever. That's true. It just doesn't really fit, and I don't really know why I need it. I think I just put every steampunk mech on here just to see if I was going to use them. So I might want those too, just little toys of those, like little models of those. Yeah. This one says Cyborg Scorpion. Didn't I already have a Steampunk Scorpion? Oh. I don't want this. I have no idea what's on there. Fair enough. I don't always know why I have things on there. These are ones that were on sale, but I passed them up, so I didn't really think I wanted them. Oh, this is some weird doll thing. I don't know if I like it, but I have it on the list just in case I like it. For the more demented areas later. I'm mixed, because it doesn't have a lot of cuteness to it or flair or anything interesting, so it's probably not making the cut, but it might. I think I can run a search for Clockwork to find this. Some of these things aren't very easy to find. I wonder if they got taken down. Yeah, okay, we'll pass on that one. There were steam-powered generators, but I don't think I want these either anymore. I used to. See, when you type steam-powered generators, I expected to bring up generators. Yeah, whatever. I like these dolls, and I kind of really want them. If I can find them. This type of weird knitted doll as one of the other options. For like weird little city dolls and things like that are just wandering around. There's a whole bunch of random ones that I think are kind of cool. I obviously would buy them in the packs. But there's a whole bunch of them that just kind of have that. Yeah. Like, look at how fun these are. Like, why wouldn't I want these? And there's just a bunch of them, so I wouldn't want to grab them, but they were not on sale this time around. If this were actually like set up to be Movable? Maybe this would be kind of cool, but probably not. Nah. I wanted this one too. Same person made this group of dolls, but I mean, they looked so cool. I don't know why I wouldn't want them. Later on, for when I make other stuff in this world, I want this pack. But I don't want it for Poppet Quest. I just have it on my list of things that I want. It covers a lot of mech thingies, but some of them are obviously very not fitting for this, but I want them for the world. That's fair, Animosity. I definitely wait for sales. This one goes on sale for a lot less, so I'm definitely looking at this. Like, it'll be like 150 or something when it goes on sale, but it has like 10 different characters, so when I actually get to making other games in the world, we'll talk about this kind of stuff. It has like a Mimic too. But they don't fit for Poppet Quest, so I don't really care. The only thing that would fit for Poppet Quest is this really cool spider. But, well, also this guy would probably fit too, but it just seems unnecessary. But it's on my list of things that I kind of want. All these things, I just put everything I think is kind of cool. I most certainly want this one for the game. This has a really fun, you know, wing set too that moves around it like that, and also a fun balloon pack too that I like. So, for their clockwork wings, or what I'll use for the chariot. That's very Bard. There's a pretty cool Mimic on the marketplace actually. It's free. Well, it's not the normal kind of Mimic you'd expect, but no. This is just a free character. Unreal Engine character. Sure, and then we go to free. Where are you? There aren't many free ones. Where were you? Second. You know, I'm just gonna find it in my library because it's easier. Oh yeah, the flight one is most certainly going in the game. Not even a question in my book on that one. It's just, it wasn't on sale. A lot of assets I wanted weren't on sale, so I just said, okay, it's fine. Whatever, I'll get back to it. Oh yeah, I definitely have it. I got like, I think I've actually picked it up like 2 or 3 times in the process of getting other bundles. I usually give it away when I get it because I already have it. It's kind of like, cool, but I don't need it, guys. Thanks. Oh wait, maybe it wasn't a Mimic. No, it wasn't. It was just a bookhead monster. Not what I was thinking. Where was it? There was a cool Mimic. There was like a grandfather clock Mimic, I think is what it was called. That it? Am I right? Nah. Oh, I don't know what it was. Yeah, the bookhead monster's free too, by the way. That's why I have it. I would never pay for it, but you know. Reaper animations. Why do I want Reaper animations? I have questions. Questions that involve me not being able to find it. I mean, you know. I have Industrial Mech Pack twice. I don't care about that. I might want these for like a more broken area. Because I do plan to have a secret broken area. That search engine is horrible. Where are you, smiley creatures? Like, all these things were easily findable a moment ago. So many questions. Huh. Well, I'll find it in my library then, because apparently Fab is difficult to find things on. Library. All. Is it in my fab library? Oh yeah, I found a random fox and he was kind of cool. A bunch of things seemed kind of cool. I was going to go through them and test them out because they were free. And at $0, I was like, yep. I kind of want to give Poppet an octopus plushie hat. I don't know for what yet, but it's adorable. And I seem to really like hats for reasons I don't understand. I'm just saying. Where did it go? That's bizarre. I got it for free off here somewhere. Yeah, I should download the other one there. Huh. I just don't know what it would be. I mean, technically the Emperor lets you go underwater. It doesn't really fit the whole motif of the Hanged Man because the Hanged Man does generate bubbles, but I guess if I took the hat and put a crown on it, it could be like an emperor or something. It'd be an adorable emperor hat. But I don't know. Save this off there so I don't have to deal with that. Sure. I can import it and see. Most of the other ones aren't that good. Apparently that's not even on there anymore. One of these days I want to make a game using this. I don't know if I'd actually use it in Poppet Quest or anything like that, but there's a grinding kit thingy which lets you do all sorts of sliding around the levels and everything like that and grinding on pipes and things, which would be pretty fun to grind along all the various pipes because it's a steampunky world. But I'm probably not going to ever do this. I just thought it was cool. I'll probably watch the demo for it even for that matter too. You ever like Jet Set Radio? Yeah. That's kind of most of the things I was looking at. Most of them are... I mean, the Cyber Steampunk Museum I didn't bother to pull up, but I'm not sure I even want it. So what it's probably going to be is mostly the figures out of that, and then some of the random music. And I'm not even sure if I want a lot of the music. I just was looking at some of the things as maybes. I remember there's a couple tracks in this thing that I wanted, but I'm not even sure I was going to use it because I'm not sure I'm going to do a Wonderland thing anymore. I think I'm going to do more of a Neverland thing. Yeah. There's, oh gosh, what was it? Let me pull that up. So it was like, creepy girl animations, I think is what the one I got was. App search thingy sucks. So I might want things like the creepy doll animations. Basically, this person has a whole bunch of animations that are very good. Asylum stuff would be pretty good. Basically, ways to make things seem crazy. They just take a long time to make. The simple reality is that they're usually so cheap to buy that, you know, you're paying less than $1 per animation and you couldn't make it for that. But I thought having more creepy dolls wandering around, you know, like going crazy would make sense because the curse is supposed to be driving them crazy. So if they're like their idols were more crazy, it would be a lot better. Also for Poppet being crazy, something like that would probably be also good. Am I going to get that? I don't know. It's not high on the priority. It wasn't like the creepy girl stuff where it was literally, or sorry, ghost girl stuff that I was using for Charlotte, where it was literally her attacks or how she moved. So it depends on how insane I want to make them. In a perfect world, I would have access to all this stuff, make, you know, the fine touches of things. But I really think the reality is I'm looking for maybe a handful more character models, sound effects, and maybe a handful of music tracks, and then voice acting. I think I have everything else I really, truly need. Like, if I wanted to release the game right now, it mostly, I could probably live without the characters. It'd be sound effects and voice acting would be the things I'd want the most. Yeah, just designing all these would be a lot of effort. So just having random creepy things would be way more interesting. It would add a lot to the world instead of them just standing around being like, you know, all normal. Well, I'm gonna have to get like the females voice acted. It's not like I could voice act a female. I mean, there's AI voice acting things, but the thing about those is they don't sound good. Like they just lose a lot. You can tell it's very robotic. So I have to finalize the script before I even waste my time with that kind of stuff. But yeah, exactly. It's just like, why did I make a game with all female characters? Mistakes were made. That's because they let art me decide how things were going to go, and not, you know, game dev me, who was like, hey, wait a minute, how am I supposed to do this for? So yeah, it's kind of I found someone who was charging like $5 per 150 words. However, actually, I could probably just bring him up, honestly. Someone who could probably do a good job. Let me pause this stuff here. Where are you at? I have so many things up here. Yeah. The AI voice acting just doesn't have the inflections to really help out, I think, is the issue. I've tried the things there, and it sounds okay, but it just it doesn't pick up a lot of the emotion to voices. You'll get a lot of garbled crap. It just doesn't sound right. I tried a lot of testing just to see if I could pull it off, and it left something to be desired. And that's putting it real kind. Real kind. Where the heck did I put that? But let's see, not that one. Like, I think the cheapest person I found that would probably do an okay job was this person here. Yeah, I mean, everyone can. It's just like say that you can tell when someone's trying to fake a female voice. It's just not very good. The AI voice acting, I mean, yeah. But yeah, you see it's like $5 per, 200 words. Sounds cheap. Okay, sure. But wait. Now you get down to here. Full broadcast rights. Okay. That's cool. Commercial rights. Yeah, that's cool. And every time you upgrade these things, like the numbers go up. So it's like, I guess they don't go up that much. So it's not even that bad for this one. So each person would it'll probably cost that much money. You got to buy this every time you pay them too. So you got to get all your words done at once. Otherwise, you're going to owe every time. So it's going to add up for everything. So this one's like the cheapest person by far. Some of the other ones I've seen are just, yeah. But I could play with things for that. Like, she's okay.
Maybe you should fall in love with me instead.
I'll make this right. Just tell me how to make this right.
You can't fix this.
Please, just get.
Another serene day spent aboard the abandoned aircraft. The excess silence gives me much time to think about things. What could my creators be planning for me?
How many lives of the innocent have you burned in your wake? How many times have you heard their cries and shown them no mercy? Your pride is your biggest asset, and so ultimately undeserved. You really believe you can conquer any storm? Well, here I am!
She's coming back. She's coming back. Any minute now.
She has even more, but for the price tag,
If it's a battle you're seeking,
I've already won.
if you're trying to prove something,
Then don't allow me to stand in your way.
Nothing you do is gonna stop us.
we are not giving up.
And if you think you have what it takes,
Then show me. Show me.
What you're made of!
yeah, for her price tag, she's amazing.
you're too good to follow instructions.
A child could do that!
But even as you always had my full attention, I never had yours. Even now, you can't even look me in the eye. You just keep staring down the barrel of this gun.
It's really, really nice here.
It is. It's very nice here. What's your favorite thing about this place?
The hills have a bunch of flowers on
Oh, I did. I saw the flowers.
Yeah, she's got a lot of them. She's done pretty well, so I'm probably going to be giving her money in all
I was
honesty,
the
because
very first one in my family
I did a lot of looking.
to accomplish anything. Unfortunately, I was also the last.
Hey! Where are you going? You're gonna get yourself killed! I can't keep running from this. I have to make it right. Make what right?
Hey now. Where are you headed off to in such a hurry? I don't know. Wherever I end up, I guess. Sounds like you've got it all figured out. I'm in no mood for jokes.
Though my time here was brief, it was very meaningful. Even if I am to disappear from this world, in the present moment,
If you're looking for a fight, you've come to the wrong place. I don't have time for this.
I don't want to fight you.
I want answers! What more could I have done? What more could I have sacrificed for you? Oh, sacrifice! You sacrificed for me, you poor thing! I gave everything for you!
YouTube's just going to hate me. I can hear audio in the background. I'm screwed. But still, probably who I'll go with. Yeah. Yep, she did not hold back on that kick. It's true. Yeah. Never hold back on the shin kick. It shows how much you love them. Your voice is more from graspy old man to a kid? Pretty much, yeah. That voice acting would be cool. I mean, yeah, you got the talent for it. It's still acting at the end of the day, but quality voice acting makes them. Everyone's just like, I had a lot of women who say they would voice act Poppet for me. Okay, now I don't want someone who's sitting there reading in a conversational voice, like just their normal blase, boring voice, in these like climactic things happening. It's so like they don't have any kind of feeling behind what they're doing. It's just like, and then their audio quality sucks. It's just like, oh, you have like a what, $30 microphone you're recording with? I did not put all the time and effort into this to make something so glaringly suck. Like I gotta, if I'm going all the way, I'm going all the way, you know? So that was kind of a thing. And then it's like, okay, well, cool, but what do you sound like? Because I always go, hey, yeah, well, maybe you're good, you know? And then here it's like, oh, I see. Sometimes free is not worth it, by the way. No. Funnily enough, a couple women have wanted to date me, and then they wanted to voice act Poppet. That was weird. I'm just like, no? I mean, I might have dated him, but even then, but still. Just because I would be dating him, I would not have them voice act a character like that. They can voice act a nobody. Plenty of nobodies, but Poppet's got to be not like that. She's got to be very good because she's going to have the lion's share of the talking. You definitely need a passion for it. You just got to be the chosen one. That's right, yeah. I mean, you got to get started somewhere, but I don't really want to have someone get started with my project unless they're just legitimately talented, you know? Like, I mean, if you're real good, great. But again, I didn't go to all this trouble to shortcut something like that, you know? I want it to be very good. Exactly. I mean, if you have no credits to your name, but you provide me like a demo reel of like that's really good, I don't care. Like, I mean, it's fine. You could be the person. It's just you have to be good at what you do. Like, I mean, I don't want something that sounds like they recorded it in their bathroom with a $30 microphone. Nobody wants that. I spent $150 on my microphone for streaming, by the way. If you're a voice actor, you should have at least spent as much money as I spent for streaming on your microphone, right? Yeah, these are right. I do this all the time. You have to do a class. You don't do the object because there's no object to load. And then it gets the class of the thing there. You have to get the actor class because you can't go directly over here because this is an object class reference and it spawns an actor, right? So you have to cast the actor class to get an actor reference of that. Not fair enough. But I might have forgot something. On building. When I got sidetracked. There's just a lot of things that need to get put in here, and then despawn building, I want to have that too. I'm going to need the whole thing figured out. I don't want multiple copies of the building. Hyperstimmy demands it be capitalized. That's fair. I mean, you know, as long as you can put together a good product, you don't have to be great at any one thing. I think my best skill is in designing things, like arranging stuff in ways that looks good versus any one other skill. That's often where I tend to shine the most. I guess I should see if we're even getting to the spawn building stuff first before we're even there. I don't think I actually saved after rescuing her, which is unfortunate. I'll make certain to save after rescuing her. Well, no, wait. Technically, I would have saved. I jumped through the painting, and the painting is a save. I think it should just be able to start at the level. I could also just add everything there. Yeah, I mean, I also didn't start out as good at all these things. Over time, I've developed the skills, too. Because, you know, I just didn't have them. Oh, game mode. Here, despawn building. Let me go to Poppet's stuff here. I'm just going to add Annie's onto the thing. She should spawn. Because I don't really want to have to keep grabbing her. I mean, technically, well, that's dumb. I don't gotta do that. I could just go over here and put it right by the painting exit and just throw her through the painting every time. Same thing. That's probably a more accurate test, too. True. So true. Oh. Gotta load the level real fast. The people roles in the Discord while I'm doing that. One of these days I'll point some Discord mods or something. I'm really ever bothered yet. I mean, I just, you know, tell people I'm good at something, and over time I just got good at it. I mean, over the years I just kind of built skills up too, so there's that. I'm just going to grab an Annie's on and drop her right here. I know when I first started, my artistic skills definitely were not on the level they are now. That's for certain. My programming skills were a joke, but for the longest time I just had like, I'm like imposter syndrome on so many things, where it's just like, oh, I don't think I'm all that good. And then I put out what I did and people are like, that's amazing. I'm like going, I guess I'm better than I think, right? Over time, enough people say that. Even RPG Maker was the same way. It's just like, okay, well, I'm doing all these things that are just so cool to people. Clearly I must be better than I think I am. Oh, nice. I'm glad someone is. I'm not. Double check that she has that there. It's possible I forgot the reference. I do that a lot. No, I had the reference. Okay, well. Let's see where I messed up. Two. Normally I put them at varying points along here, but the simple reality. Oh. I don't know why it auto defaults that there, but it wasn't telling it to do that. It was going onwards. Oh, is a pin correct? Yes, that okay. For some reason I thought the node was correct, incorrect. I guess I misread that. You're right. My bad. I guess I just let the whole is that async load class correct. I somehow missed the asset pin in there. Listen, I'm from the US. Public education here is not the best. Reading skills, you know, that's for other people. Boom. It's a start. Now I need to put all that stuff inside the Annie's on building so I don't have to do that necessarily. Oh, it's definitely not valid. We're not doing that. That's dumb. There have definitely been more than a few times where Twitch chat has caught the stuff that I had no idea. A couple times they've just solved the problem for me. That I was just like the room problem. And I don't think I was not even on the right track to solve that problem. I was like, Jesus, really? That's the problem? Oh my god. It was, yeah. It's because I was scaling the room thingies to make the box fit the room. Scaling it here instead of using the new transform I created that was just for the collision box. It was making all these things look like pylons. They were just like all, like actually zero fast. It makes them look all weird and out of things like that. Nothing was spawning in the right place and I couldn't figure out why. And I was so far off on solving that one. Really nice Twitch chat. It was just like, but this. And I'm like, oh my god. So right. Thankfully, the system shouldn't be too hard, except for doing the shop thingies. I guess unless I just spawn every item they can sell. Am I doing that, though? I don't know about that. probably just gonna drag these in there. Manually do it. Need to redesign this building a little bit. Do I even want a door on it? Look at the door things here. Can I think I need to expose the name there. I don't think you can get access to it otherwise. That doesn't quite do what I want to, does it? Well, might. Doesn't really hurt to expose it on spawn anyway. Sure. I don't private it, that's dumb. The opposite of what I want. Oh, that's right, I was listening to the rest of that other thing there. So I don't think I even want the Wonderland thing now. I don't know what I was thinking with it, but... What was it on? I don't even know. Oh, whatever. Onward. That's right. See. Not that I'm not good at anything. I am good at nothing. And just... When everyone else is sitting there doing something, I could successfully do nothing better than them. Yes. Even if that something is nothing. Right? If I was the door, where would I be? I would be there. Oh, we like to capitalize them. I thought I could have designed this building a little better, but that's okay. Like, I'm not expecting too much. It's only about 1.4. I think I have this strange desire to cram Alice in Wonderland things into stuff that don't need to have it. Like I said, I'm probably going to do more like Neverland type of stuff anyway. Because I have great plans for that. Because I pretty much have discovered that I can put pirate hats on whatever I want. Or just put different outfits on things and suddenly it's a whole new thing there. And it would totally make sense if Charlotte was literally just playing dress up with her dolls the whole time. Like you saw a lot of the same dolls but dressed differently. And therefore they're now something different. I'll pretend. Seems a lot more playful that way. I don't need quite as many models because it's not like I'm recoloring them. I just, you know, will dress them completely different. Because Pirate Patrick would be awesome, right? Who wouldn't like Pirate Patrick, right? Pretty much come to the conclusion that you could just put extra hats on Patrick. Just like with Poppy, you put new hats on Poppy. Oh, that reminds me. I almost forgot. It has been deemed that it would be cute for a Poppet to have an octopus plush hat. And so we must import it to see if it works or not, or if it's like really cool, if it's just the lamest thing ever. It's probably going to be in the Emperor, I guess. I'm going to import it to the Fab folder, that's right. So I know who to credit later. I just give it the exact name. For the folder anyway, even though it's Squid Plushies what it says. Whatever. Really, it's in 2 pieces and it doesn't even have the stuff? Who designs this stuff? What about textures? Is there a better import method than what I'm doing here? Where do you get the textures from these imports? I'm curious here. Maybe if the textures folder is in the same directory, it'll find it? That's an incorrect assessment I just made. There's got to be a better import method than this. Sure. Usually the FBX files have all the stuff tied to it, so I don't have to do anything special, but... Import textures. I just type text, I click the textures over there. Yeah, it doesn't, does not import them. Huh. I'll import them myself then. I just wanted them attached to the right thing so I didn't have to manually do this myself. Kind of lazy like that. It says using the world grid material. That's bizarre. Or doesn't even have a material. Good enough for me. Okay. Doesn't really fit any particular one though. I mean, unless it's like the Emperor or something, I guess, for like going underwater. Try a better one for going underwater than that. Got the squid thingy fit. We'll make something up. I can always change it later, so I don't care that much. Unless I want to give it to the bubble wand. Honestly, the bubble one could be temperance as well, for that matter. It really could. It's about slowing things down. I don't know what the hangman would be, though, if I did that. But temperance could slow everything down, as well as, like, or actually be used to, like, slow down various objects in the environment, and also be a wand that slows things down by bubbling them. I gotta admit, that does kind of fit temperance pretty well. That's true. 1 second. I got a list of tarot cards to look at here. So, well, it's not going to be that. I have the Hierophant already. The Emperor is the one that lets you go underwater because it provides protection. There's like none that are really specifically tied to water, are there? Not really. Temperance is probably fine. I think I'll swap it for Temperance. Oh. One moment, please. We need to re-import that as a skeletal mesh if possible. Well, I guess I don't have to do a skeletal mesh. I could just do a... Well, it doesn't need to be a skeletal mesh. Unless I'm going to make it flop around or something, but I don't think I am. Because it's not any particular thing, so it should be fine. I have certain ones that are designed to be visible and ones that aren't, but I know that I can do, actually those are using material properties, so I can't just mix them up. Damn. I'll figure out a better way to do things. Anyway, I was still making custom tarot cards too, and I haven't done that yet. Oh, I see. Because it's treated as a character, that's why. And the reasoning why I did it that way was, so when Poppet dies, I could launch the hat. That was a big thing. What did I copy here? I copied that, yeah, okay. Why does it need a priest sphere? I don't know. I get the feeling that's way too big. We'll find out. Let's see. I definitely don't need this for the game anymore. I had an idea for an area. I'm not doing that anymore. Still. I know what I was doing. I think what I was saying, I was like, all small train of thought on that one. Quite right. Weapon equip graph. I'm just gonna put on the hanged man for now and change it up. It might still stay as the hanged man, and temperance might be something else. I don't know yet. A little too big and terrible, but you know, whatever, we're getting there. It's a start. It's just really big. Else I want to do with it? Not really. So let's load her up. Oh, the collision. You're honest, well, I guess no collision is fine too, honestly. I don't really need anything special on it. It's not checking for anything. Sadly not, Animosity. Sadly not. I have a regular job. I work a lot of hours. And then at night I do that. Okay, well this is not ideal yet. Also she's not holding that very well, but that's okay. So let's do this here. Maybe someday I can at least upgrade to being like a full-time streamer or something, but probably sooner than being a full-time game dev. But who knows? Maybe if I get a bit of like some funding from somewhere like a mega grant or something, that would work. I'm just moving this in the other thing real fast because it's quicker that way. I can't really scale it though. I definitely need to scale it up and move it forward a bit. One day, though. I believe. I believe if you believe. This needs to be huge and floppy. Probably. Would depend. Like, there's some people who stream there and they get a lot because they're popular somewhere else, or they've released some project that's just really liked. But yeah, it's definitely not the highest paying category, I imagine. It's getting there. I was surprised she went down some. Mistakes were made. Yeah, like, I think if I can get a game that's popular enough, I might be able to get enough. I mean, because I'll always be trying to release games too, so that could also be some value as well. Plus, you know, maybe I'll make some money off some other things too. Who knows? It's on the list of things to try. Let me launch the game again real fast so I can reposition the hat a little more effectively because I want to lower it a bit. We'll definitely see. I was really surprised at how much money I was suddenly making off of. I didn't expect it to make anything. And don't get me wrong, I'm not making like some huge amount of money or anything. Quite the contrary. I think I was making like 44 cents an hour or something when I last looked. But still cooler than it was, you know? My quest to get like 22 different hats for Poppet continues. Yeah, I've seen some people join the category and they'll have like 600 plus people, but they obviously have views from somewhere else. The actual category itself does not have that kind of viewership. Not that I've seen. I guess if the squid had a little rope hanging off of it, then it could be the Hanged Man. We'll see. I just don't know what else I could do for the Hanged Man. Things might get changed around a bunch, I have no idea. I guess if that's the case, I'm just gonna leave it as I gotta close it? As the Hanged Man, and then maybe I'll change it up later. Rename it to the Hangman hat. Yeah, we'll see. I think if I can release a game that does well, I can definitely start looking into maybe seeing a bit better viewership. But all in all, I mean, there's still people who are like, you know, hanging out and chatting with me and watching things, and that's already, you know, amazing. So. But I probably only average like 8 viewers, so it's not like I'm... No one's quitting their day job, let's put it that way. If anything, the way I plan to get money is to try to release, or try to talk to publishers or get Epic Mega Grants or things like that. Once I have like a really solid demo. Because, well, it's pretty much the best I can hope for. And if later on it can turn into something more cool. Otherwise, it's just more money towards the thing there. Like, now I have to make less money for the game to work. Which I think is good, you know, because I just use the money to make the game better. Oh, I was improving Annie's ons now. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. Right back. If I was doing a more of an innocent game, I think this would probably be pretty good. It's just not. It's just not that innocent of a game. Nah, man. Nah. I'm probably just gonna comb through the Dark Fantasy Studio stuff and find a bunch of tracks from that. Maybe I pay for some custom music, but I don't know about that. It'll depend how much money I have. And I don't expect it'll be some disgustingly large amount. So we're going to operate under the whatever gets it done strategy. I can put some little things inside here, like maybe a little chair for her to sit on. Maybe some little counters for things, I don't know. I made it quickly just as a placeholder. Oops. I also have to have a bunch of stuff that she spawns to, but I'll put that separate on her thing there, because not everyone who has a building needs to spawn a full set of stuff. And she'll probably randomly spawn. I don't know how I'm going to handle exactly how her shop works out. I don't have a built-in shop system, so I want it to be simple, like Zelda style, so there'll probably be a table of if you've bought her things and she'll sell you other things. Maybe. Guess I might as well get to building something cool for her, you know? It's out of scene. We'll call this front lights. My feet hate me. I should try to stand 5 hours out of the stream. Just because it's not healthy to sit all that time. That's really been the hidden benefit of streaming. I don't eat a lot during streaming, or I'll have like a light snack, which means I usually skip a meal. But since I started streaming on Twitch, I've actually lost 10 pounds. And you know what? There's probably a good 20 more that could go away and I wouldn't mind. They're effective. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I can get behind this. "10 out of 10. I didn't want those pounds anyway." Game dev secretly a healthy hobby, but only if you stream it. I'm dragging Anizons into the world. I can see what it looks like with the crap on it. Might be too big. Oh, it's not bad, I guess. I don't hate it. Wait, what? Oh, because they're movable, it's gonna have some problems? Sure. Wait, what is it movable in? Just the seam was set to static. There. Did it complain anywhere else? No. Did it complain there? Yes. Why do this? I don't know. That why do this. Just set it all to movable. We live in a movable world. With no pesky static anything. Gross. Imagine static assets. Sure. Gross, you got me on the stuff. I don't want to hear that. Be gone! Be gone, foul ones! There's another one I want to listen to too that I was thinking of maybe getting that's better sounding than, or more fitting for the game, I think. Let me find it on old Fab. I can test and see if it too is, well, if it's copyright issues or not. It might be. Dollar Horror Music Pack 1, but oh, Horrorine. I guess I misspelled it. Anyway. Oh, see, this one's called Horrorine over here, but over here it's called that. You know, listen. Make up your mind, people. Make up your mind. Pretty much. Hmm. Yeah, I'm probably going to stick with the Dark Fantasy Studio stuff. I just don't think I need to buy any additional music. I do need sound effects, though, very badly. I don't have much that fits the theme of what I'm doing at all. So it's mostly voice acting, sound effects, and maybe a couple more models will be what I go for. After that, I don't think I need much else. And technically, if I want to cut the voice acting out of the game, I can. So if it really comes down to it, I can escape a lot of cost there. I don't know, 180 is not too expensive. I mean, if I just pay her for the commercial rights and all things, it only costs me like an extra $10. I can go and, you know, use it in all these things. Seems reasonable. I'm gonna put something up there too, like inside or something, connected to stuff. I can get behind that. What I'll probably also do is every time that there is a point where there would be talking, I'll just put in a dialogue thingy that you can skip through, so I know to put dialogue in there. I have a placeholder stuff too, just as a joke, but that seems like a lot of extra effort. These don't connect well at all. Connect a lot better on that side. This doesn't seem anything like I was expecting. Explain yourself. I think we ran out of Halloween music. Fair enough. I don't want to hear the other ones. We'll go back to the other. I'm probably going to stick with Dark Fantasy Studios stuff. one, I really like their stuff, and two, it's already paid for from Humble Bundles. Sure, someone else probably used it somewhere, and, you know, nobody likes them for having done that, but, you know, fine. How dare they use the stuff they buy from Humble Bundle? Damn. The nerve of some people. Sure. It needs little shelves and things here too, like a little pad for her. Just like, you know, make her seem like a terrible person. I mean, because she is. Saying. I like to describe her character as saying that she would literally sell all of the other Annies into slavery if it would make her $1. Because she's evil. I mean, she's just flat out evil. There's nothing, no ifs, ands, or buts. She's just a straight up evil character, but because of the curse, she has to operate the shop. That's it. She's just an evil character. Eh. I like the idea of having a character who's clearly a bad guy, but forced to, you know, perform a service because of it, you know, the fact that you just happen to, some arbitrary thing screws him over. And not like, you know, it's a major service. You're not changing the world or anything, but, you know. Oh, that's right. Oh, it's a scene out of furniture. What? Oh, I was like, something really didn't add up there for a second. I'm like, huh, I see. I can't say I've ever seen, heard Pirate Games stuff, but if you have fun stories to listen to, I mean, that's enough to get people there, you know, to hang out and hopefully pay attention to what you're doing. I mean, I assume that's all it takes. Now put this in like the center, about the right height. Jesus. What did the guy make that made him so popular? I mean, is he just that great of a storyteller? I have so many questions. Oh, I see. Yeah, that would do it. That would definitely change a lot. Yes, just a little. Sadly, I have no involvement with Blizzard. I once sold someone at Blizzard a magic card. Does that count? I've sold magic cards on the internet before. And I definitely sent it to One Blizzard Way, which is where Blizzard headquarters is. That's the extent of my involvement with Blizzard. I played Hearthstone. Does that count as well? Yeah, I think if your game becomes popular enough, you can get enough fans and you could really get people into your streaming, but I think that it's going to take a long time to really get to that point. Oh, nice. Yeah. That's cool. I mean, you know, someone's got to do it. That someone might as well be you. Mangoes Project. I do not know what this is, but it sounds delicious. For obvious reasons. Oh, wait. That's dumb. I definitely need to drag it into the blueprint. Not just wherever. Okay. Now it sounds less delicious. I was really excited before, though. That's like a million years ago. Talking like Dawn of Time stuff there. Damn. When the first age, when the first man opened a game of WoW, I was there waiting. With my own private server. Something like that. Get that old. The game was much better back then, before we got to the early times. That's a big joke. They always tell me how much better WoW was in the beginning. Now it's always worse. Which means that if you showed up, like, from the before times, it must obviously have been better then, because that's the rule of WoW. I don't know, I don't get out much. I never got into WoW, that's true. I considered it, I tried it. I had a girlfriend who really wanted me to play it. And I just never got into it. I just found the combat really boring. The world was fun to explore. I love Blizzard's humor. That's true. But I could never quite get into the, what amounts to almost like a rhythmic combat of just hitting, you know, a macro, basically. It's like, Or dungeon running. I don't understand how people can do dungeon running. Yeah, I'm married. I suppose that's fair. Imagine getting married. Who does that? Psh. Just weird. Marriage. Psh. What's next? Children too? Pff. Nah, man, nah. And that describes exactly why I never got married. I was sitting there going, you know, I legitimately can't name any marriage that's gone over 4 or 5 years that wasn't my grandmother's marriage. Not a one. I don't know a single person. They're all divorced or their marriages are too new. So soon to be divorced. It's like, man. When I thought about that, I was like, you know, maybe I don't ever wish to get married. My parents were divorced too, so, you know. Don't get excited. They were divorced as well. I think I'll put these along the walls here, so you can sell a few things. That's fair. I live in California. I'm happy being single and staying that way. Yes. Yes, indeed. No amount of money. No. No thanks. I'm good. Well, yeah, no one would be okay with the amount of game dev I do. Kidding? Holy crap. They would hate me. They wouldn't be my girlfriend for very long, I imagine. Yep. Well, I also tell women to, you know, shove it when they try to order me around. It just makes them stay longer, honestly. I explained to someone the single most successful pickup line I've ever had was, I would never ever date you. Do you know how much that annoys a woman that you would never date them? Do you know how many women are like been crawling over like, you know, tables or whatever to take it any way they can to try to get me to date them after I said that? It's wild. I just didn't want to date them because I didn't feel like dating. It's pretty funny that happens. I want Annie to have a little counter here. Evil little rodent that she is. And I just put the various products on the tables here with a light in the center. You can buy that. I almost have a shop table that spawns one of the random items for, but I think I just spawn items. That'll be part of Annie's special code for herself. To be fair, I guess Fortuna will also need it. I don't know for her, maybe it'll just be all the upgrades are just floating about the whole time. That get pretty weird though. How many levels they'd have to have? I could just make an item that sits there for X, like every time you do it, it costs more, and I just have 22 of them. And every time you have a tarot, it spawns. That's probably easier than having an individual item that just upgrades the stats like this by 1 level. Maybe. Not insanely necessary yet. So where's Annie spawn at? Right there? That means this building's like way far back. Why no? I can get some information off her. Go ahead and copy that real fast. Copy that. Right there, okay. I gotta make a system so that they don't spawn again once you get in the first time. Some items don't do anything, like Nightmare in a Bottle does nothing at the moment. You know what I also need? Fat stacks of money behind her. She's a greedy little rodent. I'm gonna make her so rude. It's gonna be great. That's how you make a memorable shopkeeper. You just make them, you know, give them the weirdest back history ever, or backstory ever, and just, you know, make them just rude and absolutely hate you. So, you know, pretty much like most minimum wage people who are working a terrible job. Unless you're in California where the minimum wage is like 20 bucks or something an hour. Obviously, then it's not the worst. What about circular? I mean, there's a lake water body option. That's circular. I would choose that. Assuming you're using Unreal's, you know, water system. Yep. Sometimes I have much wisdom to impart. It's not very often, though. Most of the time when I say it's really dumb. And nobody should ever listen to any of it. That's what I tell people. Probably true, too. Yes. I have brought sage wisdom this day, yes. Wisdom gleaned from many, many years of... Okay, not that many years of messing with this, yes. Feels like many, many. I am so happy that there are coin piles. No. These are things that I have not experienced. Yes. Hmm. Okay, this looks like a good thing for Annie's on to sit on. Who is this Crimson person? Yes. I don't get out much. I probably should. But I don't. I have to go free Annie's on, right? I'd say overall the building looks pretty good for a random shop. I'll add more to it later, but... Oh. I'll add him to my follows then. Check him out when he's live or something. I gotta go and look at a whole bunch of people on their live because all these people will raid me and then I haven't even visited their streams and I feel bad. They're on my list of probably, maybe, sure levels of visiting. Does it? Nice, nice. Oh, this one's spawning way over here. It's very bizarre to me. And that's how you get all kinds of people who actually watch your stream. At least something. I know, as game devs, we're not supposed to release things. That's against the code, but you do. I'm told people will fall. Probably. You just see it now, you know. Someone's like, do I release my game in Steam? He goes, what do I do? He's like, stick to the code, man. Stick to the code. Work for Pirate Software, right? I mean, it's in the name. Clearly it must have worked. Oh, wait. What I need is right here. Oh. Let me put an Annie's on out there so I can rescue her. I mean, you can just start a stream on Twitch too. You don't got anything special. It's just if you want to add the other stuff, but most of it doesn't even matter unless you're, you know, monetized. Things got like so much more complicated behind the scenes once I was like monetized. Before that, there was so little I had to do. Not really. Most of the settings don't even exist until you become monetized. I kid you not, like you have like maybe 10 to 20% of the settings, and then you get monetized, it's like there's like a bajillion of them. I'm like, okay, alright, what do? And I would push buttons and see if it all braked. I don't really like her position very much. I also feel like she should be sitting on top of a pile of golds that's so big that she can actually reach the top of the counter. I have plans. Got a bit of time to spend on this, but that's okay. I don't have many shops in my game. I have like 2. Yeah, when in doubt, just stream, right? Worst thing that happens is you get some followers. Oh no. Depending upon when you stream, you know, people like me will raid you too, because you know how hard it is for me to find anyone to raid? Most of the people have like flat nothing going on. Like half the time they're not even doing game dev, they're just in the category, and it's like, man, I want to raid someone. And it's like, nope. I don't know anyone at that point. I just raid random people, usually the ones with 1 viewer. Because as long as you watch yourself in the background from the control panel, that counts as a viewer. So if you're not willing to keep track of your own stream enough to look at your own control panel, I ain't raiding you, you know? Like the bare minimum. But that's fair. I just talk to myself. I mean, I'm sure you've noticed that I'll just sit there and start telling people what I'm doing. Even if no one's here, I'll just keep talking. And that's because when people swing by your stream, if nothing's going on, no one's talking, it's just like dead silence, you're probably not going to keep anybody, right? And maybe they think what you're doing is really cool, but I just kind of keep talking. Also, it helps me talk out what I plan on doing, so I know what it is I'm going to do in the future. A lot of ideas sound way stupider when I say them out loud, so it really helps. Yeah. So I just chat. I mean, I started putting music in the stream again. I stopped doing that for a while, but with YouTube, of course, I have to be pretty restrictive on what I use for music, but all this stuff is just stuff I got from Humble Bundles anyway. So I have the rights to stream it. Well, there you go. See? You start talking to yourself. I just outline all the ideas. It's also really good for coming for a pitch for your game, because you just sit there and just, you know, say it out loud over and over and over. And pretty soon when people ask, you just verbatim say what your pitch is, because you've been practicing it all that time. So that's what I found. I guess she's not on the right map. I'm not going to switch maps yet. It's like way up in the air. Yeah, it's just it. I just tell people that the reason I stream is so that I can talk to myself, and everyone will think I'm actually talking to stream and not that I'm crazy. They'll just walk by, it's like, oh, he's streaming again. Yep. The same principle as giving, like, you know, a crazy person a cell phone. People will just think they're talking on the cell phone. No problem. Ah, sure thing. I'm glad I could help. I just tell everyone they should stream. I just think it's a lot of fun and has really helped my stream, my game dev. Whoa, 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 whoa. Got feisty there. Actually, that's fine. Not tall enough. Gotta be a little more imposing than that. So she's standing on it. Color gold. Yeah. The hope is that someone swings by and goes, "Oh man, that's awesome," and they start chatting with you, and you know, they get excited by your project, you get to talk about your hobby. I mean, you know, it's just, why wouldn't you want to do that? It seems so good, you know? Getting people interested in your game is pretty challenging. But I think everyone really wants a story, you know, they want to know how you arrived at each situation, so they kind of, you know, we'll get into it a lot more if you, if they're there for the journey, you know? Which is good, because, you know, one of the hardest things about getting, you know, into the game dev scene is really just getting anyone to know who you are. But if you chat enough, I mean, any way you can get it done. Some people do YouTube videos, some people stream, you know. Some people aggressively post their crap everywhere and hope it works. I don't know. But honestly, I think that a lot of people just want like a connection to someone, like, you know, a legitimate, like, talk to a real person, because there's just so much fake in our world. Granted, for some people that's, you know, things like going to OnlyFans, which is bizarre, but it really shows that that's kind of what they want, right? I mean, that's really what being a streamer is, you know, trying to connect people, getting them interested. You're selling them yourself, basically. That's what streamers do. That's almost like a friendship in a way. I mean, it's not quite like a normal friendship because, yeah, you know, you're not going to like the local bar and hanging out with them. If someone really wants to come all the way to me to hang out at the local bar, we'll go hang out at the local bar, because that's just a thing, you know. They're gonna hang out in my bushes outside, they better at least cut those bushes first. Seriously, they could use some gardening. Just saying. That's fair. And I was a big part of the RPG Maker community for a long time. They were just people I liked to hang out. I took all of them with me, the good ones, so, you know. There really weren't that many. Okay, I took a lot of them. There might have been a couple I didn't take, but... a lot of not great people, and some great people. I should put an Annie's on the map, so I have an idea of where I need to position her, so she can sit on her little pile of gold. Oh no, drama is great if you want. I mean, there's plenty of people who, you know, drama sells their game. Personally, I would prefer to not do drama, but, you know, I've definitely seen people who it's worked out well. But if you're gonna do drama, man, I don't even know. I don't really recommend it. I've seen it work out for people, but you got to be careful on what you do. Basically, don't go the activist route. Nobody likes an activist. There you go. There's my best advice to everybody. Don't be an activist. Nobody likes that. You will make no friends. Nobody will want to play your game. Honestly, being persecuted by activists will make you more fans than it'll cost you them, from what I can tell. Basically, you want to get canceled. If you get canceled, you're more likely to get people, because nobody likes the people who cancel people anyway, so far I've just found it turn out in their favor, as weird as that is. Yeah, I find it tiresome. It's probably why I let the RPG Maker community. It was just like they literally were just it was all the people who had any real skill left, and all that was left were the people who were never going to make anything, and who just really would attack people for being not part of their little political in-group and not they were never making anything. It no longer was a game dev community. It was so bizarre. I'm just like, I don't care what your politics are. What game are you making? That's not a game. What game are you making? Like, I'm literally asking you to tell me about your game. Any game dev wants to tell you about their game. Okay, like, that's just how it is. Most people won't even listen about your game, so if someone actually willingly asks, of course you want to tell them. So that's a red flag for me. If I ask people about the game they're working on and they don't want to say anything, unless they have like an NDA or something, like if they aren't excited to tell me about it, I have to wonder about them. It's like, is your game terrible? No. There's no good world where, you know, a person would be unexcited to tell me about their game, unless it's an NDA. Yeah. It's very nice. Good people in it. Way more good people than expected. It was just like, I had no idea. Just I see. So you spawn and she falls and then she spawns the building. The building spawns too slow. Interesting. I forgot that gravity would factor it in the brief moment that she would be unable to do anything. She'll fly. She's not moving anywhere. No. No. Not acceptable. She has to be in both worlds, and the other world I do not wish her to fly. Actually, I'm gonna do this. Actually. Painting world. Branch. Do this. Do this. I'm gonna set her to flying. Only in the painting world. Hey, Brainfart Studio. I definitely am. I did a lot of optimization. Now I'm working on a shop system where the shop system already exists. It's just I want the shopkeeper to spawn their own building in if you rescue them by taking them to the painting world. So it's a system that I need to work on, but I haven't made it yet. But the demo is playable from start to finish, so that's something. I mean, the story's not there, and there's no cutscenes or anything like that. And a lot of the upgrades could probably be done better, but it's still playable. Oh, there's no tooltips either. So you have to know how to play it. It doesn't tell you. Right, cool, you do these race to each other? Sorry for taking much. Oh no, you can. Don't worry about typing too much. Type away. You can't talk too much in my world. I mean, it takes me time to respond to things sometimes, but type away. Yeah, you don't need the game animation sample. That's literally just if you want some specialized cool movement, that's about it. That's right, I made something. I'm very excited about it. It's getting there. The demo is closer than I think. There's some things that I'm meant to work on, some menu stuff. Like there's a lot of polish that needs to happen. But a lot of the main game is there, so at least for the demo. Obviously, beyond that, I have some maps beyond the first area, but yeah, those don't have anything going on yet. Instead of flying, if it's true, so she doesn't fall through the world. And if falls, just move on with life. Now my super greedy merchant is sitting on top of her gold pile. And this makes me happy. Because she's obviously too short to, reach the table, but with enough gold built up, she's got this. I need a system to spawn items into it, the ones that she's got going, but we're getting there. That's the first of the 2 shops I need. And then the other one I need is Fortuna's one, which needs a lot of work. For now it's just a little crappy graveyard. That's okay. I'm definitely going to rework her. She can use so much work. I don't really want to use this particular doll for her, but is that in there? I shouldn't call it Fortuna's either. Probably call it something else. Doesn't even look like a fortune teller thing, but I don't care. For testing purposes, it can stay there. Then this will be the other one there. I still have to set up upgrades for the other weapons too. I could do a playtest run. A playtest run that takes about an hour. Aha! Yeah, a bunch of game dev music I've got from Humble Bundles and stuff, so it's YouTube safe. Very important. So I rescued her, and there she is. Perfect, perfect. It's backwards, by the way, but listen. To start. I guess not every track is entirely chill. That's true. But definitely not a lot of lyrics in it, that's for certain. This game background is... Oops. Honestly, the rescuable toys might just be like weird versions of the other ones anyway. After all, there can be lots of versions of the toys. Why in the world? Validated yet on this here? Be none of this access none crap. Should switch the building, not the other, right? This works. Fortuna doesn't even have any kind of anything. But since I don't need an actual true shop system, as far as like you don't buy directly from them, I just need to give them dialogue explaining their stuff. That's kind of about it. Alright, but coming up, I might actually switch to sitting, because it's been 5 hours of standing, and that's usually about how long I can go before my feet are just like, but why would you do this? And I'm like, no, buddy, I don't know. Those two will get the job done for what I'm doing here. It's just I need to basically go there and set up correctly what their dialogue is. Set up some kind of a system that limits what you can buy from them. And he could just randomly spawn various things on our table, so I need the table positions too. I don't know. No, I'm gonna switch to the sitting position there. One second. All the things I wanted to do. I could work on AI too and also put enemies in areas. I guess I don't have to actually build the shop thingies yet. I mean, you need to make a new specialized item that's for level ups for weapons. And also add level ups for the weapons. I mean, I already have the ability to it. It's just doesn't do anything for most of them. Like, it's like, okay, cool, but eh? Work on Voodoo's fight. God. I might place enemies instead. I'll think about that one. Oh, I gotta work in this room too. This creepy room. I got lots of crap I need to do. think I get rid of the whole distance to player thing. Because it makes it more unpredictable. Can also randomize the spawn timer. It's fair. Actually, I'm going to set it here. Maybe like 20 to 30 or something. I don't know. I don't want it to be around too long because it kind of takes some of the fun out of it. Then you gotta wait forever for it to leave. But I do want a little variance. I'll have like a 3 seconds on either side of it just to kind of make it a little more interesting. It's the range thing, so she's just wandering around randomly. Of course, that runs the risk of multiples of her. Not very good. I gotta put so many upgrades in. I made all this stuff and there's so many more things I gotta just add into the game that just isn't there yet. Triple Stitch Patricias? Oh my god. Is the world even ready for Triple Patricia? Probably not. It's like way up in the air. Like a staircase. Nice. And this room's just a break room. Also want to make the landmines not helpful, but I think the landmines are slightly broken too. Because you can't even find the mesh. Like literally off in La La Land. Unreachable by anybody. Yeah, you can't reach it. I already see like 500 or something on their launch, just so they're a little obnoxious, but not like blow you into the sky obnoxious. Can't use them all the place otherwise they're basically a shortcut. Painful shortcut, but a shortcut. Really need to do once. Taking forever to build that. Got this. Guess I should stop messing around and actually mess with the AI too. A little better. Price to loading the city is pretty high though. Hey Lepus, how's it going? You're just in time to see me messing with the partitions more, I guess. Right. I don't think it was. I think 5.5 had a lot more bugs, but to be fair, I just didn't encounter many of 5.4's bugs, so I guess I could have bugs somewhere else. I know the game animation sample was pretty buggy, but that was experimental, so I'm not even sure anybody should use that. You're not going to because you're doing 2D, so that doesn't even matter. 5.5 has some weird bugs with splines and that rotation bug. That's megalights though. That's megalights pretty good. Might not matter for your project though. That's fair. I mean, 5.5 will get better, but you know, you don't need it. No need to waste the extra resources, right? Yeah, I think I just do that and just toss in a few extra things here. I really gotta work on AI, I don't want to. Should probably do it soon though. Put the last upgrades in places, a lot of item work needs to be done. Balancing. You know, the people who said that like were like, oh, I can't put like hundreds of lights in an area. I use it all the time and I haven't seen you roll smearing, but I mean, every light's enabled for it. But I also don't have like 100 lights in an area. I mean, I might have like 5 or 6 or whatever, something like that, but Lumen's pretty crappy without it, so I found it to be pretty good, all things considered. Alright, problems with 5.5 definitely don't involve megalights. They involve, well, just a lot of weird bugs that it has. That reminds me, while I'm at it, I don't know why it has that as a thing, but I'm gonna go ahead and do this real quick here. And disable nanite on everything. All the skeletal mesh stuff? No thanks. Nah, man, nah, man. Doesn't work with DirectX 11 anyway, and DirectX 12 just tends to crash Unreal Engine and use a disgusting amount of RAM for way lower frames. I don't understand why you'd use it. But Nanite has not helped. So we're pretty much wagons east on that one. We're just undoing Nanite. And we're waiting, and we're waiting. It's taking a long time to undo this. It's okay. I can wait it out. There we go. Takes a really long time apparently to undo it. Still saving assets. Just takes a long time. Don't know why. Apparently nanite skeletons are... Yeah, about that. So basically I need to do AI for a bunch of the enemies to make them better. I need dialogue in there. I need tool tips or something. Basically, a lot of menu work that's going to need to be done. I'm looking forward to that. Gotta remind myself how to use the UI nav thing. Definitely don't need this one. Yep. That's fair. I recall you mentioned you had a problem with the French keyboard and the key bindings that were in English or something like that. I see. That's fair. I wanted an Empress puzzle here. And my keyboard appears to be being terrible. Probably just needs a charge. Why is the same validating asset over and over? So many questions. Huh. So right around now, traffic just completely collapses. This is like one viewer, which would just be me. Oh, back to 2. What if I try streaming earlier? Right in the middle of the night, there's just like a literal, like almost nobody. I think the main reason I actually usually stream this time was people would raid me during this time. I get a huge spike in traffic and it would cover the fact that there wasn't a lot of traffic. I think the kid soon, yeah. After about 6 hours, if there's like no other traffic, I'll probably just end the stream and move on with doing other things, because I mean, you know. I appreciate it. It's definitely that. I mean, it's also the holiday season, so you never know. But I've definitely found traffic to be pretty light around now. Pretty good early on, though, so it makes me wonder if I really should just be starting earlier. Maybe I'll test that tomorrow. I'm caught inside this one. Plans could also go sideways too, for that matter. That'd actually be way better than this. True. Need another planet to expand. Problem is none of these really move to the side very much. What am I going to hold them up with? If the potted plants make sense, I do want to do something with the Empress, but one side it's just more of a horizontal growth. But I get the feeling it isn't going to work here. There's vines. that even work? Keep saying validating asset, that's weird. I'm just gonna try enlarging it and see what happens. It's an idea, but I don't know. I might need to do something a little more interesting. I could definitely make things that are more horizontal, make more interesting Empress stuff. So. Oof. Can't really see it. That works. I'll drop that explosive. That's just gonna be ghetto. I can't have all the leaves themselves because the leaves themselves are gonna be too hard to walk on. It's kind of neat, but it's also not that convincing either, so I don't know how I feel about that. Also overwhelmingly dark. I want to say that for somewhere else. Some more plant related, because there's no reason for this stuff to be growing in this way. Ugh. Definitely, apparently allergic to game dev or something. Well, actually, mostly just coughing and hacking up. That's allergic so much, but it was, kind of a coughing fit there. Yes. Okay, so grab one of these keys and put it there so I can easily have it available. Am I putting this in Altar of Worship? Suppose it's fair. Let's say this one here could be whatever this one is. Too long. I want to walk these down behind. Well, like walk the Empress abilities down. Like not give the explosives or the healing immediately. I'll probably give healing in this one. So let's set that up so the game is better built to do what I need it to do. More tired today than I was yesterday for some reason. I'm kind of lazy all day today. I don't know why. Wow, maybe not totally lazy. Did some work, but not as much as I probably should have. That's always true. There's just so much coding that has to get done. Wow. There's a bit of design work too, but a lot of coding. Alright, so how did I set this up for the Fool? At super. I do not remember. Oh, I did that, huh? Okay. I briefly looked at them. Just another system to tag things, I guess, except for it's done inside of a file instead of, or it's saved inside of a file instead of, just as tags on the actors, right? I couldn't see much purpose with them myself. When I looked at them, I was like, but I have tags. Why do I need more tags? Anyway, what about him? He says looking for something more interesting than what he is currently doing. Suppose it's fair. Also an option. I mean, it's not like tags are terribly inefficient to start with. I pretty much just wrote it off as another system that kind of did the same thing, only made it more complicated. Like, I already have something that does what it does, so it's like... I mean, like many things in UE, there's a lot of ways to do things, and... whatever gets the job done, right? I definitely did not have much use for him. I guess I'm doing it this way. I suppose there's only going to be a few more upgrades, so it doesn't really have to be too many more, but it's going to be really tedious to add them all. That's fair. I'm, as far as I can tell, unlikely to adopt them, but... If you like them, I highly recommend much of their use. Yes, yes. Yes, indeed. This method is terrible, but I don't really want to retool the whole thing just for... I only have one additional level because there's only 3 buttons on the controller besides the jump button anyway. So... wow, 3 buttons for their going to use for most stuff anyway, so I'm not going to have multiple levels beyond the 3, I imagine. It's already a lot of abilities. Yeah, I remember the person using them as status ailments or something like that, and I'm just like, fine. On the Emperor? Deep viewers. Oh, great. That guy. You'd think I'd have all the names of the tarot cards memorized by this point, but I don't. This is the most awful thing to have to do. It was fine when I first started it. Having to manually put these in just for that's not great. But again, I'd have to retool the whole thing in order to change it at this point, and I just should have made it more expandable. Damn. Damn. Oh well. It's not like there's much else involved with it. If every single tarot card has 2 abilities extra, that means you're going to need 66 tarot cards for all of them. That's a lot of tarot cards. That's probably too many tarot cards, but at least you won't run out of things to find, right? I could just, you know, click to add. Is there a shortcut for that? Add element? No. Damn. That'd have been helpful. Oh well. I'm almost done. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. What I really missed were objects that, you know, JavaScript had. Those were so great. I realize structs are kind of like that, but structs have so many problems with this that I try not to use them. Except for the save info, I do it for that because I don't hate myself, but every time you do any changes to it, you gotta basically delete every single one of them and then add it right back in, because when you package, UE won't accept it. And it's like, but UE, it's the same struct. I know it's not. Okay. It's like it's taunting me. It believes it knows better. To be fair, most of the time it really actually does know better, so I guess I can't really fault it too hard. Better than me. We're on the star. No, this one I'll just be able to put every single upgrade I want everywhere to unlock the other abilities. Now I just need to set the other abilities up. I just set the Empress up to lock out both of its abilities, so this way you have to actually go earn them. I guess it doesn't have a super mode. Well, yeah, that's true. UE 5.5 is, well, I mean, that's the epic strategy, right? Make all these new features and just label everything as, you know, beta or experimental, and then move on to the next things and just keep releasing more features and never ever complete the previous ones. Just so they can advertise the newest engine has all these cool things. I don't know, I mean, like, the bugs I have with this one aren't even with the new stuff. The bugs are with the splines and rotation. Two things that are very generic. Splines are just a mess in 5.5. So, you know, normally I'd agree. That being said, every time I upgrade, it's because I really want one of the new features pretty badly. That's true. That happens a lot. I wish I could just plus a bunch of them, but because it's a map variable, you can't have duplicate names, so you can't just plus over and over and over and then fill them in. Gives an error. It's annoying. And 66, and that should be every upgrade necessary on those. Technically, if I lock out every ability, but, well, no, I'm giving you the Empress ability itself. That's fair. I just really needed Megalites for my project, and then the previous one I upgraded because I really wanted the animation system. That's it. Those are my reasons for upgrading. Yeah, the splines just have some weird crap with them. I've seen a lot of things break with them, but happens. Yeah, the game animation sample, all the animation stuff from that was pretty much amazing, and the reason why Poppet moves as she does is because of that. I like the new version, but I haven't bothered to stuff it in the game yet. That was before I learned I could just reparent. Pop on thinks I actually copied all the crap from the game animation sample into there, including all the functions and everything. Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm making a third-person game, right? Perfect for me. It's everything I want. I was like, you mean Poppet moves like she's like a real person? Holy crap. Yeah. I would say gas because it stinks, but I like it for even though it's a broken mess. Okay. I was like, hey, wait a minute. Where's the desktop audio of my Streamlabs? Oh, okay. It's just being stupid and got scrolled down. Ah, yes, the original gas. Yep. Everyone knows where they came from. Oops, I did normal paste. Not normal paste. I'm not sure I want this one necessarily here. Oh man, I'm gonna force you to come all the way back here for a heal? I'm a horrible person. This is gonna make the game so much longer. I'm gonna reboot the level here real fast. Keep saying validating assets. Yeah. I found it to be pretty good overall. It definitely is, I mean, it's got some bugs, but we've seen how well it works for Poppet running around. It's been pretty good. Honestly, what I want them to do is fix their clothing simulation thingy. And I have the old one back that actually worked really well because the new one's crap. That's fair. I mean, yeah, it's an animation system, so if you're not really animating anything, it doesn't really do anything. Really what it is, like, you know, first person, you don't really animate much in first person. Not a lot of point. Not sure why you would use that. Yeah, not really. Alright. Yep, you'll see some arms sticking out. About the best you're gonna get. I blocked the Empress behind 2, right? And this one will be behind 3, so you can blow things up with it. You won't be able to play Bomberman very quickly at all, apparently. You can also put it in Annie's shop. That's fair. Shouldn't have been too hard, you just move the camera, right? I would never do that. You have a female character, it's much better to have your female character very visible. I don't know why you would ever want to make her a first-person character. That seems terrible. Might as well just make a dude at that point. Hierophant has no upgrade at the moment, so I can't really do anything with it. Weirdly enough, Temperance is probably the one that's change that around. I don't think I'm locking out any other abilities because only the Magician has other abilities. I guess Throw can be locked out. It doesn't have a super. I wonder if this will make the upgrades too slow. We don't need the Magician 2 anytime soon, but I guess where am I going to put it is the question. Also, where's the Empress 3 at? And the Fool needs a second ability as well. I never did render the other versions for this. So I guess I can give the Empress out over here or something. Well, not over here, but I didn't change the item name, oops. Not really gonna work otherwise. I suppose after that I can actually go through and do a test run of the game with all the changes. That's true. I'm gonna take a quick bio break before I do that, and then I'll do a test demo with like the game and just see where we're at, because I mean I've been at it for like 6 hours. I might as well see what's going on. So I'll be right back. Okay. Before I do this test, a few things got to be changed so that it plays out the way it's supposed to. First, I got to remove all these game modes that are designed to let me go places without actually getting dropped at a player start. I changed the mode here too. I clicked it, guess not. Alright, change all the stupid modes so I can actually play the game without it breaking. I also... I'm not gonna change this outside spawn. I'll just assume you can buy them. It's easier that way. What's this? I have questions. Are you? Oh, it's an arrow off of Finka. Okay. I had so many questions there for a second. I was like, I'll follow the rules in that I'm only allowed to gain abilities if I have unlocked that shop. Not that there's anything there. Actually, wait. There's actually a key here. The Handyzon doesn't do anything at the moment, right? Holo Records cabinet key? I didn't put anything in the Holo Records cabinet key. Wait, never mind, that's... Okay, her shop doesn't actually do anything at the moment. I can give her a health upgrade or something, just so I can have some reason to go to her shop. She gives you an item, so there's that. But let me add at least something that makes it more interesting, like a health upgrade or something. Or maybe a couple upgrades, just so there's some reason to pick up coins or something. I should actually remove all the gem upgrade and so it's just make them coins instead. Because I don't think I care about the gems anymore. Unless I want gems to upgrade tarot cards. That's true, I can do gems to upgrade tarot cards. Just to double check that that's all correct. I mean, I'll find out midway through and just play the game as though it worked otherwise, but you know, I'd prefer it to be, you know, correct. Well, first off, they're called crystals, so that would have been dumb. Second of all, let me make certain it actually does what it's supposed to. What about gameplay tags? Yeah, but gameplay tags wouldn't really help much here. It's looking for the, it's checking Poppet's player stats for whichever one it is, and then pulling the information from that to see if she has enough. It's for her coin, no, it's for one of the currencies. Right, fair. There's a lot less you could do with them, though. They don't have as many nodes that do things. This is just a string. I definitely found they had a lot of weird limitations. I did not think they were usable for anything particularly, but it's true, you won't have that problem with the mislabeling of them. They're really easy to use a lot of nodes for. You can just, you know, pull what you need out of stuff and don't have to deal with writing into files or some bizarre extra system they have. Basically, they don't bring anything to the table, but they require a lot of complexity. Other than you might not misspell something, which is not worth the effort. What I don't have is... How do I set up to buy? I haven't even looked at this stuff here. Must pay for it, that's what it was. It's right here. Pesky alcohol. Oh yeah, it's a dialogue thing. Okay. Sure. Item cost, sure. Add dialogue, sure. Can I afford this? Is the one I'm looking for. I was gonna do a test, but first, I guess I want to do this too so I can have upgrades. Okay, so it's set up to just find whatever it is I... Oh, nope. Switch on string. Coins. Crystals. Not the most ideal method, but as always the case, make it work and then make it better. Later, after, you know, everything's already working. Yeah. I don't need a whole extra variable for this. I guess I could have a whole extra variable for this, but whatever. Poppet's got enough variables everywhere. I don't think she needs additional ones just for this. So false will go there and true will just move on. There's only 2 currency types anyway. Because I'm not adding any more. I'm not even sure I wanted 2, but I guess it gives you something interesting to collect, I guess. They might get written down to just 1. It might just be coins in the future. I like the tarot cards being upgraded by crystals. Seems more tarot-like than the other. Okay, so I have those. Now I need to put a couple upgrades that I can buy. That should be the last of the things I want to do for the test. So, what did I even make that is buyable for everything? Like item effect, I think? And collected effects. There's a curse upgrade, that's fair. The Nightmare in a Bottle X is that, but I want a health upgrade as well. I don't know what to call this. We'll just cheap out for now and call it a health upgrade and then come up with a better name later. Because, you know, that's good enough for me. I just need to make an item called health upgrade and I don't care beyond that. So, okay. It says to test things. It don't gotta be perfect, it just needs to work. Those are destroyables, not collectibles. Sure. I already made a collectible health upgrade. I think I was just looking for an image for it. Not temporary. Not temporary? I'm gonna set this up. How much should I set it for? Increase stat by just a variable amount, right? I don't need this anymore. I guess we can increase them by like 20 or something. That's a pretty big number. Still validating a few assets. That's interesting. Apparently when I remove nanite from those things it causes problems. But I haven't rebooted the engine yet, so that's fair too. Alright, so I just need any kind of image I want for this collectible. And that will be acceptable for me. I don't know if an ancient treasure would really get the job done. Probably not. Not really. Should have gone looking for something that would work well. I have a heart I can use, I guess. Not a great heart, but I have this heart. That should be more than acceptable. Actually, I'm gonna dump it on the map next to the other. Yeah. It's just gonna have issues with the way validating assets. Never ever add that or disable that. This is already... The Hall of Records cabinet key is already available, so I don't care. Drag collectible onto the thing. Scrolling looking for the collectible. Whoa. Well, now that we've seen how big it is. The collision real fast on that to none. Reached overlap all will be fine too. Do this one real fast to make certain it's not weird. Don't know why I'd want it to block everything. Yeah. You're always gonna have that issue now forever, apparently. Okay, that should be enough. I changed the mode here, right? Sure. It gives an upgrade. Oh, I gotta give them a cost and an effect, right? I guess 10 and we'll variable this to 10 so you can pay for them, and I'll just give them like a weird little cost. You want to do something. Make it like 50 so there's a reason to buy things. And then here. That should be enough. Go back to this menu map I made like 5 or 6 months ago. It is fine. It was like a 10-minute special. It wasn't very good. Ads are about to start anyway. All right. Whatever. I just run the test anyway. Delete that one. Start fresh, see what happens. If it breaks, it breaks. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. Roll the ability so she can't just cheat. Well, that's promising, but what I want to do is remove all the abilities anyway. Let's play it correctly. I forgot all about that, but play it as intended. There's tarot cards we have unlocked. That's right, none of them. That's fine. And then there is a card levels, but it's for a different thing there. I might as well wait a sec for the ads to be done. And then I'll get started. I think that should be everything. I don't even know if it'll auto-equip the ability. I might have to equip it myself from the menu. Had the abilities equipped for so long. Hmm. All right. Let's give it a whirl. If it breaks, and if it doesn't, well, it'll break. I'll have to make a better title at some point, but it's just an ancient one. It gets the job done, mostly. Well, I was able to equip that anyway. That's weird. I shouldn't be able to equip those. I wonder why. Whatever, it doesn't ruin the demo. But it is notable. You know what does ruin the demo, though? Having the sun thingy on that prevents me from ever losing sanity. That's true. That's kind of too good. Kind of breaks the whole mechanic of the game. I turned it on to test something. Never turned it off. That is not going to work very well at all. I'm going to find the other broken thing real fast so I could have it play correctly, but... I thought it was tied to those, but... I'll just play as though I don't have it. It's fine. I'd rather test it and see how well it plays with the painting world than deal with a random dorky bug that doesn't really make a big difference. Because I'll just play as though I don't have it. I can delete saves from here. That's nice. I wrote all the functionality into there for at least working with saves and everything. Beyond that, not so much. Now I have a reason for money, though. Whoa, whoa. Wild. Goodies for me. I think health potions might drop too often. I was a little worried because I don't give you heal very quickly. Doesn't want to be broken. Then it just did that? It's a bug. I often wonder how things happen. I have no answer. Is there a nav mesh down? No. Okay, well, I probably need a nav mesh so the enemies can actually move. Sometimes you do a test and you just kind of forget everything like important things like a nav mesh. Guess that's useful. Just maybe. Just maybe. No nav mesh. Nah, man, let's just do 300 and be certain that it works. Last thing I want is for it to not work at all and have to restart a bunch of crap again. I already did that a bunch. I'm just saying, it's kind of annoying to restart every 5 seconds, so let's just make certain it covers all our bases, shall we? I'll have to look over a thing to see why the abilities aren't there, and also have them just auto-select a position so that the player, you know, can use them. Also, that needs to spawn some, say some sort of thing on how to use them, but we'll get to that later. Not the most important thing, given my, current, knowledge of the game. Like, I know how to play, so, yeah, whatever. I'd hope I know how to play. If I don't know how to play by now... Well, now with the enemies hopefully moving around, I can't think of any other bugs there could be, but goodness knows I'm sure we'll find something. Well, I mean, there's the obvious bug of the things weren't breaking correctly, but I can live with that bug. Goodness knows that things respawn all the time. Also, this one falls over, but... Alright. pots behave a lot better for some reason. Sanity's going down. That's good. That's good. Lots of crystals. Now there's upgrades involved, so now there's a real reason to get them. There's a save point right by the start, so I don't have to worry about my sanity particularly. Honestly, a sanity upgrade would be more useful than a curse upgrade most of the time. It's gonna be a lot of ability balancing, though. The next interesting thing will be whether or not the painting world actually works. I don't know if it will or not. We'll find out. Sometimes that misses with the middle of the weapon. I don't know why. I've adjusted it so many times because of that. I'm going to disable all messages too in a second. Yeah, I thought I disabled those, but I guess technically Poppet's thing has an enable on it, so whatever. Nope. Are you using 5.5? She kept walking there for a second, which was weird. I was gonna say, yeah. There's a lot of issues with splines. I don't know what's up with it. I've seen them completely break nav meshes. I've seen them like they flash like crazy, like they're just being constantly selected at a distance. It's bizarre. There's just so much weird with them. Okay, I was able to come back to here. And the key I picked up... Oh, wait, I don't have the magician yet, so I can't select it. That's cheating. Whoa. Apparently my new method for loading the city is not good. Also, everything has despawn building on it because I added the shopkeeper thing like that, so... This will only last until I switch back to the painting world, but at least it'll be less annoying. Also, I'm going to go here and add them to my thing, even though I technically have the abilities. Because I just picked it up. So I picked this key up. And it worked. Good. I just want to be certain that things gone to the painting world and back worked. Wow. There's definitely a new lag spike involved with the having that city loaded. I'm probably going to want to just not have the city loaded or something different. Bonk. Runs pretty well most of the time, but there's just a huge lag spike, which I'm assuming is it's loading a bunch of the city or something. There's really not that many assets in the city, so I have to wonder about that. Oh, 5.5, you are a buggy mess. 5.51 did not help. But it did add 3 gigs. There it is. My city works. That's true. There should be 3 enemies here. Interesting. I wonder if they spawn below or something. You could just click something else that's on the map to zoom that in. It's a lot faster than having to manually zoom in things. Keep looking at the chat. Got hit for that. Deserved it. Deserved. That's okay. Oh, I better hurry up though. My sanity, no. I'm farming money. Yeah. There's technically no cap to the items that I put in there. Also, there's a shortcut. It helps too. You don't have to get that key from the painting world, but sure is nice. So, you mean it's not 5.5's fault? You should retract that. It's always 5.5's fault. If you know, you know. It's always 5.5's fault. It's not my official scapegoat. Breaking things is too much fun. Break things. Ow. Yeah, the lag I think is from the city, because it wasn't like that last time I did this test, which makes me not happy but that's okay. That's why we test. Break stuff. I'm not gonna break everything. But now there's upgrades. Hey Levi Oaks, how's it going? That's right. Never ever speak good of 5.5. It's a rule. We have things that must be said here. Oh, I guess I'm gonna beat this guy up. Oh, I just got wrecked by him. Lame. Also glad you find the streams informative. Glad I can help. And spread the good word about, you know, dolls fighting to the death at the same time. The real reason I stream. If 2 dolls fight to the death and no one sees it, did they really fight to the death? Oh man, I missed them. Lame. How I miss these things. I'm so bad at my own game. Why am I so bad at my own game? Health upgrade? Whoa, that lag. It has to be the city. I mean, like, nothing else makes sense. Oh, no health upgrade for me. Serves me right for sucking. Or I should say heal. He's unhittable. He's invincible. What you doing, pal? It's like I'm just doing things. Really? I got scammed. The scam is real. The scam is real. It's okay. Come on, Annie. We're busy. And that lag is terrible, but it's literally just a load error. Okay, just forget both of them are there. I didn't delete them, but I'm not rescuing them, so it's fair. Oh, okay, I have to actually jump forward with them because I actually don't have the throw anymore. Because I locked it behind an upgrade. Oh yes, yes, the water things were broken in 4.26. Let me tell you about how they've never really improved since then. I wish I'd recorded every single bug that I had with the other. One sec, I'm gonna swap my earbuds because it's saying battery low in my ear over and over and it's annoying. All right, we can continue. Continue. That's pretty much what I said. And the next painting appears. Perfect, perfect. I'll have to make the effect for switching between the two better, but whatever. I'll get there. Probably. That load speed. I'm definitely gonna have to shrink down the city load. I don't think it needs to be anywhere near as big. Not rescuing your because that's cheating. Oh, I see. It doesn't remember these either. I'll have to remember that. It's been so long since I didn't have them equipped, you know? I want my upgrades. Give me my upgrades. Give them. Give them to me. Gimme, gimme. Yeah, that's fair. I try to avoid, you know, any kind of cussing if I can. I don't always succeed, but not in general, but just on stream, just to kind of, I don't know, try to be professional if I can, but I treat it like I would be at work, basically. Only I'm still having fun with things. But sometimes some things do merit a curse word or 12. Definitely or 12. There's a spawner there still? I thought I got rid of all those things. Now those things are like not the best for performance. I have this key, I don't care. We'll have to see if death actually works too, but if I don't ever die, then we won't see that. Give me the money. Show me the money. Now work to me. Yes. I have no idea what those things should cost. That's why I'm just randomly destroying things, assuming that like the player would do the same. Probably. You can't just run by a lot of crap, though, to be fair. Ooh, a shiny. The fact that the enemies drop things wherever they actually die at is probably not the best. Yeah. Happens. I got this key from going to the painting world. It occurs to me, I keep forgetting I have a dodge. It actually leads to an invincible strike, by the way, so it's actually has an additional advantage I could be using, but I just haven't been. But while you're doing it, you're invincible, and you can still swing while in it, so basically it's just an invincible strike. Now the Empress kind of sucks, because I gave up the ability to do all the cool stuff with it. Oh, that's right, I can't eat it anymore because I don't have the ability to throw with the Magician. Oh, I can only drop it. That sucks. Thanks, I hate it. That last second change just stole my joy. That was almost the saddest jump I've made in ages. I've made some pretty sad ones, too. Yeah, those city chunks probably need to be shrunk down to, like, 1,600 or something. I think I have like 12,000 or something, because there's not that many of them, but I'm starting to see that that spike will just be sudden, and the load will be pretty bad. Now the upgrades are locked behind those things, so I'll have to get those as well. Which just made the game get way longer. I didn't even collecting the crystal balls. They don't currently do anything, so there's that. Look under the water. Trying to get the underwater effect. There we go. Yeah, the camera farther apart, so farther away. You take a brief glimpse into a room that's not even in the demo. I'll get it because it's there, even though it does currently nothing. Soon it will. Soon. Also, there's a weird multi-select bug, but that's okay too. Things I never knew about. I guess to be fair, I'm still in the same room, so they wouldn't respawn, so I don't know where they went, but they're not there. So this next room is now incredibly hard or not as hard, depending upon how we look at it. Well, it's, Patrick, it's really hard if you don't get the upgrade. I did decide to give you the heal, but I'm making you earn it. Assuming it's possible. If it's not possible, I might have to do a restart. I haven't even tested this one. I should be, though. Yeah. Great stuff. I need my upgrades. Also, I'll just hit this on the way because there's no reason not to. Yippee-ki-yay! You put an upgrade up here so you just can land on it, too. Can I open it? Hell yeah, I can. Probably too fast to give it out, but that's okay. Yep, and they work. Cool. But the other ones do not. Obviously, the order I give these out is going to be different. I also need to make it to the crystal balls and these don't show up again. The technology is there, I just didn't set it up for each of the items yet. I don't know where everyone is. I have questions. So many questions. Whatever. I'm just mentally noting every bug that I encounter. Huh. Yeah, the health potions should probably be a little less common. I swear jumping has become my favorite method of like, everything. But that's often pretty common in games. I gotta equip it. I'm just getting my sanity back before I do this again. Is it possible to get up here otherwise? Not really. Maybe if I did this? That might be possible. Oh, the despawn's right by the window, so it causes the ability to... Yay, there's my city. Cool, cool, yay. Woohoo. I forgot there's an actual city there. Welcome back, Flippus. Bonk. Yep, the platform outside is working so far. The city loads. That's good too. There's a bit of a lag spike every once in a while from the city, I think, so I need to work on that, obviously. And a bunch of other random bugs that clearly are going to need to be fixed, but that's okay. There's one of the lags from the city. They're really bad ones, too. Because I think that's what's causing it. No super mode to cheat this time against Patrick. I have less abilities this time. Won't that be fun? I basically have to beat him up with the Fool. Okay, that shouldn't be there, and I'm not picking it up because it's cheating. Sometimes these guys are kind of hard to hit. I think I need to enlarge their size a little bit so that they're easier to hit, because I think the ray trace is just kind of passing through because it's just so tiny. Very possible. Because they're just really hard to hit. I want upgrades to all my weapons. Well, I guess there's only so many upgrades, but still I want them. Should have set them cheaper though. Definitely. By the time I get there, I should have a fair amount, I guess. I don't know. Bonk. Oh yeah, this is just a straight up playtest. With the painting world from the main menu. Take this! I just like breaking things. It's a habit. There's nothing been game breaking so far. The annoying lag spikes from the city are a problem. There's some weird selection thingies where I have to constantly reselect the tarot cards I have picked, but on average, it's not that bad. Was that righty there? You don't have anything on there? You want to get hit in the back? Because you really suck from one direction? It's right, you do. Who knew? Huh? Actually, yeah, he's right-handed. Let's wail on him a bunch. I could introduce a lot of heals and take the Empress away for a while longer. I don't know. At some point I'm going to have to rip the band-aid off, but I'll probably make it where you have to upgrade it in order to get better heals out of it, so it won't be anywhere near as powerful. Gotta remember, I have a dodge. Ow. That hurt. Got a partial heal on that, didn't he? That's unfortunate. Ow. Why aren't you moving? There should be a nav mesh. Everyone else is moving, right? Were things moving? Have I been playing without a nav mesh all this time? Am I gonna have to do is a save just to see if the nav mesh is not built or something? Did my test get voided by that? Is that really how it goes? I think the nav mesh is busted. But we're gonna test the save system out real quick here after I beat the crap out of Patrick. Because this is not accurate, but that they should be moving. At least Patrick jumps a lot, so he can basically fight kind of without, but it's not the same because like a lot of his early attacks would have been way better had it not been for that. Man down. Still very annoying. I'll go save in the magician room then. I'm sorry, in the carnival room. And then I'll check the map out and see if it just needs to rebuild the nav mesh or something. Well, that's depressing. Well, we'll see if it keeps the save, right? Let's test. While it's pulling nav mesh, I'll take a bio break and then continue. Not that long to build a nav mesh, but I drink a lot of alcohol. Just saying. A lot of alcohol. A lot of alcohol. Come on. Load the map. See if it's building. Yeah, I just need to build. Right back. I think I forgot to place certain keys for some of the things. So some of the abilities are basically locked out completely. Pretty certain. I don't think I put an Empress 3 key anywhere. Magician room cabinet key, did I? I'd say. Oh, first time compiling shaders. Fun, fun. Oh yeah, this key is actually the magician room key right here. There's no way to get it. About that. Oh, I see. Guess I forgot that upgrade. Slightly wet. Let's see. I put the other one in there, so I have two of them. And I didn't put anything in this one yet. Just this one had no. I think I forgot to put a whole bunch of upgrades out. Well, I guess I just play without them, huh? Fair enough. Well, let's see if the save works. All I really care about is that I can play the game. I'll just play without the Empress's explodability. I can live without it. I'm not some kind of a loser. I can bonk everything to death if it comes to it. The picture it took is from a long time ago in a land far away. Perfect. Well done. 10 out of 10. Does it load? Does it blend? Well, this location is correct. And I do have thingies, so I do believe it did work. It doesn't save this information, which is kind of unfortunate, but I have the key, right? Sure do. This is probably the best room for just farming, honestly. I need 50. I need money. Give it to me. Physics on these is so funny to watch. Okay, I probably shouldn't do that for too long, because then you run out of sanity, and then you're sad. You're like, oh no! But you also buy a save point, so it doesn't really matter. Kind of depressed. I want to blow things up with the Empress, but I guess I'm not going to. Just have healing. It's so hard to beat big bosses without some kind of healing. Alright, so I have the chapel key now. As soon as I get to a place where I'm safe from enemies, I'm going to, oh, that's right. We have to go up this way because it's more epic. Annoying little jerks. This might think your AI is trash. And you start going in there. They should do a lot of damage. I don't know if I want to be anywhere near them. There's so many of them. Rex, I pulled every single one, but that's okay. There aren't that many enemies in here, honestly. Plus, I have the Empress, so I could just jump up there and heal. That wouldn't be a big deal. Which makes me rethink the Empress and how good it is. At least I locked this ability away so you can't just have it for free. Pretty close, though. I'll have to rethink how I do my upgrade system. I mean, finding things is the way I want to do it, sure. With some buying, but I don't think I'm going to have two currencies. It's probably just going to be the one. Oh, gotta equip the Hierophant. They have rules, you see. You gotta play the game fairly. We got hit by the lamp. I thought I was gonna fall. Like, no. Betrayed by the lamp. See how it is. Scammed. Get some curse back just in case. Hey babe, how's it going? Very good? Very good. Yeah. Okay, I didn't grab that. I thought I would had a pretty good grab there, but I guess not. Fair enough. Maybe that jump is a little less good. Usually she's pretty good at grabbing things. I don't know how I missed it. Maybe I just not good at the game. Alright, round 2. It's better because I did it a second time. Yeah, that lamp shoves you to the side. Also, I've been drinking a lot of alcohol. So listen, the lamp attacked me first, okay? Anyone who says different, the lamp attacked me first. Really first. Yeah. Let's try to stop being bad. Start being good. I'm just going to stand here for a second and get my curse back because it works like that slightly. Apparently the numbers are in my favor. That's good to know. I mean, I should have tried to recover it a while ago, but I didn't. This is where you can get sanity back. There's no way you can get curse back over here, right? There. It's okay, I can get it back here. Probably should or I'll run out. Sure. Oof. My left hard there. Ah. There's no way to get this key as far as I can tell. I will try to do the side jump. Oh wow, I side jumped. No, that won't get me over there, unfortunately, I don't think. I know. Oh, I was really trying for it. Unfortunately, not really happening. That's a bummer. I didn't want it anyway. Playing without that upgrade. Oh. Screw you guys, I'm going home. Oh. Let's not and say we did when it comes to those things, shall we? At least now I don't have to worry about, like, you know, sudden death mode where I just suddenly lose because I don't have any way to save. Now the saves work. Wait for my sanity to come back. Kind of a long run there, so you know, it does kind of. There are definitely points in the game where you have to wait, and I don't like that, but I don't know what else to do about that. Maybe the longer you're by a light, the faster your sanity comes back? I don't know. Something to think about. I really don't want you to have to wait very often. I mean, it's fine in combat if you have to wait by a light or whatever, because it's, you know, a penalty for using your stuff, so having to dodge enemies makes it not really boring, per se, but if nothing's around, it's just lame. As long as the most important abilities in the game, I don't care. It still counts as being in the light. Just long enough to grab this key. This room's optional, but all the keys are pretty useful. Including a power-up, so... I just make it the way I go. Because you gives you the key to that door, it gives you the key to the library as well. Oh, that's right. You forget I can do that. Now for the brawl room. Jeez, you fight so much in this room. No Empress and no Super, huh? Man. So I would have given you the Empress 3 right now so you could blow the crap out of things, and that's bad. I miss it already. So good for this room. Honestly, I'm better off not fighting this room if I can avoid it. Ow. Oh wow, you can block it. Oh no. I didn't know they could block it. That sucks. Why can't I hit you? I put a light right here because of how obnoxious this room really was. So you're not like hating yourself. Unfortunately, they're waiting right by the exit, so I was going to just go over and kill them, but if I do that, then they'll despawn because they're outside of the room. Wrecked. I don't need to go up there, but we'll go it anyway. Time to test. Gotta break it. I don't even have enough coins to upgrade yet. I think I made those way too expensive. Good to know. This actually does let you heal and save, so... Even though it is kind of a long trip back to the painting. I don't want to see if the library painting works. Hopefully it does. Uh-oh. There's no library painting. Oh, God. Well, I can live without it. Wow, that sucks. All right. It's okay, that's a shortcut back. Ugh. It's like a save point of this. I don't really care that much. I'm just taking the hits. I think I'm way too generous on the healing, but that's fine. Imagine I could take a shortcut through here and make it so I don't have to do this. I don't have to go as far or fight as many enemies. I can also jump off too. Wow. Probably shouldn't drink while I play this game. At least the save system works. At least the painting world works. Granted, the library painting didn't work right, but that's just a name conflict or something. I gotta name the painting something. And then it matches to the player start for the same name as it, so. Oh, I should probably get that back. If I go this way, I can actually... I do have the key to the door, so I could just go through that, but this way I can go over the top of everybody. Tone out the number of enemies in here. There's a light right below me. Let's bounce. I just like bouncing. And the city's here, yay! Better be for that lag bit I've been getting over it. It's just a stretch break, that's what sanity is. The stretch break. Bit laggy in this room, which is making it a lot harder than I was expecting, but oh, yep, really hard. I wonder. Is that possible? I gotta know if this is possible to cheat my way up this. Might have been if I did it better. Aha! Who's a cheater? I'm a cheater. You saw nothing. That's right. I'm okay with it, whatever. Cheating in my own game? Sure, why not? Oh, that's right. I can't, Oh no, I can't throw her. Might not want to lock that away. Can't leave the room or she'll despawn. What's even going on there? No super. I could probably tone down the number of enemies, honestly, in this room, but I don't know, it's not too bad. It would just be a lot better if it wasn't quite so many, probably. Because you gotta go through it a bunch. That's why I had the Empress, it wouldn't be so bad, because I just blow them all to bits. I gotta wait in the light for a bit. Things are irritating. Oh, I see. Lack of throw makes this so much harder than it was supposed to be. And that is really hard to pick her up. You caught under the thing? Oh my god. She's caught under it. Oh, the lack of throwing is so rough. Maybe I don't walk that away. All this to get an upgrade that I'm probably not even going to use anyway. Why aren't you lot moving? You're just sitting there. Thought I fixed an Amish bug, but I mean, did I even fix it? I don't even know. It looks like they're not really walking, doesn't it? Does that mean the Navmish was in the save and the whole thing was just foobarred from the start? I have to wonder this question. Really? I think the slight lag is making it hard to make the jumps. I'm so used to them being a certain other thing and they're not. Finally. Oh, that's right. Oh god, that means I might have to jump in there and take her there? No, I don't. Whew. I was gonna say, I don't want to jump in there. I'd rather run around and just get to the next area. Yeah, I think it's still broken. I think it saves the nav mesh in the thing, so I think I'm basically running a faulty test. Oh, that's sad. I thought I could fix it, but I guess not. Yeah, because see, they're not even moving. Those ones, they can spin and launch themselves, so they do have the ability to still attack. A lot of the enemies launch themselves and jump, so it does kind of make it where they can do things, but... At least we know the painting world works, even if the nav mesh is busted. Yeah, it looks like they're just... The nav mesh is just broken for the whole thing. Damn. Oh well, at least I can get to the end, even though the boss fight will be a joke and... It gets the job done, whatever, I don't care. I don't know why it does this partial end, it's kind of weird. Really? Tried to be all styling and I screwed it up? Nice. Oops. Yeah, they can't move. They can still attack, but just not the same, you know? Slightly depressing. Oh well, every run will have bugs. All this is I just... A slight bit of lag is just making me do weird jumps. I can't do that with the Empress. That's too far away. Noticing real lag on using this ability. Like, it should work, but I can't seem to close that drawer. There we go. The magician's been very finicky. You know, I can't target these ones. Interesting. Like, none of them work now because that one's just stuck forever? Is that what's happening here? Put it away, pull it back out. Pull it back out, maybe. Huh. Sometimes having these idiots in the way will cause problems, so I guess we'd kill them off just to see if it fixes the bug. If not, then it's no unbeatable. All because I was just lousy at jumping, apparently. Still, the knowledge it can break is good to know. It's to be far away, I don't really care beyond that. Probably only play till the end of this run one way or another. I gotta get up somewhat early tomorrow to meet someone for business, so. As much as I want to sit here and get 0 sleep to meet him, probably not a good call. Kind of want to get through a full playtest, but if I can't get through this playtest, I'm not starting one over. No, I'm good on that. I'll wait until tomorrow to do it then. Oh, that opened. Can I close it now? I guess they're just blocking it somehow. I don't know how they could be blocking it. Not like they're anywhere near it, but here we are doing here we are things. Wow, I'm just kind of sliding off of crap. Not usually how it goes, but apparently I'm just kind of sliding off of things. Why would this jump not work? It's just like flying over things. The game plays very differently with the lag, let's put it that way. Trying to land on things is hard. It's not even the alcohol at this point, just the lag makes me mess up a bunch. No, I can't close this? Wait, what? Jesus. They must have something really high on them and that hits the ray trace or something, and that's why I can't get in. Like, I'm assuming that's what must be happening. Yeah, because it works fine otherwise. They must have something that's really high on them. It's the only that makes sense. Why can I not make these simple jumps? This is not even hard. I'm making my game look really difficult when in reality it's not that hard. Well, the lag doesn't help, but seriously, it shouldn't be this hard. We're gonna jump on this the simple way. Yeah. Should be good enough to reach it. Good enough. Sure. Go stand by this light. I might shrink this one down because of the problems it already caused me. But threw me the first time and screwed everything up. Get the key out here. At least the city works. Lag's kind of crappy, but at least the city works. I'm sure if I reduce it down a bit so that it's less of the city, it's probably better. Or maybe just smaller divisions on it are fine. It's probably not a bad plan. That's gonna make the playroom area really boring. Someone go running through it and it's gonna have like nothing exciting going on it because she can't move. Oh well. I'm sure I'll flood the jumps a bunch. It's one of those days, if you know what I'm saying, you know? Wait, I don't even need anything up there. Why am I even doing this room? I don't need to do anything else from here, right? There's no key. All I really need was the key for this. What am I doing? I have the key. At least this works. Since I didn't put those keys in, well, I should have put a key up there, but I didn't, so I'm not going to grab it. Normally I would, but I just want to see if it gets to the end. There's a save point this way, so I'm just running right towards it. I would jump in the painting over there, but it seems like a bad decision. Is it a bad decision? No, it's pretty hard to make that jump right now. I should put a painting by the final room. See, there's a way to upgrade. I'm seeing this now. Because otherwise, like, well, I mean, you could go to that room, but without that painting there, it's kind of a long ways to the upgrade. That's kind of lame. You can't move anyway, so I just kind of run through the level, probably. Tag this on to have sanity, but other than that... Got a nav mesh. She's just gonna sit there, right? No nav mesh? Yep. That's depressing. It's like a serial killer, you know, can't suddenly move. They're just rooted in place. How boring. Oh well. The nav mesh thing is easily fixed by me just having a save where the nav mesh was, you know, compiled or whatever. Just having the painting world work is a good start, right? Just gonna cheat my way through this so hard. No reason not to. Main antagonist of the room doesn't do anything. How lame. Oh well. I have to find places to put her in the later levels too. So she can harass you in those too. Just gonna run past all this like a champ. Yep. I could have raised up the that shouldn't be there. The fence in some areas to let you sneak through like it's a tunnel, which would be probably cooler in general. Alright, I'm gonna flood these jumps like crazy probably. Been one of those days so far. Oh, I'm stuck inside it. That plant's got some issues that I probably need to resolve for this collision. But oh, lag jumps. You're the best. And we'll get through this. Prove that the game is beatable with all that stuff. With some flaws that don't make it unbeatable, just flaws that are ridiculous. Almost didn't make that jump because of the slight lag, but I got it. Those still work at least. They're not very threatening though. To be completely honest, they probably should be a lot more threatening. Well, since she's frozen, I'm just going to take this way because it's way faster. I'll get to wail on the boss, who won't be able to do a whole lot. She can jump sometimes and some of her things, but honestly, she'll be kind of a wimp. Pretty much like every time I've forgotten to put her nav mesh down and tried to fight her, it's like, wait, she might be unbeatable without the nav mesh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'll have to see. It might just completely break the whole fight. She uses the nav mesh to figure out where Z is. I guess Oliver spawned inside his thing again. How to fix that bug? I guess not. Whatever. So let me guess. You're broken. She can't spawn mini pop. Can't move. Oh, no, she did spawn mini pop. That's good. Well, even though I gave you 300 extra health to try to make this more interesting, somehow I don't think you'll be the threat you normally are. I do think I need to steal the voodoo doll from you, though. That's true. She can't move, so once I steal the voodoo doll, it's pretty much away until the third phase of the fight anyway. She can still shoot stuff, but a lot of her attacks do rely on movement, so she's really not as tough as she should be. No. And I have the super, but at least now you're supposed to have it. Horribly unbalanced super. Well, now I know where you're always going to be at. Takes all the fun out of this fight. Oh well. You'll just get wailed on until I win this fight, and we'll move on with our lives. I don't even think she can turn. Now I just feel bad. She can still hit you with her basic attack and her launch, so that's true. First turn I just healed her a bunch. Whatever. At least she didn't glitch out and pick a target that doesn't exist. That's cool. Or maybe she did and she just can't go to it and she's really sad right now. That'd be funny too. Well, technically your little helpers can actually jump at me. I guess the Nabmish isn't like literally required. It's more fun if it is there, but okay. Technically, they are still obnoxious. Picking on the voodoo doll again. Who also can't move. Should bring it back eventually. Well, that's right. I can't throw it. Shield's down, damn, I gotta heal too. Unfortunate. It's okay, she's going down pretty quick. I forgot I can't hide behind these things because these float away. Really hurt? Damn. Probably will kill this time around. Nope. They're gonna come to me. Ah. The nightmare of the broken nav mesh is over. Douche. Didn't even get the upgrades that I worked so hard to put in there. Not a single one. How much money did I even have? I didn't even have enough to buy any of them. The drop rate might not be high enough for those things. I also kind of didn't kill a lot of things that I could have. But Oliver fell behind his thing, so he's broken, so I can't even, couldn't even do the stuff after the demo. How unfortunate. Because he fell behind his thing. Which I thought I fixed, but apparently I did not. Because you're supposed to get his key and then unlock it, so you grab the 3 things from here and toss them up there, and then you can unlock it. You can also go rescue Voodoo. No, sorry, Voodoo. You can rescue Mini Pop as well. I think I can make this jump with just one, can I? Nope. No, sir. I put the blocks inside of Voodoo's spawn range so you couldn't ever get out with them. Guess you could try to bring some from another room, but you can only really bring them one at a time, so... Magician needs some work. Because sometimes it just picks up some weird momentum that it shouldn't have. Yeah, you're supposed to get that key from there. And then you would open Oliver's thing. Which technically I could probably get him to respawn, actually. Let me do that. Can I jump her up there? I'm curious if I can cheat my way through this. You could throw it so easy. Sadly not. I didn't mark her as savable, huh? I'll remember that eventually. Yeah, you'd have to get it from there. I think it triggers the fight again, though, so I don't think I can actually do that. Maybe that one's actually rigged to not do that, since I've gone through the level and come back. We'll find out. I definitely haven't made a lot of the stuff stay forever. There's a bunch of like potions and keys and things that you can get multiple times. Not that it does anything, but you could. Okay, apparently that somehow went back. There's no cutscene thing here like that, but Oliver's supposed to help you get past Charlotte and into her bedroom to get the next key. But, well, you know. I have to give him a dialogue to talk to him. Then he leads you down the forbidden hallway and you can go into Charlotte's room, and she's like, you know, scared of him, so she'll run away. Leaving you able to pretty much look through a room with impunity. I'm going to leave her door open to a room so this way you can go in there and, you know, just have a real bad time. Yeah, that's pretty much where things would end. There's a bunch of broken things, but for what it was worth, most of it worked. The things that sucked were, of course, the nav mesh that was obviously broken. That's just because I forgot to compile it. I got into level too fast. I tried to compile it after the fact, but I guess the save keeps the nav mesh, so. Okay. And then city lag is a problem. Mini pop's unsavable. The let me brighten all this down actually. The mini pop. Unsavable. I'm switching levels. Tarot cards. Selected. Tarot cards. All available even without being gotten. Enemies have some kind of invisible component that's so high it can block magician's ray trace. What other bugs did we see in this one? When we had like 35, I think it was like 35 gem crystals ish, like 17 coins at the end. Not really a bug, but good to note for later because it'll help me decide how many I need to even have. And like, what else do we have here? I'm just writing them down here. Cabinet keys for the magician room. Temple room. And forbidden hallway. Have been placed. in the chapel and forbidden hallway have no items in them. We didn't test any of the upgrades because there was no point because I didn't have enough stuff. What else did I learn from the demo? I didn't get to test if Charlotte's higher spawn rate was good or not. So I randomized it and made it much faster, but it didn't matter. Oh, Oliver still falls through his prison. Massive lag spikes from the city loading periodically. Sure. What else did we see from this bug tested this bug ridden demo? I mean, it worked pretty well for all that I'm being mean to it. It worked pretty well. The biggest problem was both the lag spikes and the fact I didn't have a nav mesh. One of those isn't really a bug mesh, one of them just me being dumb. The other is, well, technically still me being dumb. Technically, it's not wrong. True. Okay, so I'm okay with cheating your way up this. That's fine. People finding sneaky ways to get around seems pretty cool to me. Not much they can do about it, honestly. I mean, at some point, Poppet can jump on things. I'd rather just embrace that than try to fight it. These didn't really respawn very well. They did when I came back later, but overall, I don't have a lot of information to go on that one. It could go either way on how that was played out. I don't hate how this room played. I'm just going to go through each room and decide how it played. This room played fine. I didn't bother to go with the little orb, but I don't care that much about it, so it's fine. The maze played fine. I mean, I still think it's a little boring. But I wouldn't call it bad. It's just boring. Let's play the music playing. Let's see here. Apple needs a jumping puzzle to get the magician key. The jumping puzzle. Get the magician cabinet key. Other than that, I think I'm okay with you being able to impact the lights and it screwing up your jumps. That's fine. I'm gonna grab to this room. This room is just kind of a transit room anyway. This room still works fine. There's not much to it, so it's pretty easy to do that. My Bray has too many mobs. There's such a small space. I think it was so small, but you really just kind of get mobbed. And that's okay for first, but I think the fact that there was just no nav mesh just rubbed me the wrong way for most of it, to be completely honest. It's a lot more fun when they actually move around. When you're just watching, you know, a constant stream of your failure, it's maybe less exciting. Honestly, the combat's just less fun if they're not moving. It's just pretty fun if they are moving, but if they're not moving, it's just nah. That ain't it. I don't know, my opinion of this room didn't really change much. It seems fine. But it does need a key in it. The reading room. It's a cabinet key or some other special collectible. Can't type collectible in it. I can type. Sure. To go there, that's fine. The playroom, what are we doing with it? I didn't get to test the thing to see if it's any much better. I'll make a note for enemies in the playroom. Question mark. Enemies in the playroom. You know what? We'll put enemies in the playroom, because otherwise I'll be like, it's like I'm asking a question of, are there enemies in the playroom? The forbidden hallway is boring. It's just a transit area, but I think I need a painting in it. When a painting in the forbidden hallway. You can also tell the, I think I can tell the player about the boss at that point, so it's not a bad idea. I don't have a lot of gripes with how this room played out. Oh, well, I mean, that was the playthrough of the demo. Without story or cutscenes of any sort. And there's going to be some more things added in a bunch of the rooms. So that will take a little longer in general. Collectibles that weren't there, and keys that were missing, and abilities I couldn't unlock because they were also missing. But honestly, I mean, I think the demo itself will take over an hour. I mean, since I was running through it, I probably do it faster on average, except for that lousy jump session I had there. But on average, I probably do it faster. I'll just say an hour. It'll probably take longer for most people, but maybe less for some. Without all the extra stuff in there, like, I'm sure the extra stuff will probably add another 10 plus minutes for certain. Yeah, it's probably about that. So I imagine over an hour for the playthrough. For the demo. Depends how good they are at jumping too, because some of the places really punish you if you miss that jump. Like the second half of the playroom, if you miss the jumps, you fall back into the first half of the playroom and have to repeat it. So that could really extend your time. I stopped being very friendly with the falls at that point. It's actually a lot of areas if you fall, the penalty is pretty stiff. I actually tried to cut them out a little early on because some of them were really stiff, and I was like, this is pretty early to be mean like that. Well, yeah, this is just the demo. Like, this isn't the full game. This is literally like a fraction of the game. There's supposed to be 7 levels to the toy store. Well, 7.5, I guess, if you count the room on top. So that would mean that, you know, this is basically one floor. And the later floors will likely take longer because they're going to be harder. So I'm estimating about 10 hours for the game, in all honesty. I mean, it's a Metroidvania, so, you know, you could always replay it too, but with trying to get completion, who knows? Like, if you try to get everything in the game, it'll depend on just how much stuff is in the game. It's pretty hard to gauge a time right now, but even if I just said, okay, well, everything will take as long as the demo, then that's still 7 more areas like that. That'd still be over 7 hours, but I highly doubt every level is going to be as easy as the demo. I hope not. That'd be weird. So I'll definitely be a lot meaner with my jumps later on too. More punishing. Enemies will be a lot harder. Things will be more hidden. You know, just in general, I'll ramp the difficulty. but I would never release this game in its current state. I mean, as a demo, sure, but I don't think people are going to be upset that the demo is under 2 hours. Okay. I think for a demo it was okay. It's broken, but it's okay. It's supposed to play out that you rescue Oliver. Oliver scares off Charlotte so you can go into her room and get the key to the hidden grotto, and that takes you to the second area. Yeah. So you go into beat those. Can't even find the door out of this place. And you would pass into Charlotte's room here. Collect the key to the Forbidden Grotto. I believe it's right here. Our hidden grotto. There's also the washroom, which I'm not sure where it's going to be in there. It's not going to be in the demo, I imagine. And then from there, you traverse all the way over down to here to get into the hidden grotto. And that's this room, which begins like basically the second area. Which, as far as I can tell, goes from here to what I deemed Sally's room. With the pirate girl. Which has this big old section like that. Then goes into the Tomato Village. And then should go underwater in the Tomato Village. And then underwater in Sally's room. And then underwater in the Forbidden Grotto for the last of the stuff in it. And then you backpedal back through Sally's room to get to... Actually, there's a treasure vault off Sally's room as well. That I forgot about. An optional treasure vault right there. From here, then Pirate's Cove, which I haven't made yet, should be the... I assume where the boss is. There might be more to this area, though. There's like... It's not even... It's like conceptual on a lot of things there, but there will be a lot of pirate things going on. After that, there's going to be a city to go into as well. And then a giant chessboard, and then like a dollhouse thingy, and then... some creepy warped place that we'll get to at some point if you take the right way. Oh, I'm sorry, if you get all the tarot. I will make the world tarot very hard to get. There's still mazes of like things like that. There's like, it's really hard to gauge what the later rooms are going to be like entirely. Like, I have some idea on these other ones here. They're much more open, but the fact you can't even go underwater until you have the Emperor Tarot does kind of make it play out very differently. Also, these rooms are huge, so it's possible they might get a bit of a... get shrunk down a bit, honestly. This one might get shrunk down to like in half or something. I don't know. And I'm going to build this pirate city up through here more, so it's going to be interesting. Don't know what I'm doing with Tomato Village yet. But yeah. This should take quite a while. Like I say, I'm aiming for about 10 hours. Any more than that, I don't know. I mean, it's not going to be like a full price, you know, AAA game or anything. If I charge more than $20 for the thing, I'll be in shock. Unless some, you know, wonderful publisher comes along and gives me a bunch of money so I can expand the game infinitely. But if it's just me releasing it, doubt it'll even be that much, honestly. Who knows? But we'll see. There's still so much to go. But the demo is getting there. I'm gonna have to set up a system for the story and everything. A lot of the other areas will be a lot faster because a lot of these systems that I'm making don't have to be made a second time. Like, I won't need to remake shops. Those will just exist. I won't need to set up the dialogue system or when dialogue's going to trigger or anything like that. There aren't going to be a lot of cutscenes or anything because it's a Metroidvania, and there's not usually a lot of cutscenes in Metroidvanias. I'd be surprised if there was. Because honestly, it's just... the Metroidvania. They're not known for big, long stories. I do gotta write lore things and stuff like that. There's basically a bunch of crap I just need to place in these rooms. Because, like, you know, these are empty shelves at the moment. And there's supposed to be stuff in them that you could mess with if you wanted. Oh, nice. What kind of dialogue system? Yeah, I built one of the ones off of a YouTube tutorial. It was great. Actually learned a bunch of stuff along the way too. Shops and vendors, that's fair. I just went with the Zelda style shop of you can just pick it up off the ground and buy it. Because there's not enough items to really, like, I don't have an insane equipment system. It's not. Poppy doesn't get equipment. She gets upgraded tarot cards. That's zero equipment. But it's not like a regular, it's not like a JRPG or the normal RPG stuff you see everywhere. They usually aren't. These Metroidvania things. Yeah, I need to embellish the rooms. Like right now, I think the demo is in a good, like, I want to say like a good 70% type of setup. Like it's got everything it needs to work for the most part. Maybe a few missing keys for the abilities. Now it's time to polish and embellish it and then add in story. You know, things like lore and stuff that weren't necessary, but sure, why not? System for these crystal balls, which I don't really have one yet for what I'm going to do for how they do lore. They're supposed to be your friend's memories, so you can like try to find her, but I still have to make a menu system. That's the thing. Menus work's going to be a lot of time too, but I won't have to redo the menu work once I have it. So for the later areas, it'll be a lot quicker. I can just concentrate on making levels and doing combat. Occasional weird puzzles and things, but it can definitely go a lot faster. Just the initial stuff that I had to figure out how it's even going to work is just there. Also the memory management things and things that I've been learning along the way. We'll need to, won't need to be done again probably. Oh, I made this new grid for no reason too. This should probably just be like 1600. There's not these big load things here, and I probably don't even need this. I probably get away with like half of that. Like 500,000 is probably acceptable. Poppet really can't see that far anyway. I'll sit here and look. Yeah. At least I know the painting world works, which means the save system works, which means I didn't change the level, the game mode out here, so I can't just drop myself somewhere like that. It's kind of important. The other game mode will put you wherever you last saved, or the default if you didn't save. I mean, honestly, this is already a big enough distance. You can see over the buildings there. You don't really need to see much beyond that anyway. So that should be more than enough. I don't need the... You can see really high. You can see a blimp or two that's in the clouds, which I think is acceptable. Yeah, it seems fine to me. Probably shrink it even more than that. That's pretty far. I need to figure out exactly how far you can see, and then just delete everything beyond that because I don't really care that much. Like, you just need to be able to see the city. I did improve it quite a bit. I'll probably still embellish it even more, honestly, but probably not right now, but I don't know. I'm just checking each side of the building. From the highest point you're likely to be able to see from. I figure at that point you'll probably be fine. Yeah, I think it's better. I had the ocean over there, but I think I'm just taking that out. Like, it could still be by the ocean, but it just looks boring. Like, it seems kind of cool at first, but having a city is much neater because there's just stuff going on to look at. And it makes Poppet seem small, which is always the goal. I want Poppet to seem small. So, I'd say overall it's pretty good. Yeah. FPS ain't great out here, that's true. Of course, I've been streaming for almost, 9 hours, so I noticed Unreal Engine gets kind of laggy the longer you do. That was weird. Laggy the longer you run it. It's probably just because it doesn't empty its memory very well. I usually reboot it to get my frames back, but I don't see much point at this point in doing that. It's kind of not going to be that much longer on the stream, I imagine. I guess I could do a quick test of like less than this number. I could have it first and see where it goes from there. The city is huge though, so 250,000 might not be enough to see the edges. Or it might just be. Is there even a difference? I don't think there's much of a difference, guys. I'm just saying. I can see the buildings way over on the other side of that. I guess one of the best tests would be like right over here, because I'd want to see all the way down this way. And I want to do it from all the way down here. That's about as far as I'm probably ever going to need to see. If it's beyond the walls, I don't super care. But I want to see all the way up to the walls. Oh yeah, I gotta replace those walls too. Oh yeah, like 250,000 is more than enough. You can even see stuff all the way up there on the edge of the mountain. That should be fine. I mean, the Whimsy Wonders building doesn't have the same luxury as the city, but it could if I wanted. I almost wonder if the loading rate needs to be that great. It causes spikes in the how often it has to load things, but it lowers the how long it takes for each time it does it. So that is a thing. They're all in the city grid, so that's fine. Are all these in the city grid too? The mite removes? Not really, actually. They're all in various things that aren't necessarily where they are supposed to be. Should have deleted the nav mesh. Damn. I just delete it because it's messed up anyway, or at least it was. And you know what? Fine. I guess the mite one might not be in there. Yeah, I might remove its own separate one, sure. Well, technically I didn't have it as well as I could have had it. That's true. But these should all be in the city grid. And they were not. Whatever, it's just doing dumb crap. As soon as I restart it, might fix it. Silly nanite ruining everything. Why are these in weird other versions? There should only be one HLID layer that they're in. That's interesting to note, because when I set that up, also they're not even told I'll be included. Well, it might help the test a bit. I'll as well fix it while I'm looking at it. Just waiting forever for it to fix itself. It sucks that I can't tell them all to be included in there. I have to actually uncheck it and then recheck it, since like half of them don't have it. Or however many, so then I gotta undo it and then redo it for all of them. Not ideal. Just taking forever to do it. Happens. This is the main grid. I just want to set them all in there in the first place, but here we are. Doing here we are things. Is it done? No. It does have like a lot of actors do it on. Well, supposedly. It's just being weird now. It looks like these are all selected, but it says one selected, so. Taking a very long time to do all that. Okay, though. Should drastically speed things up, I imagine. Hopefully. Oh, phone ran out of power. Good possibility, Bird, but I mean, at this point, it's already gotten so late in my day that I don't think I'm going to go terribly much longer anyway. Unless people want me to just leave the music running while I go to sleep, in which case, sure, whatever. Run it for as long as people want at that point, no problem. Yeah. No problem indeed. Yes. Oh, thanks. Wow. I imagine they'd be even higher if I actually was, if I restarted ever. Probably wouldn't hurt. Probably wouldn't hurt at all. Or maybe it would. I don't know. Watch it all break. It's like, no, why? And then, game over. Save yet? But you can definitely see the huge increase in frames, huh? Oh yeah, that Niagara water was just garbage. Oh my god, that was the heaviest thing I'd ever seen in my life. Jesus. No thanks. I think the shader just doesn't show Niagara particles because, yeah. That slowed my game to a crawl. Still some lag going on here, but overall. I didn't even build the H-loads, did I? Probably not. See if I can shave an extra, you know, 50,000 off the loading range. Like, it's really heavy. I would just recommend avoiding it personally. It's real bad. I mean, it took my game down to like 7 to 12 FPS. It was just disgustingly bad. It's just not really meant for big areas. It's not performing at all. Better to use materials. Oh, so my phone started having enough power to say it had no power. That's cool. Doesn't work for the building here, which doesn't have a lot of things, but overall, I think that helped. I should have also just built the HL base load here. I didn't do that though. Ooh. Alas, poor camera. We hardly knew ye. I don't know, I found that the water looked about the same as other water too, so it's like... Looks about the same as the water I'm using. The only thing is it's interactive, but... There's better interactive water out there than that. That is... That's heavy. So I'm like, What I'll probably do for the water is I'll just have a splash effect play if the player hits the water at whatever location they hit it at. And then, you know, you'll end up under the water anyway, since like Poppet can't swim anyway. So I'll fake it. Everything, whenever they hit the water, will just make a splash wherever they're at with a particle. And then under the water, I have a underwater effect already. Oh, just there's already underwater effects, so it's not like I don't already have within the... Yeah, it's just a post-process that does it. And then I'll probably just like slow movement or something in there in order to make it work. I mean, it'll be an experiment. I don't 100% know on how I'm going to pull that off, but it can't be that hard to slow movement. Yeah, just some particles to fake it. I don't need full-on water physics. That's crazy. Why do I need that? You're going to be spending your time under it, and it just kills you if you fall into it most of the time, so it's like, Yeah, there'll be some stuff tossed in there. We'll see how it pans out. I don't 100% know on exactly what models I can find that'll work underwater as far as, you know, fitting for underwater. I can also just put crap together, like pipes and gears and stuff, and make my own version of stuff in blueprints and just have those move around. I don't even need to necessarily have real models. Real models are nice, but eh. And then yeah, that seems like what I'll probably do for all that. I may want to blockade this area off and have it be like 2 areas though. It is pretty big. Because I could have like a room essentially like that created, and then underneath here have its own separate area, like an area above the water, and then like that to make an additional room. Because this room's so huge. I guess just like the biggest room in the game probably. It's just going to be a lot to take in, I think. Probably unnecessary to have this much. If anything, you know what it could actually be? It could be you have to go through the waterfall to get into it or something. Like it could be blocked off by some sort of a door you cannot open. And you have to go through the waterfall, but the waterfall will still kill Poppet, so she needs the Emperor to even get into the room. Probably. I'll mark that down actually. I'll put it for the other side that. Hidden grotto. Split into 2 rooms. Let's go through the waterfall to the under area. I mean, I don't need that until after the demo, because by the time that even factors in, that'll mean the demo is done really well. If the demo does absolutely poorly, then I doubt it even matters, but you know, that'd be pretty disheartening if I make the whole demo and it just does bad. I will. Huh. So I gotta make it real good so this way it doesn't do bad. And then wave it in front of a lot of people. You only get one chance at a release, as they say. Well, I guess you can release a demo and then you can release the game later, and that's kind of a double release, but I don't know. I almost wish I actually started streaming like earlier in the morning right now, because there's always a lot of people watching by this point. And I usually have to log off because I've already, like, you know, so many hours in. Imagine if I started around now. Of course, I probably wouldn't have, like, I have like 9 viewers right now. I probably wouldn't have the 9 viewers if I didn't start earlier, though. It'd be kind of nice, though. Real hours instead of my current hours, which are atrocious. Very atrocious. But I don't know. Am I playing a playtest? Not another one tonight. No thanks. I gotta be at my office in how many hours we talking here? It's like 7:30 now. It's currently in 7.5 hours. Oh, am I playtesting on stream? Yeah, of course. I playtest on stream all the time. Like the previous stream, I went through the game twice. One right after the other because someone hadn't seen it and they showed up right afterwards. I was like, I guess I'll do it again. And I'm probably gonna do a on Steam. Oh, I mean, I'm doing a playtest on there, like an early access or something like that. Maybe if people are interested in early access. Sometimes I read stream. I think it's just because I'm tired. Yeah, if people want an early access, I would be interested in doing it because then people could test it and they bring me feedback for the stream on the stream itself. So they could tell me if it's, you know, things suck or whatever. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Otherwise, I have no idea how I'm going to really test it all that effectively. That might be what happens in the long run. I make like a decent demo so people can test it out without getting into it. Open up the game to early access, make it cheaper for early access, and then just make it more expensive as the game progresses. So this way, you know, people who get in early on the early access win out. Like maybe I make it like $10 to join the early access, and then as the game gets like, it'll only have like, you know, maybe an hour or two of content to start with, but each new section of it gets released and I just bump up the price to get into early access. It might not be a bad idea. It would give me money sooner rather than later. But the issue is how much interest would people really have. If I started in early access, it would probably be... I mean, I was trying to make the demo work. Possible I cut the demo in to a smaller amount, just so and get the rest of the early access people at that point. I need to make a trailer as well. I don't know about scamming everyone. I'll be surprised. Like, it would be interesting to see how many people would even sign up for such a thing. But you'd get access to what the game is being built. Which would probably be much better, because, like I say, fair enough, Jay. Yeah. Following this Strand game, playtest, and they keep playing the game on. Yeah, that's what I would do. I mean, you basically get updates. Probably not every week, because I hear adding things to Steam takes longer than that. So it would probably be however long it takes to put the updates on Steam. I don't have a lot of experience on how long it takes to actually add an update to it. So what I would probably end up doing is providing a save that starts you at wherever the new location is, so this way you could just start from there to test. Or give you the option to, you know, just start fresh too. That's so okay, well, that's good to know. Are you doing early access as well? Oh, I appreciate it, Jay. Be awesome. Oh, okay. I thought you're using a lot of assets. Fair enough. Okay, well, you know, cool. I mean, you know, I don't understand why people think they're you know, what brag they're making by saying I made all these myself. It's like, okay, good. The player doesn't care, but good. The player's just like, nah, I'm just playing the game. Yeah, I'll have to test these things like that on how it all goes. I don't know. I need to look into what it takes to release that, because it would probably be better to do that. I don't know how I could test it really otherwise. I mean, I'll test it on stream. The big issue would just be, how do you protect the code to let people test it? I mean, I guess you got a bunch of people sign NDAs, but I gotta pay to have NDAs made and all this thing. It's just gonna be, no. Oh, okay. Test builds to Steam for beta keys. That's interesting. I didn't think about that. I don't know. I mean, I think it'd be kind of cool to let people on the stream be able to, you know, tell me all about what things are good and what aren't good. So it would make the stream more interactable. It does run the risk of the game just basically never selling anything due to the fact that you really only get the one release, so if it doesn't do well in the early access, then it's probably not doing very well. So, but maybe over time it would, as I just keep working on it on stream too. It's hard to say. But it would be nice if it actually had testers. Oh, it would be nice if it was just on Steam, actually. Hmm. It's definitely something to think about. I don't 100% know what I'm gonna do. Yeah, it would just be if the aspect of people being able to talk to me on stream to try to in testing it like that, basically access the developer, if that would be any kind of anything to people. I don't know. I'll have to look into it. It's been my experience that statistically games don't sell well on Steam anyway, so it's not like it makes a big difference, you know, too much. I mean, some games do, but most do not. Ask First Crimson about it? Now? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to look into what people say about early access and just try to see if I can figure out a good game plan for it. I would be in shock if it sold very well, though. I would probably want to get a thing up for it that says, has like a trailer and some information like that, and then collect wish lists. And then do like a demo in early access if I did it that way. I don't know, it seems like a ways off unless I want to... I don't know, I've seen some people's early access games that look pretty bare bones, and yet, for some reason, they seem to be doing okay. Huh. I don't know. Not going to make any decisions about it right now, let's put it that way. Fair enough. We'll see. Probably needed, like I say, I was thinking the demo would be the best plan and then just run with that, but I do have an interesting setup with the stream to see if maybe that would garner some interest, but I don't know. I definitely think that I don't have enough advertising behind it either way to really make any money off it at the moment, so it would be kind of... early access wouldn't even do well. Chris Sikowski? Sure. I'll have to make note of that. I'm just going to put it in the Poppet Quest thing here. Yeah. We'll see. Having some way people can wishlist it would probably be a good thing too, but I really don't necessarily want to go too early on it. I think I'd rather try to offer up the demo to various publishers and the Epic Mega Grant. Because I really just don't have the the follower base to get any kind of, you know, Kickstarter or anything going for it, so. So far, all the money I've made off it is the little bit of money I've made on Twitch. Which just helps the budget for it. By some amount. Didn't have much of a budget to start with, so. I think I explained to some guy who wanted to sell me some stuff there with what sounded like another shady deal. I get them all the time, and I just explained to him, it's like, you know, my budget is basically a 6-pack and determination. There you go. I don't have much of a budget. I just don't. That dude had like the worst deal he was offering. It was just like, at first he's like, oh yeah, you know, I just give you this stuff free and I'm just looking basically for exposure. He's like, do it to a whole bunch of streamers. Okay, cool. And it quickly turned into, you got to pay a bit of money up front, you got to pay him money when you get it, and then you got to like pay any money you would get off of that too. And I'm just like, what? He's like, oh, let me show you your work, you'll totally be interested. No, I'm not. This is a terrible deal. Just pay someone if I want it. I don't, whatever money you make off it too, Jesus. Wow. But people do show up desperate for cash from me, and I'm just like, I don't have it. Not for this, I do not. If I drop another couple $100 on it, that's probably about all it's really gonna. I mean, that's wrong. It depends on what the voice acting costs. I doubt I'm dropping more than a couple $100 on anything else though for it. I think I just have everything, so I don't care anymore. It would just be sound effects and maybe a couple more models. Otherwise, I don't know much else I need. Even those couple models probably aren't that necessary. Would depend. Plus the and then the voice acting, which I guess isn't going to be that expensive. That's true. I've kind of wondered about that, if my demo is too long. I've definitely questioned that. I might cut it down. I'm not sure where I cut it at. I do think it's probably too long for a demo. There's a lot of mechanics I'm introducing in there, and it's just like, I don't know. Like the whole painting world mechanic doesn't even really pan out terribly far into it until, like, you know, I mean, you don't even get the second person rescued until you're like 40 minutes in or something. It's pretty empty at that point. Makes me almost feel like it's kind of half-baked, to be completely honest. Yeah. I might cut it down. It's true. I'll have to think about it, because if I cut it down, I can release it much faster and just have a really polished demo. But then that makes, like, what, Patrick the final fight? Like, halfway through it? I have to make Patrick more exciting. I guess that gives you access to quite a few things, right? Because you play the carnival room, the magician room, the toy maze, the waiting room, and then the safari room, and then the waiting room again, then Patrick's room. And you get to go to the painting world, but there's not much to do in the painting world because you can only really save Annie's on at that point, so it opens up one of the shops. I wonder how long that takes. Because I could always improve the time it takes to get to Patrick, make it more interesting along the way. Really focus on those handful of rooms. The toy maze has got to be the weakest room, though. It's not that fun. Oh, it's something to think about. I really hadn't really thought too much about that. It might actually just bore people to come back to it later. Yeah. I'll have the time that how long it takes to get to Patrick. See how much story can really be squeezed in there. How much I can make it even interesting. I'm gonna have to pimp out the areas anyway too. There's just plenty of area that needs to be really worked on. But Patrick's fight's not even that impressive. It doesn't have the gravitas of the voodoo fight where everything looks like epic. Eh. We didn't get to see many of the mechanics either. At that point, I almost should just have a really cool trailer of the good stuff. Dump that on there and collect a wish list, not even bother with the demo, right? Maybe put the demo up later. Should I do that? That's something to wonder about. If if just making a Steam page is worth it if you have a really good trailer and all that. Yeah, I'll watch that Chris Sikowski and just do research on it because I just don't know, and I'm just making guesses at that point. I haven't really put anything on Steam, so it's not like I have much of an idea how well it'll do. I do have a lot of stuff. Yeah, decisions, right, Bird? Pretty much, yeah. I do have a lot of stuff for a trailer, though. It would be all gameplay, which, you know, I imagine that doesn't upset players. I know I'm completely never sold by a cinematic trailer. Like, everyone was hyping up The Witcher 4, and I was like, I saw zero gameplay. This sucked. Do better. Like, seriously, like this, I'm not even interested. I need something to do in this game. You showed me a cutscene. When you want me to watch your movie on, you know, YouTube? Because that's about what's going to happen. I mean, it was boring. I did not enjoy it because it's just like the other Witcher one where I was like, okay, you can make a neat cutscene. Cool, that doesn't make your game good. That doesn't show me anything. I hate cutscene trailers. That happens a lot. Like, you know, every time I see a cutscene trailer, I'm like, so? I actually skip a lot of AAA games for that reason. So many cutscenes. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think Indie should do a lot of cinematics either in general. That's why I picked a Metroidvania, so I could have less cinematics and more, just more gameplay. Just make my gameplay interesting. Yeah. I just make fun gameplay stuff and make it cool looking and go from there, really. Like, if I just have, like, you know, a 2-minute trailer of, like just various, you know, actions happening in the game and just, you know, I think that would be interesting. I don't think I remember seeing what the Limbo and Little Nightmares ones were like. I played Little Nightmares, well, because I think I saw Markiplier play it or something. I didn't actually, yeah. Well, I think that a lot of the AAA companies have forgotten this weird thing that they're making a game and not a movie. And they just spend, you know, millions of dollars making what amounts to like 10 or 11 hours worth of movie inside of their game. And you're like, but guys, what about the game? Gameplay? Yeah? No? Okay. What are we, like, Final Fantasy 16 here or something? You're just gonna be like wall-to-wall cutscenes? They can. But most of them are losing money hand over fist because of it. A lot of them are doing real bad these days. I mean,
I think it's just because their games kind of suck and it's hard to make all that much money back. Not all of them suck. Obviously, some are very good. But even the good ones, I think like what, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is having trouble making its money back because of the fact that it's, well, one on PlayStation, and there aren't many people who own a PlayStation 5. But they just spent so much money on it that getting the money back on is really hard. And you know what? It was a great couple seasons of show for me. That's really what it was. I didn't play the game. I just watched like 25 hours of cutscenes. I was like, wow, this is like multiple seasons of a Netflix show. I didn't know they made a Final Fantasy Netflix show. Sweet, I'm into this. It was very good. I enjoyed it a lot. Cost me $0. 10 out of 10 would recommend. I watched the other one too. I was like, I don't own a PlayStation 5 or actually PlayStation 4 or anything like that. When's it coming out on PC? A year from now? I'm just going to watch this. I think that one was like 13 or 14 hours. And I was like, this is still a very long show. This is still a couple seasons on Netflix. I'm into this. Very good. God of War games, once again, did not get released on the PC for like a year plus. Still, like, it's like 2 more seasons of shows were just for me to watch. Okay. I enjoyed both God of War remake games. They were great TV shows. 100% would watch again. Oh, wait, they're a game? Yeah, I don't know about that. That seems unlikely to me, but they look like great shows. That's actually happened to a lot of AAA games for me. I really stopped playing most of them. What's the last AAA game I played? Oh man, it's been so long. I can't even name the last one I played. Because all the good ones look like they came out on PlayStation, but I'm not buying a PlayStation because I already have an overpriced PC, you know? Got 2 graphics cards. It could run both the Final Fantasy games at the same time. Why would I buy, you know, some low-tech thing like a PS5? Weird. So they can charge me additional money for an online service? No, I'm good. I'm good. I already pay enough money for the other stuff. I don't think I want to pay more. I'm good. So, yeah. Yeah, I think I'll just make like a gameplay setup like that. I already run the tour all the time where, you know, it's just a bunch of gameplay things. Usually enough to get people excited about it, and then they ask how they're going to wishlist it. If that's the common thing I get when people show up to the stream, I think it's probably safe to say that there's enough for a trailer. At least I would assume. Then you probably want to pay someone to voice act a trailer, though, right? Maybe? I don't know. Not a decision for almost 8 in the morning for me, that's for certain. But might be a better idea just to get a Steam thing going. Just something I can show people. Then worry about a demo later. I don't know. Oh yeah, it's super early in the morning for me. Like I say, I almost wish I just started streaming later because I end up leaving off with a lot of people on, but there's a couple points in the night where there's like one person watching or something. That's obviously just me at that point. And then, you know, that picks back up, but it starts out pretty good and then it goes down to not very many people watching and then it comes back to people watching. So if I just streamed earlier or later in the day, I wonder if that would do better. I don't think it could do much worse in the middle of the night. There's just nothing. But I mean, I can't really afford to spend like 10 or 11 hours a day streaming every day. I do have a regular job. That might be the case. Maybe I should try it. Just get up earlier in the day and then just start streaming on those. I do kind of have something of a night crew, sorta. Of course, they all kind of fall off after like 2 or 3 in the morning. And then I go for like 4 to 5 hours with very few people. Pretty certain that's how it rolls. I think. Can I even test this? How do I test this? Analytics. True. I'd have to really look and see. I mean, you can see chat messages, but that's not really showing much of anything. Because sometimes people will be like one person who chats like infinite times, and versus, you know, other times where there's a bunch of people watching and nobody says a word. Average viewers. I guess it's not that incredibly bad. So you can look here. It actually starts out pretty low too. And it gets pretty good around here, and then it just collapses down to this for hours. Not that I get an incredible amount of viewers, you understand, but you can definitely see this huge drop off, and then it picks back up right around here, and then it just kind of picks up a lot. So basically, if I could skip this period, that'd be awesome. What looks like about 4 until about 6:40. So, you know, basically it's about a few hours that are just real bad. Real bad. Like, I get to this point in the stream and there's like some days I want to end around this time, and I will sometimes end around this time because it's so bad. I forget that it goes right back up. So. Is there an option to convert to European time for this? Like, built in? Do I have to try to math this? My brain is like not mathing right now. My brain does not do anything right now. How many hours ahead is Europe? From, I guess I'm in the Pacific, so. Oh, Greenwich Mean Time is 8, so. And I'm. Okay. So you guys are 11 hours ahead of me. So I'm starting my stream at 11 a.m. there. Interesting. I didn't realize how far ahead it was. So I'm starting to stream at that. Then that means that, you know, this is basically a lot of European. Pretty much, yeah, in the future. So, you know, I mean, pretty much right around, we'll say the 7 mark is when you guys really start, it picks back up again a lot. It's plus 11 to that. I see. So you're right, 6 p.m., yeah. So if I got up early, I would catch the European crowd. That'd be interesting. I should test it one day where I like, maybe I stream a little late for some people and then I just stop for a while, get some sleep, and then wake up early and try streaming again. Because if I like sleep a few hours in between, I can easily continue streaming. It's just, I do have to get up and go to work at some point too, so. And if I stream 10 hours and then work 8 hours at my job, we're now at 18-hour day. An 18-hour day is a lot. Pretty much. Well, I never can sleep 8 hours in a row anyway. 6 is the best I can usually do. Oftentimes it's a couple fours or something. Nah, I just don't sleep very well. Probably why I keep such terrible hours. I might try that time. I might try getting up early or something. At least then I'd be up at a normal time. Right now I'm going to sleep at 8 in the morning or something like that. That's just... By the time I wake up, the day is just... It's over. Also, oh, where is it? Let me double check this here. If you want to see something really sad, where is it? Not like I make very much, but you can get an idea of where we're at here. So, I actually got paid mostly sorry anyway, so I really haven't made that much. So for all these hours here, if you look, on these days like this, where I stopped streaming early, on that, I stopped streaming after almost 6 hours, right? They paid me 47 cents. But then if you look on a day where I streamed 7 hours and 39 minutes, you can see that it goes up by a bunch. What's the difference? I streamed into European times. Don't get me wrong, I'm still making nothing. Like, you know, as far as like, I mean, don't quit your day job to make 47 cents for 6 hours of streaming. That's crazy. So, yeah, being a streamer doesn't pay much. But if you look on, say, like this one here on like the 14th there, streaming there, like now it's at like $2.50. What's the difference? Well, you see, I spent 3 extra hours streaming, but later in the day. Not all traffic is created equal. As you can see, this one here is like, you know, 404, right? But look what happened. I streamed once again later in the day. It was 5 hours into that time. So what I'm really seeing here is the first like 6 hours is worth like 50 cents. For that time period. Not the best time to stream. Versus 3 extra hours there is worth also 50 cents. Now you know. Now you know. For what it's worth, I think I made about $115 total. Over 2 months of streaming. So. That's $150 towards the game. That is $115 towards the game. That's awesome. But it could also be the time of the year, because I noticed the closer you get to Christmas, the less things pay. But still, I think it's held true everywhere. In the long streams where I stream into the morning, you see a huge gain. Yeah, actually, that's true. Even not this week. If you look over here on the 4th here, 5 hours and 2 minutes. Paid a little better because, you know, it was not Christmas. Next day, see the 4th there? I did 9 hours and 18 minutes, and you see over here, well, there's a sub that doesn't count, but 385 in ads plus 10 turbo. So those extra hours are worth considerably more. Maybe I'll test that. Maybe I'll just stream in the morning. Anyway, I'll stop bugging people or anything like that. Just point out some things like that. Just go, you know, I should probably stream during a time when I get to sleep at a normal time. Or test it for a while. Anyway. I'm rambling. Everyone should quit their day jobs and become a streamer, by the way. Just do it. Don't worry about it. You don't need to eat. 10 out of 10, just do it. I'll read it's in a spirit or something. At least I like him. That's a start. I don't want to try to find someone else. That's fair. I'm at that point too. I most certainly need to get a little sleep before the stream there, and then I'll see about streaming like maybe a different time tomorrow just to test. I don't know.
We'll see if I can even convince myself to get up at a better time anyway. All right, I will send the read. I will catch everyone later.
Now we can look for portal. Hey, Imaginary Well, welcome everybody. Hello, thanks for the raid. How's it going? So huge update just dropped. Some patch notes, if you want to hear them. Added sausage to the game. When you touch the sausage, you get teleported to the anger level. Yes. Hello everybody. How are you? How are you doing? I don't sleep. I wish I understood what sleep is. Dude, you need to sleep at least. You need to kind of you can do all of this. All right, you can grind like 24/7. But